Chapter 343. Darkness Strikes. The Moment of Despair. On the edge of the Taitsong continent, dozens of ragged people were heading toward the forest on a beach. A young girl was supporting her elderly grandfather, her eyes filled with terror as she looked up at the bloodlight phenomenon in the sky. "Grandpa, they let us come here. Could there be any scheme?" the girl asked cautiously, her face smeared with dirt, but it couldn't hide her bright eyes. Her grandfather shuffled forward weakly and said breathlessly, "Things will get better." Not only them, but other people nearby were also worried and hopeful. Across the edge of the continent, many such people were moving toward the interior of the continent. Those with higher cultivation levels disappeared quickly, while those with lower cultivation levels could only proceed on foot. Guan took in these scenes. With his divine sense he could tell these people were all reincarnated demons. Their soul origins shared the same karma as Yu Yingying and Shen Xinzi. These people all came through teleportation arrays, and as soon as they arrived, the arrays quickly disappeared. Guan probed their karma, gaining some information. Heavenly Prison. These people were from Heavenly Prison. They also didn't know why they were driven here by the authorities of Heavenly Prison. Although the karma and chi fortune of Heavenly Prison weren't connected to the Holy Court, Guan knew without thinking that it had something to do with the Great Nether Saint King. After all, his enemies were few, and only the Great Nether Saint King had the means to do such a thing. Sending so many reincarnated demons, wasn't it just to attract the Dark Emperor of War? Guan disdained such tactics, but it was good in a way. If it could lure the Dark Emperor of War to come earlier, it would reduce the loss of life, and Sword Venerable Fudao would have a legitimate reason to act. "Master, what exactly is that in the sky?" Long Qing looked up, his little face filled with fear. Anyone seeing him would have a hard time associating him with the great emperor of the Silent Destruction Domain. Guan patted his head and comforted softly. "It's nothing, maybe it's going to rain. Didn't you say you'd be a man after turning 5? How can you still cry?" Hearing this, Long Qing quickly wiped away his tears, clenched his little fists and said, "I'm not crying. I just got sand in my eyes." Yu Yingying next to them was also amused by his words, lightening the tense atmosphere. Guan put Long Qing down and then looked at Yu Yingying with a smile and asked, "You're not going to keep holding on to me, are you?" At this, Yu Yingying promptly let go of her hands and blushed, scoffing. "Pa, who wants to hold on to you?" "Really? Just now, someone almost ripped off my sleeve." "Humph, that was an accident." While the two were bantering, the protective formation of the Supreme Sect was activated. A majestic light rose in the distance, and figures of cultivators flew over the Third Medicine Valley. The Supreme Sect quickly entered a state of readiness for battle. The Nine-Finger Divine Lord stood up, looked into the distance and said, "Trouble again, it seems we can't finish this game of chess today." The old cultivator sitting opposite him took a deep breath, about to say something, when the Nine-Finger Divine Lord suddenly disappeared. Shen Xinzi under a distant tree also stood up and vanished in place. Below the rolling thunderclouds, the land was engulfed in blazing flames, akin to a mortal world hell. A figure strode through the fire, dressed in worn black battle armor, with curly black hair, his hands and feet festering and bubbling with blood, his slightly hunched back visible under his disheveled hair, and his terrifying face revealed beneath the tangled locks. His face was festering too, only his eyes intact, his lips were gone, revealing a frightening mouth full of teeth. He was the Dark Emperor of War. He advanced while exhaling turbid breath. His gaze turned to the distance, only to see a man in white robes suspended in the sky looking at him. He glanced and then withdrew his gaze. He stopped, straightened his body, as if sniffing at something. Then, he suddenly turned his head toward a direction and vanished from the spot. The next second, he appeared under the blue sky and dove down through layers of cloud sea, scattering clouds for thousands of miles with an unstoppable force, crashing toward the ground. Boom! Terrifying flashes of fire lit up the world, with a destructive force erupting from a point on the continent, sweeping in all directions. The green mountains and rivers turned charred black in its wake. Countless lives were extinguished in an instant. "That's enough," the voice of the man in white echoed, laden with an oppressive tone. Following that, the evil laughter of the Dark Emperor of War rang out, adding a layer of horror to the shattered world. Simultaneously, inside the Third Medicine Valley, Guan felt a divine sense sweep over, surpassing the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma. It must be the divine sense of the Dark Emperor of War. As expected, the Dark Emperor of War was still attracted by the karma of the demons on this land. Guan walked toward the transmission array platform. Where are you going? Ji Xiaoyu's voice reached Gu An's ears as he turned around to see her watching him from a distance. He replied using the sound transmission skill, I'm going to Mystic Valley to take a look. There's no need to worry about me with so many people here. After hearing this, Ji Xiaoyu could only nod, then watched him leave. Guan passed through the teleportation array to Mystic Valley, where Lu Jiujia gathered his disciples, all discussing the sudden terrible phenomenon. Master has arrived. A disciple exclaimed in surprise. Everyone turned, showing faces of relief. The Dark Emperor of War's oppression was bone-chilling, and the disciples couldn't help worrying about what would come next. Seeing Guan gave them more peace of mind. Guan walked toward his disciples, and at the same time, he felt Nine-Finger Divine Lord locking his divine sense on him. It seems the Nine-Finger Divine Lord suspected him to be related to Sword Venerable Fudao. Interesting. Just then, living beings across the Taitsong continent suddenly felt suffocated. Regardless of their cultivation level, they all had this sensation. But this feeling was momentary. Gone in a flash. What's going on? Zhua Yijian was standing by the heaven-cutting axe, looking at the sky with furrowed brows. Not only him, but everyone at the heavenly repair platform was taken aback, unsure what had happened, yet the sensation they felt was undoubtedly real. The entire Taitsong continent was enveloped in panic. Beneath the sky, the Dark Emperor of War appeared in the air, with the vast ocean below. He looked toward the distant continent, frowning. The continent before him was Taitsong continent. As he approached Taitsong continent, he felt a powerful force blocking his momentum, forcing him to stop. That land hid individuals with great power. With so many heavenly demon auras, the beings on this continent should have nothing to do with the Holy Court. The Dark Emperor of War's eyes flickered. He raised his right hand, and waves of demonic chi surged out, quickly covering the sky and rolling toward Taitsong continent. People of the continent saw dark clouds approaching from the horizon, and before they could ponder further, daylight turned to night. What's happening? Why has the day suddenly turned dark? Did you guys feel your hearts stop beating just now? What in the world is going on? Could the Great Cold Demon sect be attacking again? Could it be that some terrifying demon has appeared? Disciples of Mystic Valley were abuzz with speculation. Gu An's face was stern, unable to tell the disciples the reason. He could only ask them to have faith in the supreme sect. After the continent was covered by dark clouds, the pressure of the Dark Emperor of War intensified, leaving the living beings full of fear and unease. Standing in front of a wooden railing, Ji Xiaoyu was somewhat dazed. She seemed to see a dark figure approaching her, each step filled with oppressive might, stepping on her heart. Not just her, but all beings on the continent were pulled into this eerie state. Inside the palace, Li Xiandao sat on the throne, also in a daze. The courtiers around him lost their color, and he saw a figure approaching from outside the hall, like the Grim Reaper drawing near. The courtiers all went pale, falling into an eerie silence. Whether in temples, buildings, grand halls, caves, forests, no matter the location, whether they could see the sky or not, all living beings were dragged into an indescribable eerie state. Those who were reincarnated demons felt it more deeply, like Yu Yingying. She saw the true face of the Dark Emperor of War, the grotesque and terrifying visage assaulting her eyes. She wanted to scream for help, but no sound emerged. She wasn't even able to move. She seemed to be waiting for death. Even Shen Xinzi, a wandering immortal of the 9 layers, found himself in the same predicament. Facing the advancing Dark Emperor of War, Shen Xinzi gritted his teeth, his heart filled with both panic and unease. He couldn't understand the opponent's divine skills, nor accept his fate. In reality, the Dark Emperor of War, with his right arm raised, showed a maniacal and cruel smile. Gushing demonic chi flowed from his palm, forming a cloud cover that blotted out the heavens. Then he condensed a black spear in his palm. Its surface swirled with mysterious Dao patterns which exuded a repressive and ominous aura. Let this emperor test your capabilities. The Dark Emperor of War licked his teeth. His hoarse voice permeated with boundless murderous intent. Suddenly, he looked up sharply, as bright light swelled among the rolling dark clouds. His face changed slightly, and gripping the spear tightly, he burst with momentum that shook heaven and earth. The sea below suddenly collapsed, a magnificent sight. He channeled all his mana into the spear in his hand, which burst forth with black flames, countless wronged souls emerging, desperately trying to climb out and break free, but utterly unable to do so. From outer heaven, the eyes of mysterious beings in each of the 7 suns opened, all looking toward the great heavenly spirit land. Viewed from outer heaven, a radiant and beautiful great heaven and earth showed a black that was swiftly growing. Inside the third medicine valley, Ji Xiaoyu suddenly fell into the eerie state of a reincarnated demon as well, clearly seeing the true face of the Dark Emperor of War as he stepped over the medicine garden and approached her. This scene, she had seen it in her dreams numerous times, but facing it in person, the feelings were completely different. Irrepressible fear and despair enveloped her heart. She struggled to drive away these emotions but to no avail. Damn it! Ji Xiaoyu gritted her teeth, a red Dao pattern between her brows quickly stretched, swirling flames. She was invoking the power of the primordial Taoist talisman. Just then, a brilliant light burst behind her, dispelling the darkness in her vision. She instinctively looked back, catching a glimpse of a figure in the corner of her eye, and her pupils dilated. It was a sword shadow. A sword shadow gleaming with silver light. Countless lightning bolts intertwined upon the sword, molding its form. Ji Xiaoyu had never seen such a sword, as if it had traversed the river of time from ancient epochs. Wherever the sword edge passed, darkness shattered. At this moment, not only her but all the desperate beings on the continent saw such a sword. Chapter 344. Eternal Boundless Divine Sword. When the sentient beings of the continent trapped in terrible illusion saw a mysterious sword shadow, in reality, the Dark Emperor also spotted that sword shadow. The sword shadow faced by the Dark Emperor was even more majestic and overwhelming. The dark clouds that obscured the sun were filled with sword light, the thunderclouds parted, and a massive silver blade pierced through the clouds, as if an unimaginably colossal deity was swinging a sword from beyond the heavens. The part of the blade exceeding the clouds was larger than mountains. Faced with such a gigantic sword, the Dark Emperor, with a rifle in both hands, seemed so insignificant. After a brief moment of astonishment, a crazed expression appeared on his face. How domineering the sword intent is! I didn't expect someone in this world to achieve such a level in the sword Tao. The Dark Emperor said with a laugh, his voice as loud as thunder. His momentum skyrocketed, and his rifle burst out with terrifying black flames. As soon as his words ended, he gripped the rifle with both hands and thrust forward violently. With that thrust, the clouds in the sky instantly burst apart, and the gigantic and mysterious sword shadow was completely revealed. It was a sword shadow larger than any mountain range in the world, its hilt seeming to be housed in the outer universe, delivering a strong visual impact. Boom! The violent black flame like a sea dragon collided with the shocking sword shadow, and almost instantly, the sentient beings on the continent awoke. Before their eyes was a mysterious sword shadow tearing apart illusions, pulling them back to reality. They instinctively looked up, and then saw a scene they would never forget in their lifetimes. A silver sword shadow floated in the sky, of unimaginable vastness, indescribably colossal. In Mystic Valley, Guan and his disciples looked up at the sword shadow in the sky together. The eternal boundless divine sword. This was the enhancement from the boundless sword of suppressing the stars. This was also the first time Guan used this swordsmanship. Standing among his disciples, his face showed a shocked expression, making it difficult to associate him with the sword shadow in the sky. The divine sense of the 9-finger divine lord had disappeared, evidently also diverted by the scene above. With a focused gaze, Guan caused the eternal boundless divine sword to burst out with dazzling light, overshadowing all things under heaven and earth. Then, with an unstoppable force, it dispelled the black flames and attacked the Dark Emperor. The Dark Emperor's face drastically changed. He used his divine skills at that moment. His body transformed into black mist. The eternal boundless divine sword rolled over, the black mist dissipating, gone in an exceedingly short time. Outer heaven. Within the dim starry sky, the Dark Emperor appeared out of thin air. He turned to look toward the distant great heavenly spirit land, his face showing an expression of fright. This sword intent actually contains powerful causality forces. The Dark Emperor was secretly shocked. Thankfully he possessed profound divine skills, breaking free from the suppression of the sword intent in an instant, escaping to the universe. He suddenly realized something, and instinctively looked up, his eyes bulging. He saw the eternal boundless divine sword appearing right above him, rapidly descending toward him. In fear, he hurriedly used his divine skills again, but wherever he went as long as he looked up, he could see the eternal boundless divine sword, each teleportation bringing it closer to him. The Dark Emperor felt the despair that the sentient beings of Taitsong continent had felt earlier, but even more intensely. It was like an inescapable destiny. Meanwhile, in the eyes of the continent's sentient beings, the eternal boundless divine sword mysteriously disappeared, but fierce winds kicked up, the forest swayed like waves, and the mortal spirits raised their hands to cover their faces. After the tumult subsided, the sentient beings looked up, only to see the phenomenon of blood light in the sky dispersing. At first glance, it appeared as if dusk was setting. After a brief silence in Mystic Valley, the disciples cheered in unison. The entire supreme sect was like a pot exploding. The roaring noise trembled the heavens. Was that sword just now? Wasn't I dreaming? How vast was that sword intent? The sword Tao can actually reach such levels? Did you see a black shadow? I seem to have been dragged into the illusion realm just now. Then I saw a sword save me. I saw that too. I felt the same way. It must be Sword Venerable Fu Dao. Only he could possess such sword intent. He has saved us once again. Disciples from various cities of the Supreme Sect were all greatly exhilarated. The divine skills of the Dark Emperor made everyone feel his terror, and because of this, they were amazed and surprised by the power of Sword Venerable Fu Dao. Just the spectacular sword shadow that appeared earlier was enough to overturn the sentient being's understanding of the Sword Dao. Just how strong was Sword Venerable Fu Dao? How far does the end of the Sword Dao reach? Guan also excitedly discussed with his disciples until a prompt appeared before him. You have successfully seized 207,632 years of lifespan from the Dark Emperor. Dao Void Mysterious Immortal Realm Second Layer. Guan could seize 1 to 2% of an enemy's lifespan, signifying the Dark Emperor still had over 2 million years of lifespan. How long could a Void Mysterious Immortal live his maximum? Guan felt pleased. The first time he deployed the Eternal Boundless Divine Sword, the effect was satisfactory. This also proved the results of reincarnation evolution. He comprehended the rule forces, then condensed his own rule forces, injecting them into his divine skills, making them more mysterious. Once the Eternal Boundless Divine Sword was unleashed, it locked onto the Dark Emperor's causal aura. Wherever he fled, the Eternal Boundless Divine Sword would follow, unless the Dark Emperor could dissipate the causality. Unfortunately, in such a short period, even if the Dark Emperor had means to dissipate causality, it was too late to discern the reasons. Guan could sense that there was another Dao Void Mysterious Immortal watching from afar. He chose not to direct his gaze there. Soon, that mysterious immortal left. After instructing the disciples of Mystic Valley with a few words, Guan returned to the Third Medicine Valley, where it was bustling with excitement as everyone excitedly discussed the recent spectacle. Guan stepped down from the transmission array platform and saw Shen Xinzi in the distance, gazing blankly at the sky, lost in thought. Yu Yingying, holding Long Qing, walked over quickly. She approached Guan excitedly saying, "Did you see just now? Sword Venerable Fu Dao's Sword Dao is unbelievable. That sword felt like it flew in from beyond the heavens." She grew more excited as she spoke, becoming even incoherent toward the end. Long Qing spread his arms, gesturing how immense the heavenly sword was earlier. Guan also acted very excited, even describing the sensations he experienced while in the illusion realm. However, he was pondering another matter in his mind. That was about Heavenly Prison. The reason the Dark Emperor came here was because the people of Heavenly Prison released heavenly demons into Taitsong continent. This matter was unlikely to end here. I wonder what the origin of that dark shadow just now was. Will he come again? I hope Sword Venerable Fu Dao has already annihilated him. Yu Yingying spoke anxiously, and Guan could only comfort her by trusting Sword Venerable Fu Dao. He was also unclear about the origins of the Dark Emperor, but could be sure that the Dark Emperor had no blood relations with the Long family, no causal connections whatsoever, and importantly, the Dark Emperor's true form was not of the human race. After chatting for a while with Yu Yingying, Guan finally excused himself, then went on to talk briefly with an Xian, Ji Xiaoyu, and others. The impact of this battle was bound to last a long time. In unseen distant places, many great cultivators peaked at this battle. The power of Sword Venerable Fu Dao shocked countless people. Wiping out the Great Cold Demon sect had already spread the name of Sword Venerable Fu Dao into the sight of the great sects. But for the great sects, Sword Venerable Fu Dao was at most a formidable figure. Now it was different. The aura of the Dark Emperor shocked the entire great heavenly spirit land. His terrifying aura was incomparable even to the entire Great Cold Demon sect combined. Every being that had reached the carefree primordial immortal realm witnessed the process of the Dark Emperor's demise. Being able to slay an existence of the seventh layer of the immortal path, Sword Venerable Fu Dao's Dao level was immeasurably deep. Outer heaven, hidden within the sun, 7 mysterious beings also closed their eyes, as if nothing had happened. In a palace bathed in flickering firelight, 2 figures stood beside a small pool, silent. The pool reflected the universe scenes, with faint wisps of swirling black mist visible. One of them, a man in a black robe wearing a dragon bone crown, looked upset, gritting his teeth and said, "This is troublesome. Sword Venerable Fudao is so formidable, it's impossible to hide Heavenly Prison's actions from him. He will trouble me sooner or later." He turned to look at the person beside him. His eyes filled with anger. Qing Songzi took a deep breath and said, "The Holy King is surely aware of this matter, let us choose to protect ourselves wisely." He was the domain master of the main city of Broken Sea Domain, and the Taitsong continent was also under his jurisdiction. At this moment, Qing Songzi, who controlled the lives of his entire domain, had a pale face, his hands clenched within his sleeves. He tried to appear composed. Seeing the Dark Emperor being exterminated, he felt like the sky was falling. He turned and left. The man in the black robe said sternly, "If Sword Venerable Fudao comes looking, I can only reveal the existence of the Holy King. I couldn't possibly hide this matter with my Dao level. You'd better pray that Sword Venerable Fudao does not come looking." Qing Songzi left those words and disappeared on the spot. The man in the black robe watched the direction he left, unable to contain his anger, causing the entire palace to tremble. Under the dazzling starry sea, an island quietly suspended, small in size, featuring a center area cleared of vegetation, paved with white jade. One after another, figures appeared on white jade square, all radiating strong light in various colors, barely able to discern their shapes, their faces blurry, only their eyes clearly visible. They gathered together, no one spoke, the atmosphere somber. "Holy Minister, was it your idea to let the dark beings in?" a large figure asked coldly. The others turned their gazes toward the Holy Minister, who radiated golden light, appearing like an immortal, his aura vast. Facing the questioning, Holy Minister calmly said, "There are too many heavenly demons within the realms. They use reincarnation to hide their identities. You should be aware of the looming calamities accumulating within the silent destruction domain. I was planning for the future which led to this regrettable decision." The others also spoke up. The intention was good, but the dark beings are too violent, indeed difficult to control. That guy must be the Dark Emperor. His escape technique is extremely refined, hard to capture, didn't expect him to still die. Broken Sea Domain, Sword Venerable Fudao. The great heavenly spirit land is so large, yet he unexpectedly found the place where Sword Venerable Fudao was, quite strange. Indeed, each time Sword Venerable Fudao strikes, it seems as if he is protecting himself. If the Dark Emperor specifically came for him, why involve 2 continents? Holy Minister, it seems someone is using you to scheme against Sword Venerable Fudao. The Holy Minister, glittering in golden light, had a glint in his eyes, radiating coldness. Chapter 345. The Holy Minister appears mortal world peak, atop a mountain summit. Fu Xinxiu stood alongside Eternal Taoist Lord at the cliff's edge, gazing silently up at the sky for a long time. "Master, to which level of the immortal path has Sword Venerable Fudao ascended?" Fu Xinxiu couldn't help but ask. The Eternal Taoist Lord gave a wry smile. "I have merely lived a few more years than you. I only know about the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma. The names of the 3 higher realms are beyond my reach." Fu Xinxiu sighed. That heavenly demon from outer heaven felt even more formidable than Senior Meng before perishing in an instant. It is indeed true that beyond the skies there are higher skies, and beyond people there are higher people. The Eternal Taoist Lord frowned slightly and sighed. "I always have the feeling that something troublesome is coming to the Holy Court. To think they would even dare to let in such a demon. Turmoil that hasn't been seen in a million years will soon come upon this world." Fu Xinxiu nodded. He felt the same way. Regardless, it's a good thing that Sword Venerable Fudao destroyed that demon. But before he could cleanse the world of the heavenly demons, they began slaughtering innocents. "The Holy Court is truly confused to cooperate with such beings," declared Fu Xinxiu with righteous indignation, finding the dialogue between the Holy King of the Holy Court and the Dark Emperor to be absurd. When did the Holy Court become like this? The Eternal Taoist Lord said no more. There were things he couldn't speak aloud. At this moment, not only was Mortal World Peak discussing this matter, great cultivators from chief fortune sects and dynasties across the land, and even within the Immortal Dynasty, were engaging in debates about it. The influence of this event was fermenting swiftly. as summer turned to autumn. Inside Third Medicine Valley, Guan sat at a table while Shen Zhan sat across from him, excitedly discussing something. Months had passed, and the great battle between Sword Venerable Fu Dao and the Dark Emperor had not been forgotten by time. Rather, it had become increasingly significant. It said that the heavenly demon from outer heaven was invited by the Holy Court. Indeed, this world's a dark place where no fresh news can be found. Whether it's the Dao Tian sect, Supreme Sect, Seven Stars Spirit Realm, or the Holy Court, they all have their dark secrets, said Xinzhen, dripping with sarcasm. Guan responded helplessly. My dear grandmother, can you please not say these things out loud? Those cultivators are as powerful as immortals. Aren't you afraid of being overheard? What's the difference if they hear? Now everyone's spreading that the heavenly demon was invited by the Holy Court. They say 8 continents' creatures have been devoured by the Dark Emperor. What a sin! Exclaimed Shen Zhan indignantly. Guan reminded, criticize all you want but make sure you don't write this down or illustrate it. Shen Zhan rolled her eyes at him and said irritably, do you think I'm that foolish? Plus, I don't possess that strong a sense of righteousness. I just can't stand the Holy Court claiming to be just and using the holy name, only to do such things. At this moment, chess players in the valley below were also cursing the Holy Court. Guan sensed the whiff of conspiracy. How could the Holy Court, with all its capabilities, allow public opinion to swell to such an extent? As if the Holy Court wouldn't care about face. That was even less possible. From the attitude of the great Nether Saint King, one could see that what the Holy Court cared most about was their reputation. Reputation might seem ethereal, but when it reached a certain level, it could influence the chief fortune of a person or a faction, and one could even predict the public opinion of a power based on the rules of heaven and earth. Of course, whether the Holy Court was good or bad depended on what kind of existence Shangtian was. As Guan reflected, he decided to make a trip to Heavenly Prison. Regardless of whether the external rumors were a conspiracy or not, he had some vengeance to claim. An ancient hour later, after Shen Zhan had left, having vented her feelings, Guan saw her downstairs. After she departed, he headed towards the teleportation array. Atop the grand hall, flames flickered. A man in a black robe sat on a throne with a furrowed brow and an uneasy mind, as 2 small dragon souls emerged from the dragon bone crown on his head, entwining each other. Months had passed since the fall of the Dark Emperor, yet Sword Venerable Fu Dao hadn't come to kill his way into Heavenly Prison, not bringing him any relief but instead increasing his anxiety, giving him an ominous feeling of impending disaster. Heavenly Prison was a minor heaven and earth, well concealed, but for a great power like Sword Venerable Fu Dao, no hiding place would suffice. Snap! Suddenly, the man in the black robe felt his shoulder being clutched. His heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively opened his eyes. In the corner of his eye, his pupils dilated, and he felt as if he had tumbled into an abyss, his limbs icy cold. Beside him stood a figure enshrouded in dark purple demonic chi, whose real form he could not discern despite his high cultivation level. Sword Venerable Fu Dao. Guan looked down upon him and cast a lifespan detection. Demon Soulmaster, 8th floor of Carefree Primordial Immortal Realm 590, 328/800, 000/1, 500, 000. Guan spoke slowly. Having lived for more than 500,000 years, you've not had it easy. Will you confess willingly, or must I do it myself? His voice, altered, was harsh and carried a chill that terrified the Demon Soul Master. The Domain Master of Broken Sea Domain, Qing Songzi, came to me. He claimed it was arranged by the great Nether Saint King to allow a batch of heavenly demons into Taitsong continent. It's the Holy King. I could not decline. I am merely a pawn. I bear no grudges against you, Senior. Please spare me. The Demon Soul Master bit his teeth and spoke, filled with fear. Guan looked up, his gaze towards the top of the hall. His left hand still pressed on the Demon Soul Master's shoulder. Following Guan's vision, a streak of golden light appeared atop the grand hall, as if space had split open. The light quickly expanded, and a figure stepped out from it. The person was bathed in golden light, so even Guan couldn't see the true form. Guan threw another lifespan detection at the newcomer. Holy Minister, 9 layers of divine thought true immortal 0/0/0. No lifespan? It's not the true form. The Demon Soul Master also saw the figure of the Holy Minister. His eyes filled with panic. He had never seen the Holy Minister before, but such an emergence was not favorable for him at this time. The Holy Minister spoke, "I can depose the great Nether Saint King." His first statement caused the Demon Soul Master's complexion to shift drastically. Such audacity! Within the Holy Court, only two entities had the power to depose a Saint King. No matter which it was, the Demon Soul Master dared not provoke. Guan asked, "Who might you be?" The Holy Minister replied, "I am the Holy Minister of the Holy Court, overseeing the entire court. The coming of the Dark Emperor was my idea, originally intended to eradicate the heavenly demons of the mortal world. However, I did not anticipate such a preposterous outcome." Guan didn't expect the Holy Minister to admit to this so readily. For a moment, he couldn't discern the Holy Minister's true intentions. "Sword Venerable Fudao, you have refused the destined chief fortune of the Holy Court, and I do not wish to delve into your reasons. I only seek to understand your stance towards the Holy Court to prevent any misunderstandings between us. From your actions, it's clear you are neither of the demon path nor the wicked," said the Holy Minister calmly, his tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Guan fell silent for a moment and then said, "I have no intention of making enemies with anyone. I seek only to cultivate in peace. My previous intervention was merely because I resided in that land, benefiting from nature's spiritual energy, and felt an obligation to act on behalf of that land." Upon hearing this, the Holy Minister immediately said, "I see. I can understand. Through the ages, indeed, there have been ascetics like you who are solely dedicated to the immortal path. You have shielded those people, and they are fortunate for that. From this point on, the Holy Court shall not disturb your cultivation." This time, there was a hint of mirth in his tone. "May I make a request?" Guan suddenly asked. "Please speak." "Bring the great Nether Saint King to me. I want to kill him myself." Chapter 346, Holy Sword, 3rd Grade Heavenly Position. I must kill him myself. The words of Guan echoed in the great hall, the flickering flames growing more intense, as if startled by his declaration. The Punisher of Demon Souls, held by the shoulder with one hand by Guan, listened with secret alarm. Despite the overtures of goodwill from the Holy Minister, Sword Venerable Fudao was still so overbearing, a clear sign of a character that brooked no defiance. The Holy Minister fell silent upon hearing these words. Guan was not in a hurry, waiting for the response from the Holy Minister. He was not blinded by hatred. He wanted to use this opportunity to show the Holy Court his boundaries and to prove that his target was solely the great Nether Saint King. The Saint King of the Holy Court is held in high esteem. Even in death, it should come at the hands of the Holy Court personally, the Holy Minister said without a trace of mirth. The Punisher of Demon Souls grew tense at once. If these two were to fight, both he and the heavenly prison would suffer the consequences. Amassing his thoughts, the Holy Minister's tone shifted. "If Taoist friend is willing to join the Holy Court, I will personally offer up the great Nether Saint King. You need not accept the Chief Fortune Fruit position. Simply joining the Holy Court in name will suffice. Normally, the Holy Court will not assign you any tasks. When the great heavenly spirit land faces an existential threat, only then you would need to act. Simply join in name?" Guan first thought of the Immortal Dynasty, which had also reached out to recruit him. With the Immortal Dynasty as a potential rival, the Holy Court indeed found it hard to trust an unidentified existence. Even if the Holy Court was unaware of Sword Venerable Fudao's true identity, it was not important. What mattered was letting all beings know that the recently renowned Sword Venerable Fudao had joined the Holy Court. Guan actually did not object to joining the Holy Court. Lacking a stance, one only gathers more enemies. What he opposed was merely the Chief Fortune Fruit position. "Good." Guan uttered a single word. The Holy Minister immediately raised his hand, sending a golden token flying towards Guan, who lifted his right hand to catch it. Not heavy, lighter than a feather, nearly 20 centimeters in length, and about 4 fingers wide. Its edges were carved with dragon figures, and at the top were 2 fire phoenixes, their claws intertwined, symmetrical, and exquisitely done, possessing an aesthetically pleasing look. 3 words were inscribed on the token. Holy Sword 3. "The Holy Sword is the title I bestow upon you," the Holy Minister explained. "The 3 below signifies your heavenly position. The Saint King too holds a 3rd grade heavenly position. It is indeed beneath your talents to be at the 3rd grade heavenly position as a divine thought true immortal. However, since you are unwilling to accept the Chief Fortune Fruit position, The Holy Court cannot fully trust you. I hope you can understand. This token is made of the same material as other holy orders, but I have not imposed any other restrictions on it, lest it provokes your apprehension. Its only purpose is to display your identity to others. Its unique material ensures it cannot be replicated by other powers. After listening, Guan thought to himself, had this fellow decided upon this before even coming here? But he had to admit, with the deep foundation of the Holy Court, they indeed had such confidence. Above the Saint King was the Holy God, and it was not impossible for the Saint King to reach Tao Void Mysterious Immortal, or the Holy God to reach Divine Thought True Immortal. Add to that the exalted Shangtian, and the Holy Court's strength was formidable to even contemplate. Most crucially, the Holy Court not only possessed high-level combatants, but the number at each realm was beyond measure. As a Divine Thought True Immortal, Guan could now observe Chi Fortune, and the Chi Fortune of the Holy Court was more terrifying than all other powers in the great heavenly spirit land combined, including the Immortal Dynasty. From today onwards, you are the Holy Sword of the Holy Dynasty. This is a title created especially for you. I will announce it to the world in the future. I will have someone send your treatment to the Taitsong continent. You need not visit the Holy Court for audience. Are you satisfied? The Holy Minister asked. Guan replied, of course satisfied. Thank you, Holy Minister. The Holy Minister chuckled. From now on, we shall address each other as Taoist friends. Although the heavenly prison does not enjoy the Holy Court's Chi Fortune, it serves the Holy Court. If you are dissatisfied with this prison master, you may kill him. I will arrange someone else to take over. At these words, the despair was clear on the Punisher of Demon Souls' face. Begging for mercy, he implored. Please spare me, Senior. Senior. Guan released his left hand, and the Punisher of Demon Souls regained his freedom. He promptly knelt down, incessantly kowtowing to Guan. The carefree primordial immortal was in such a wretched state, lacking any of the demeanor expected of him. Let him continue as he was, Guan stated. The Holy Minister smiled and transformed into a golden light that contracted and disappeared into thin air. The Punisher of Demon Souls, overjoyed, continued to bow and thank Guan. Do as you see fit. With that parting remark, Guan vanished. Lifting his head to find Guan gone, the Punisher of Demon Souls sighed in relief. Great Nether Saint King, even you have met your day. The Punisher of Demon Souls thought of the fate awaiting the great Nether Saint King and couldn't help but feel secretly thrilled. He was deeply grateful to Guan. The words of the Holy Minister had clearly been an abandonment, and under such circumstances, Sword Venerable Fudao had still spared his life. How could he be anything but thankful? He vowed to please Sword Venerable Fudao from now on. This might be an opportunity. Guan returned to Mystic Valley, settling beneath the green vine tree in the 8 scenic caves. He took out the Holy Order, musing thoughtfully. He had checked the Holy Order. It truly held no traps, not even qualifying as a magic artifact. He had to say, the Holy Minister was quite sincere. Even though Guan didn't fully agree with the Holy Minister's methods before, he had now been successfully recruited. That the Holy Minister had climbed to his position was no coincidence. But Guan didn't want to get too close to the Holy Minister. Agreeing to join the Holy Court was merely to reduce trouble. The Holy Minister's 9th-level Divine Thought True Immortal realm also pressured Guan didn't want to test his combative abilities at the same realm. He preferred to fight from a higher realm against a lower one. Next, he had to vigorously accumulate lifespan and break through to the 9th level of the Immortal Path. Being weaker than others made Guan insecure. With the actions of the Holy Court, they could become foes at any moment. Under this premise, Guan had to strive to strengthen himself even more. The green vine tree seemed to sense Guan's mood, extending 2 vines to gently massage his shoulders. Guan closed his eyes and began to relax. Now, he just needed to wait for when the Holy Minister would send the great Nether Saint King. If the Holy Minister truly intended to forsake the great Nether Saint King, he likely wouldn't go down without a fight. There was an interesting show to look forward to. It was only when night fell that Guan returned to the 3rd Medicine Valley. The autumn night sky was strewn with stars, dazzling like a painted scroll. Guan stood below the tower, appreciating the moonlight. Long Qing ran to him, arms wide, asking to be held. Guan picked up Long Qing, laughing. How big you are now, still asking to be held, are you still a little man? 5-year-old Long Qing, wearing a refined blue robe and with a lovely face bright with playful eyes, heard Guan's words and pulled at his eyelids and stuck out his tongue, saying, "I don't care, I want master to hold me." Guan couldn't help but squeeze his little nose, feeling that an Xian was raising him with a hint of femininity. "Master, have you ever been to the stars?" Long Qing suddenly pointed to the night sky and asked. Guan casually replied, "No, do you want to go?" "I do. Just a few nights ago, I dreamt that I was flying among the stars," Long Qing said, his face full of longing. Guan patiently chatted with him, but his thoughts drifted to Long Xian and Lu Qiuxian when they were young. Chu Lu had children too, but alas, just a year after the child was born, Chu Lu was crushed by the Black Profound Emperor. Guan possessed these memories and felt the emotions within them, but he didn't get caught up in those attachments. After all, those memories from 3 lifetimes ago were far removed from his current life. Guan always believed that his present self was truly him, and reincarnation evolution was just a way to become stronger. He was the original, and the others were merely his projections. Maybe at a certain realm, he would need to go through reincarnation as a form of practice, like Ji Xiaoyu. As Guan was lost in thought, he suddenly sensed the presence of Tao Void Mysterious Immortal erupting from afar. Focusing his gaze, he saw a Tao Void Mysterious Immortal flying out from the Holy Court and swiftly headed into the universe. However, an immense void hand emerged from the darkness above the universe, capturing the Tao Void Mysterious Immortal at a lightning-fast speed. The Tao Void Mysterious Immortal had almost reached the edge of the silent destruction domain, just shy of escaping into it. Guan could tell that the void hand was transformed from divine thought. The Holy Minister. This void hand's aura was precisely that of the Holy Minister he had seen before, only stronger. After capturing the Tao Void Mysterious Immortal, the void hand vanished along with the trace of the Tao Void Mysterious Immortal. Guan noticed many powerful divine senses probing from within the great heavenly spirit land, including divine thought true immortals' divine senses, originating only from 2 locations, the Holy Court and the Immortal Dynasty. Indeed, the world still hid many great powers. Guan mused silently, fortunate that he had not offended too many, as every breakthrough was shielded by a lifespan barrier, otherwise, he would have been crushed long ago. A Tao Void Mysterious Immortal publicly captured. Guan seriously suspected it was an intentional display by the Holy Minister, wishing to showcase his own strength. Otherwise, that Tao Void Mysterious Immortal would have had no chance to escape the Holy Court. Guan felt apprehension and refrained from further thought, let alone powers without a Tao Void Mysterious Immortal realm old monster at the helm. Of course, those who were aware of this battle were at least divine immortals of wondrous Dharma. Carefree Primordial Immortal could sense the earlier aura, but definitely couldn't keep pace with the speed of Tao Void Mysterious Immortal, probably oblivious to what had occurred. Guan withdrew his divine sense and carried Long Qing upstairs. Listening to the little guy recount his dreams, Guan found it abstract and amusing. Talk of an Xian rolling on the stars and Bull Demon King fighting with the stars seemed utterly absurd. 5 days later, Guan returned from Yanchu Cave to the 3rd Medicine Valley, in high spirits. He started discussing Journey to the West with Shen Xinzi. Shen Xinzi already knew that Journey to the West was written by Guan, although Guan claimed that he heard it from others, combined with his own dreams, which made Shen Xinzi more reverent towards Journey to the West. Therefore, Shen Xinzi steadfastly held on to his interpretation, even attempting to persuade Guan. They debated for a long time. Do you understand Journey to the West better than Panen? Guan couldn't help but say. Shen Xinzi said nonchalantly, what is Panen in comparison? He's just a writer. What does he know about Journey to the West? Guan, amused and frustrated, gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, you're amazing. With that, Guan left. Shen Xinzi was undisturbed and continued reading. Guan flew towards the outer gate city, sensing 2 powerful auras emerging on the edge of the continent. Both were Tao Void Mysterious Immortal Realm cultivators. One of them was the Tao Void Mysterious Immortal captured by the Holy Minister 5 days ago. His aura was now weak, clearly having suffered serious injuries. Guan had not anticipated the Holy Minister to act. Chapter 347. Are you higher than the Unification Realm? Atop a cliff stood 2 figures, one of whom was the white-robed man who had previously conversed with the Dark Emperor. The other person, disheveled and with torn red garments, had his hands bound with iron chains. His back was plastered with talisman papers that fluttered as the sea breeze blew, unsettling his long and messy hair. Wandering Holy King, What thoughts cross your mind upon witnessing my plight? Asked the man in chains, his expression indifferent and his gaze as deep as a secluded well. The white-robed man acknowledged as the wandering holy king replied without a trace of emotion. I am even more grateful. Tao Void Mysterious Immortal is extremely powerful, and your position is high, holy king. However, the higher you stand, the more careful you must be in your actions, because you have more enemies. Upon hearing this, the great Nether Holy King closed his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. The great Nether Holy King raised his arm slightly, causing the chains to shake with a crisp sound. How do you know that your circumspect choices are correct? Watch, the Holy Minister surely harbors even bigger schemes, laughed the great Nether Holy King with a carefree demeanor, having come to terms with life and death. The wandering Holy King sensed something and instinctively turned his head, his expression suddenly unnatural. They saw a figure shrouded in dark purple demonic chi appear behind them. Sword Venerable Fu Dao. The wandering Holy King felt an immense pressure rushing towards him, reminiscent of facing the Holy Minister or Holy God. At that moment, he understood why the Holy Minister held Sword Venerable Fu Dao in such high esteem. He immediately clasped his hands in a formal salute and said, I have seen the Holy Sword. Upon hearing these words, the great Nether Holy King's figure trembled slightly. He appeared composed, but how could he not be tense when facing life and death? Wandering Holy King, Tao Void Mysterious Immortal Realm Level 41740982/6000000/7500000. Great Nether Holy King, Tao Void Mysterious Immortal Realm Level 215804422/4000000/5000000. Guan looked at the lifespans of the two and was inwardly pleased. The lifespan of a Tao Void Mysterious Immortal could reach several million years. Observing the difference in lifespans between Level 4 and Level 2, Guan speculated that lifespans of Divine Thought True Immortals might very well exceed 10 million years. Guan nodded slightly to the wandering Holy King. His gaze was fixed on the great Nether Holy King, sensing his tension. Boom! A brilliant golden light suddenly burst forth from Guan's forehead, engulfing the great Nether Holy King in an instant, and then dashed towards the sea surface, dissipating before reaching 1,000 zhang away. When the golden light faded, the great Nether Holy King was nowhere to be seen. Guan had no desire to interact with the great Nether Holy King, nor did he wish to hear any defenses. Even if there were misunderstandings between them, it was the fault of the great Nether Holy King. When so many pointed at the great Nether Holy King, it was unlikely to be false. The wandering Holy King watched with alarm. This was a Tao Void Mysterious Immortal, and even if his cultivation was sealed, he should not have been so easily eradicated. How high was Sword Venerable Fu Dao's cultivation level? You have successfully seized 370,963 years of lifespan from the great Nether Holy King, Tao Void Mysterious Immortal Realm Level 2. Upon seeing the prompt before him, Guan felt slightly pleased. Of course, what brought him the most relief was eliminating a thorn in his side. Guan then vanished from the spot, leaving the wandering Holy King behind. The wandering Holy King stood on the cliff, silent for a long time, before finally departing. A Holy King who had stood above all fell just like that, causing a significant psychological impact on the wandering Holy King, who was also a Holy King. The great heavenly spirit land seemed even more complicated and dangerous in the eyes of the wandering Holy King. At Mortal World Peak, Ding Tian Peak. Inside the Peak Master's courtyard, Guan was savoring tea, an Xian stood behind him, and in front of him stood a line of wandering immortals, disciples of Ding Tian Peak, including Zhu Xinglan. They were discussing the Holy Court's declaration of Sword Venerable Fu Dao as the Holy Sword. The Holy Sword, the #1 sword under the heavens, seems like the Holy Court highly values Sword Venerable Fu Dao. The presence of that demon from outer heaven was terrifying, yet against Sword Venerable Fu Dao, it was unable to withstand a single blow. With such power, how could the Holy Court not seek to ally with him? I heard that the reason the heavenly demon from outer heaven made a move against Sword Venerable Fu Dao was that a Holy King schemed against him, sending a great number of reincarnated heavenly demons to the Taitsong continent. Truly malevolent. I've heard that as well. It was the great Nether Holy King. He underestimated the strength of Sword Venerable Fu Dao. To be honest, who could have anticipated that? Such a tiny place actually harbors such a terrifying great cultivator. The wandering immortal disciples of Ding Tian Peak were excited, only so uninhibited in the presence of Gu-en. In front of their disciples, they all maintained a high and dignified posture, as if they were lofty and saintly figures. Zhu Xinglan looked at Gu-en. He had heard that his master also emerged suddenly, and wondered if his master knew Sword Venerable Fudao. As for the possibility that his master was Sword Venerable Fudao himself, that had not crossed his mind. The world was full of ascetics who suffered in silence, and perhaps Sword Venerable Fudao was simply concealing his identity. Maybe his real identity once shook the heavens, but who could be certain? An Xian quietly chuckled as she listened to their discussion. The one they admired was right before them. If they knew, what would their reaction be? She did not know how high the Dark Emperor's cultivation realm was, so she could not understand the excitement of the wandering immortals. In her eyes, there was no difference between wandering immortals and heaven and earth flying immortals. They were all terrifyingly powerful beings. After they had spoken for a while, Gu-en spoke up. Then you must cultivate diligently. I always feel that the world is becoming increasingly unstable. His divine thought was focused on Yang Jian. Heaven's sect had received news of the great Nether Holy King's fall and was preparing to bring Yang Jian into the world. Over the years, Yang Jian had grown stronger while Heaven's sect had become increasingly aged. Although his cultivation realm had not declined, his aura was not as strong as before. Heaven's sect's lifespan was quickly diminishing without the chief fortune of Heaven's sect, and it seemed he did not have many years left to live. Upon hearing Gu-en's words, the disciples echoed in agreement, all sharing a premonition that such a major event had not occurred in many years. Word of it would make anyone feel the tense world situation. After a long while, the disciples bid their farewell and left. An Xian sat down, unable to resist stretching herself. She did not remove her mask but looked at Gu-en and asked, "Master, what kind of entity is the Holy Court really?" She knew Sword Venerable Fudao was Gu-en, but being in Mortal World Peak, she had to measure her words carefully. Gu-en replied, "It is the governing power of the mortal world, the strongest of our times. As for good or bad, that depends on the circumstances. In this world, there was no absolute good in a person or power. Even the current supreme sect hid untoward secrets. Even though he had joined the Holy Court, Gu-en felt no fondness for it. Once he surpassed the 9 heavens of immortal path, he would no longer need to hold any fear towards the Holy Court. Right now, he was more curious about the silent destruction domain. The Annihilation God Emperor could easily annihilate Long Zhan, who surpassed the 9 heavens of the immortal path, but now it seemed Shang Tian was capable of countering the silent destruction domain. Could it be a different silent destruction domain? Or perhaps, the Annihilation God Emperor had long since departed? An Xian was curious about the strength of the Holy Court, but unfortunately, Gu-en was also unclear, leaving his answer ambiguous. Today's conversation with the disciples from Dingtian Peak proved the Holy Minister's methods. Although Gu-en had not assimilated into the chief fortune of the Holy Court, within a few short years, every power throughout the world knew he had joined the Holy Court. No matter his personal feelings, from now on, he was openly aligned with the Holy Court. The enemies of the Holy Court might also target him. Did the Holy Court have enemies? Of course there were. The Immortal Dynasty covetously eyed the realm from within, and infinite heavenly demons from beyond watched intently. He only hoped none would disturb his tranquil life. After chatting for a while, Gu-en stood up and said, "It's time to test the results of your cultivation. Don't let yourself be surpassed by Long Qing later on." Upon hearing this, an Xian quickly rose to her feet. Long Qing had been taken care of by her until he was 4, but after that, the boy constantly followed Yu Yingying, leaving her with a sour taste. She couldn't let that child surpass her. Today, after hearing of many significant events in the world, Anzin's fighting spirit was kindled. With such a master guiding her, why couldn't she carve her own place in the world? She did not realize her mindset was beginning to shift towards an house. Seasons changed, and 8 years passed. The 13-year-old Long Qing was running through Medicine Valley, swift as a cheetah, chasing a corpulent white-furred rat that resembled a pig. His gaze was sharp, his features handsome, and his long hair tied like a girl's, eliciting laughter and teasing from the disciples along the way. After running for a long time, he stopped in a secluded spot, propping his hands on his knees, panting heavily. "Stupid rat, why are you so fast? Did I never push you to your limit before?" Long Qing muttered, frustration evident on his sweat-drenched face. Just then, footsteps approached, and Long Qing turned to look, quickly standing up in respect. He brought his hands together and bowed deeply to the newcomer. Seeing his gesture, Shen Xinzi couldn't help but chuckle. You want to catch up with it? How about taking me as your master? Shen Xinzi approached and asked with a smile. Long Qing scratched his head. Senior, I have a master already. Shen Xinzi continued with a smile. Of course I know you have a master. Who said you could only have one master? Have you read Journey to the West? Long Qing nodded, but he didn't enjoy reading text as much as he liked listening to others. You're like Sun Wukong, and I'm Master Pewdie. How about I secretly teach you cultivation? Shen Xinzi asked, smiling knowingly. Like Yu Yingying, he had an inexplicable fondness for Long Qing. He had observed the boy and confirmed that Long Qing was not a reincarnated heavenly demon. To elicit a sense of closeness from an immortal venerable like himself, Long Qing must have extraordinary innate qi fortune and a life grid beyond ordinary people. Can you really be Master Pewdie? Long Qing asked doubtfully. Shen Xinzi laughed. I'm well aware you have a master, but who says you can't have multiple masters? Do you know what realm I am in? Unification. Haha, you even know about unification. Do you know what lies beyond the unification realm? What? You're higher than the unification realm? Long Qing was shocked. Having been raised in the Third Medicine Valley, he had some understanding of immortal cultivation realms. The unification realm was, in his perception, a godlike realm. Observing the disciples' attitudes toward Shen Xinzi in the valley, he had guessed Shen Xinzi was extraordinarily capable, but he had not expected him to be so powerful. Proudly lifting his chin, Shen Xinzi declared, above unification lies the mystic heart realm. Above that, there are Mahayana, Nirvana, loose immortal, wandering immortal, and heaven and earth flying immortal. I am but one step away from heaven and earth flying immortal. With each realm name Shen Xinzi uttered, Long Qing's mouth opened wider, and by the end of the list, he was agape with amazement. The expression on Long Qing's face greatly satisfied Shen Xinzi. In that moment, he suddenly understood Supreme Immortal Venerable. Because he liked Journey to the West, he had read all the books written by Pan En. He didn't understand why Pan En's works were so popular. The characters lacked common sense, often mocking the protagonist, and the protagonist would purposely reveal his holiness, all of which seemed unrealistic to him. Today he had played the part and at last he understood the appeal. Chapter 348. Studying the deification. As Shen Xinzi secretly admired Pan En's understanding of the human heart, Long Qing couldn't help but ask, if you are so powerful, why do you stay in Medicine Valley? Shen Xinzi smiled gently and said, I am not from the Supreme Sect, I just like the atmosphere here and want to stay for a few centuries to clear up the confusion in my heart. A few centuries. Long Qing's look at Shen Xinzi changed, and he began to believe Shen Xinzi's words. You say you are a wandering immortal. How can you prove it? I am not a child. The 13-year-old Long Qing, claiming he was not a child, made Shen Xinzi smile even more broadly. Shen Xinzi grabbed Long Qing's shoulders, and without waiting for Long Qing to react, he leaped into the air. The world blurred before Long Qing's eyes. He instinctively closed them, and when he opened them again, he was stunned by the sight before him. He had actually come to the heavens. Below was an endless sea of clouds, and above, the sky was filled with stars, as though nested in the night, except these stars shone brighter and were more numerous. Densely packed, more so than the flowers and plants in the valley. Long Qing opened his mouth wide, his bright eyes sparkling with an unusual gleam. With a sky full of stars overhead, Long Qing's view of the world seemed infinitely larger. He twirled around on the spot, not even realizing there was no ground beneath his feet. Shen Xinzi stood by, smiling. Suddenly, he understood Master Pewdie's feelings. No wonder Guan said Master Pewdie was very fond of Sun Wukong. Long Qing turned several times, then suddenly realized he was suspended in midair, and quickly grabbed onto Shen Xinzi's robe sleeve in fright. Is this the heavens? He asked Shen Xinzi, full of anticipation. Seeing the boy's fearlessness, Shen Xinzi held him in even higher regard. Shen Xinzi replied, correct, we are extremely far from the ground. With the speed you chased the white spirit rat before, it would take at least 20 years to reach here. Upon hearing this, Long Qing widened his eyes. He instinctively looked down, seeing only a thick sea of clouds, but when he looked into the distance, he saw a shade of blue, unclear what it precisely was. He looked up again and pointed at a shooting star, asking, "What is that?" Shen Xinzi looked up and answered, "That is a heaven and earth flying immortal returning, very far from us." Heaven and earth flying immortal. Can I go to the stars? You cannot. One must reach the heaven and earth flying immortal realm to cross the invisible sky wall. Heaven and earth flying immortal. I want to cultivate. I want you to be my master. Teach me how to reach the heaven and earth flying immortal. Long Qing clenched his fists, his voice filled with excitement. He hadn't even started qi absorption cultivation yet. Guan said he would teach him when he turned 16, and forbade other disciples from teaching him privately. That's why Long Qing hadn't yet shown his talent. Shen Xinzi saw his extraordinary physique and felt that even if he wasn't supremely talented, he would not be mediocre. He also marveled, how did Guan always manage to find geniuses? Like the nine-finger divine lord, he suspected that Guan had a powerful backer. What sort of powerful figure that even he couldn't detect? It could be Sword Venerable Fu Dao or possibly other great cultivators, as the current supreme sect was full of hidden great cultivators, even beyond his understanding. In any case, hearing Long Qing's words, Shen Xinzi was very pleased. He smiled kindly and said, "Reaching the heaven and earth flying immortal realm is very difficult. Are you willing to dedicate yourself to cultivation?" Long Qing immediately nodded, assuring, "I will definitely not disappoint you, master." "Then why don't you kneel and kowtow to accept me as your master?" Shen Xinzi said with a smile. He wanted to emulate Master Puti to see if taking a disciple could lead to divine enlightenment. Long Qing immediately knelt and performed a ceremonial bow, then looking up at Shen Xinzi, he asked, "Master, I heard that Medicine Valley once had a genius named Yang Jian. Can I surpass him?" Shen Xinzi helped him to his feet and said, "Yang Jian's talent is indeed exceptional, but your master is more formidable than his. In the future, you will surely surpass him." Upon hearing this, Long Qing's face lit up with an enthusiastic smile. Meanwhile, in the loft, Guan, who had been reading, smirked. "Surpass Yang Jian? It's certainly not impossible, but in the coming century." Guan thought to himself, looking forward to the expression on Shen Zinzi's face after he starts teaching Long Qing cultivation. With Shen Zinzi's Dao level, how could he help Long Qing unlock the path of returning primordial spirit? An hour later, the door opened, Long Qing walked in, approaching the table and looking at Guan with a complex expression. Guan looked up at him and asked with a smile, "What's wrong? Bullied by the bull demon king again?" Long Qing shook his head, then said, "Master, you are the most important to me in my heart, do you believe that?" This statement amused Guan. Was the boy feeling guilty? "Really? Well, see how you honor me in the future," Guan said leisurely, his eyes returning to the book in his hands. Long Qing earnestly responded, "I will definitely honor you in the future. Once I become an immortal, I will make the supreme sect respect you." Long Qing's fighting spirit grew even stronger. Seeing that Guan did not continue the conversation, he curiously asked, "Master, what are you reading? May I take a look?" Guan closed the Green Hero travelogue, glared at him and said, "If you have nothing else to do, go chop some wood." Upon hearing this, Long Qing immediately scooted away. Immortals don't have time to chop wood. He left with that spirited remark, and Guan, smiling, continued reading. 2 days later, in an uninhabited part of Medicine Valley, within a bamboo grove, Shen Xinzi and Long Qing sat side by side in meditation. "Master, why haven't I cultivated any spiritual power yet?" Long Qing couldn't help opening his eyes and asking. Shen Xinzi, with his eyes closed, replied, "It's rare for someone to develop spiritual power within 2 days. Don't be impatient." He also wondered internally why it was taking so long. However, considering Yang Jian's early experiences with slow qi absorption, perhaps Long Qing had a unique physique. He decided not to dwell on it. He was very patient and would not become agitated over this. A figure swept across the bamboo grove from above, causing Shen Xinzi to look up. "It's him," Shen Xinzi murmured to himself. "Who?" Long Qing asked curiously, having caught a glimpse of the figure as well. Shen Xinzi shook his head and didn't continue. Long Qing quickly stood and ran towards the edge of the bamboo grove. Shen Xinzi got up as well, not angry at Long Qing's actions. After all, the boy was only 13. In the loft, Guan replaced the book he had been reading with Investiture of the Gods and studied it carefully. Clang! The window was suddenly pushed open, startling Guan as he turned his head, his face then breaking into a delighted smile. "Leah! How did you come back?" Guan asked excitedly. Leah landed, adjusting his clothes while grumbling. "What? Aren't you happy to see me?" "How could that be? Please sit. Sit down." Guan put down Investiture of the Gods, then stood up to brew tea for Leah. Leah took a seat at the table, noticing the book he had been holding, and laughed. "After all these years, you're still reading Investiture of the Gods? You don't think to discover some Tao in it like others, do you?" Guan brewed the tea and replied, "Just browsing. The stories in this book surely can't compare to your experiences. Tell me, how have you been these years? Have you been injured?" Li Ya's expression turned serious as he said, "With my current skills, how could I be injured? Besides, I have Divine Exotic City. Since you want to hear, I'll tell you all about it, and later you can take notes." Guan brought over hot tea, placed the cup in front of him, sat down, and said with a laugh, "Indeed, owning Divine Exotic City, even my disciple Long Qing couldn't possibly get injured." Chapter 349. Heading to the primordial hearing Guan's words, Leah didn't think too much and didn't ask who Long Qing was. He began to recount his experiences over the years. Guan listened attentively. He occasionally looked at Leah but didn't stare constantly. With Divine Exotic Immortal Spirit around, Guan could be at ease, confident that if there were any danger not even Divine Exotic City could stop, Divine Exotic Immortal Spirit would inform him right away. After leaving the Sea Demon domain, Leah wandered everywhere. Occasionally, he encountered great cultivators coveting Divine Exotic City, but he always managed to escape unscathed. Unless a heaven and earth flying immortal took action, it was very difficult to take Divine Exotic City from him. Those who had reached the heaven and earth flying immortal realm and saw Leah brazenly deploying the pseudo-immortal path supreme treasure didn't dare to make a move easily. In every aspect, Leah seemed to have a significant backing. Who would dare to offend such a person? The higher one's cultivation level, the further one could see. Even if they couldn't deduce Guan's karma from Divine Exotic City, they could infer that Leah had an extraordinary background. To control such a supreme treasure before nirvana, one couldn't do so without a powerful backing. And perhaps Li Ya's backing was hidden within Divine Exotic City. Over the years, Li Ya had encountered many opportunities, and his cultivation level had grown rapidly. He had now reached the 3rd floor of the Unification Realm. A Unification Realm cultivator over 300 years old was definitely a top-tier genius in the Broken Sea domain. Guan thus marveled at how amazing Shen Tianyi truly was. Comparing the pace of breakthroughs, Li Ya still fell short of Shen Tianyi, and moreover, Shen Tianyi didn't have the pseudo-immortal path supreme treasure by his side. Setting aside and how, Shen Tianyi was indeed the #1 genius in the history of the supreme sect. What was most crucial was that Shen Tianyi also wrote books. Judging from the Green Hero Travelogue, Shen Tianyi often went on adventures and didn't spend all his time on qi absorption cultivation. Could it be that Shen Tianyi had also achieved enlightenment? Guan suddenly felt that perhaps qi absorption cultivation was the most common and low-level form of cultivation, and that there might be higher forms of cultivation. Of course, it was just a thought. In reincarnation evolution, he could only undergo qi absorption cultivation to consume his lifespan. Guan thus listened to Li Ya's experiences while contemplating cultivation. Suddenly, the door was pushed open and Long Qing tumbled in, startling himself. He quickly got up, but before he could turn around, Guan called out to him, "Come in, and take the opportunity to meet your martial uncle." At Guan's words, Long Qing was overjoyed. He immediately approached Li Ya, saluted, and called him martial uncle. Li Ya sized him up, a smile forming on his face, then he turned back and asked, "Who is this kid?" Guan introduced. "I brought him back from outside, he had just been born at that time." Hearing this, Li Ya understood that this child was different from the disciples outside. Li Ya took out a dagger from his storage bag and handed it to Long Qing, saying with a smile, "Take this dagger as a meeting gift. It's a magic artifact, so don't use it recklessly before you start cultivating." "Thank you, martial uncle," Long Qing said excitedly, clearly very fond of the dagger as he played with it. Li Ya looked at Guan, laughed, and said, "Actually, this kid looks a bit like you." "Nonsense. Really, if you hadn't said anything, I would have thought he was your son." Seeing that Li Ya was serious, Guan suddenly thought of something. Was his appearance in reincarnation evolution the same as now? He thought carefully. After Lu Han had restored his appearance, he did indeed resemble him a bit. As for the previous 3 lives, he rarely looked in the mirror and didn't pay attention. It might be because I raised him that he looks a bit like me, Guan casually remarked. Long Qing's expression dimmed. Deep down, he was also hoping that Guan was his biological father. Guan beckoned him over to join in and listen to Li Ya's experiences. After Long Qing joined, the atmosphere became even livelier. It wasn't until evening that Li Ya said his goodbyes and left, leaving behind a large pile of medicinal herb seeds. Guan didn't see Li Ya off but instead asked Long Qing about his activities over the past 2 days, wondering why he'd suddenly been so quiet. Long Qing began to hem and haw in his explanations. Elsewhere. After descending the stairs, Li Ya made his way to where Shen Xinzi was standing. He bowed with cupped hands, curious, and asked, "Senior, why are you here?" On his return this time, he felt that the Supreme Sect had changed a lot. Wherever he went, he encountered cultivators whose cultivation levels he couldn't fathom. Even in Medicine Valley, there were many whose cultivation levels were a mystery to him. He felt that the Supreme Sect's growth was even faster than his own. Of course, he was just marveling, not shocked, because his primordial ancestor was still with the Supreme Sect. Compared to his primordial ancestor, his achievements over the years were trivial. Holding the supreme immortal venerable scripture, Shen Xinzi looked up at him and said, "I have a connection with this place, planning to stay here for hundreds of years to quietly contemplate the path." Back in the divine exotic realm, Shen Xinzi's strength had left a lasting impression on Li Ya. With such a powerful great cultivator taking residence, Guan was naturally safer. He smiled, exchanged a few pleasantries with Shen Xinzi, then he took his leave. Shen Xinzi watched his leaving figure and suddenly said, "Your chi fortune is off, and you will face a fated calamity later on." Li Ya turned back to Shen Xinzi and nodded with a smile. He didn't continue the conversation but instead leaped up and flew away on his sword. 30 minutes later, Guan followed Long Qing downstairs, where Long Qing ran off towards the distance, while Guan saw Ji Xiaoyu stepping out of a room. "The person earlier, you'd better keep your distance from him. I can sense that he is approaching a fated calamity," said Ji Xiaoyu. Guan frowned and asked, "What calamity?" He had actually noticed it earlier. There was chi fortune from the Holy Court on Li Ya, and it wasn't just a smattering but an integration. He guessed that Li Ya had already obtained the chi fortune of the Holy Court. He peered into Li Ya's past but could not see how Li Ya had obtained the chi fortune. The Holy Court's chi fortune was something even he, as a divine thought true immortal, couldn't fully understand. "I'm not sure either, but the cultivation technique I practice allows me to sense others' chi fortune and destiny," said Ji Xiaoyu as she shook her head. She had had so many dreams, not only seeing experiences from past lives but also continuously inheriting past lives' cultivation techniques, divine skills, and spells. Now her cultivation level had reached the Divinity Transformation Realm 8th floor, and her progress was astonishing. "It'll be fine. He's sure to have a charmed life," Guan said earnestly, causing Ji Xiaoyu's gaze to shift subtly as she looked at him. "The moonlight might be lovely tonight. How about keeping me company to enjoy the moon?" Guan suddenly suggested. Ji Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment and then nodded slightly. Divine Exotic Realm. The master of the Divine Exotic Realm and a group of Divine Exotic Ghost Kings stood on the shore, looking at the terrifying waves crashing on the sea. Among the surging waves, a figure stood tall above the water, bare-chested with fists tightly clenched. His white hair disheveled and soaked, gasping deeply for air. "Zhang Buku! It's done! It's done!" Excitement flashed across Zhang Buku's face. He turned to look at the distance, locking eyes with the master of the Divine Exotic Realm from afar. The master of the Divine Exotic Realm showed a smile, nodding slightly toward him. Boom! The waves exploded, and in almost an instant, Zhang Buku appeared in front of the master of the Divine Exotic Realm, causing the surrounding Divine Exotic Ghost Kings to be taken aback. Such incredible speed. Stealing the 5 elements was secretly shocked. He had watched Zhang Buku grow over the years. The kid's talent was getting stronger. With time, he was sure to become a name that echoed across the heavens. The master of the Divine Exotic Realm looked at Zhang Buku and said, "You have now perfected the most powerful ancient treasure body. It's time to set off." Upon hearing this, Zhang Buku quickly asked, "Master, where exactly do you want me to go?" The master of the divine exotic realm said profoundly, "Go to another great heaven and earth." Great heaven and earth? Zhang Buku was even more puzzled, while the divine exotic ghost kings had various expressions, each lost in recollection. The master of the divine exotic realm said in a deep voice, "The heaven and earth you were in before is known as the Great Heavenly Spirit Land, and Broken Sea Domain is just a small part of the vast heaven and earth. Beyond that, there are many great heaven and earth realms as vast as the Great Heavenly Spirit Land, existing in ways beyond your imagination. The divine exotic realm is a power that drifts among these various great heaven and earth realms, originating from the silent destruction domain beyond the heavens. As for the silent destruction domain, you will have to understand it for yourself in time. However, know this, the divine exotic realm can lead to different great heaven and earth realms, but those realms are dangerous, and we have limited choices of great heaven and earth to choose from." After listening, Zhang Buku's brow furrowed. He thought of martial Uncle Gu and Li Ya. He found it hard to let go. Gritting his teeth, he asked, "If I leave, can I still come back later?" The master of the divine exotic realm smiled and answered, "Of course you can return. The clouds pressing down upon us have dispersed. It's just that the great heaven and earth are controlled by the Holy Court, and it's not suitable for us to develop there. We can only send you to other, more chaotic places." Relieved, Zhang Buku pursued the question of which great heaven and earth he would go to. Go to Primordial. There is no absolute order there. It's a place more suited to beings like you to grow. Once you're there, you must be even more careful. That place has the immortal clan, countless opportunities, but also many dangers, said the master of the divine exotic realm profoundly. Zhang Buku nodded. His eyes filled with anticipation. A divine exotic ghost king spoke up. "Do we have to go too?" The master of the divine exotic realm nodded. "Just leave one ghost king to maintain contact with the great heavenly spirit land." "I wish to stay behind." Stealing the 5 elements immediately volunteered, drawing the gaze of the other divine exotic ghost kings. The master of the divine exotic realm looked deeply at Stealing the 5 elements, who lowered his head, not daring to meet his gaze. "Then you shall stay behind," decided the master of the divine exotic realm. Stealing the 5 elements grinned and thanked him profusely. The winter snow flurried. A figure headed towards the entrance of the 3rd Medicine Valley. He was clad in armor, covered in snow, moving not swiftly through the heavy snowfall but with a steady pace. Underneath the helmet was an aged face, his eyes cloudy. As he looked at the entrance to the 3rd Medicine Valley, his gaze softened slightly. "Who are you?" A female voice sounded as an Xian approached with a bamboo basket in hand. The armored man turned to look, struck by Nzin's grace. She wore a white dress, stepping on the snow-covered ground without leaving any footprints, her entire being emanating an ethereal quality, like a celestial maiden who could ascend at any moment. He bowed and said, "Im Yi Yen. May I ask if the valley master of the 3rd Medicine Valley is still Guen?" An Xian nodded slightly, replying, "You know my master? If so, I can take you to see him." Yi Yen smiled, his expression pensive. "I remember him, he." Chapter 350. Reincarnation Order. An Xian brought Yi Yen to Guan's attic and then went upstairs to inquire. Guen had already sensed Yi Yan's presence, but he couldn't show it. Only after an Xian knocked did he allow her to bring Yi Yen up. Looking at the aged Yi Yen, Guen smiled and said, "It's been a long time, please have a seat quickly." An Xian curiously didn't stay, but honestly closed the door and left. Sitting across the table from Guen, Yi Yen felt a surge of emotions. After many years, the master still looked so young, even more distinguished. Guen, wearing the immortal king crown, had a golden pattern emerging on his forehead, giving off the feeling of a heavenly divine monarch sitting there. Yi Yen could feel that, like him, his master was also at the core formation realm. Both at the same realm, yet their essence energy could not have been more opposite. "Why are you?" Guen frowned, hesitatingly asked. 50 years ago, Yi Yen was in his prime, youthful, and one of Li Zuando's most capable generals. Now, Yi Yen looked so old. Guen could see that Yi Yen had reached the end of his lifespan, but he couldn't state this outright, he could only inquire. In reality, Yi Yan's maximal lifespan had grown a bit over the years, though only slightly. Yi Yen smiled and said, "Everyone has their time, mine is almost due, I wanted to come back to see this place before the end." Hearing this, Guan couldn't help but sigh and then stood up to pour tea for him. Yi Yan's gaze followed him and said, "Master, there's no need for you to sigh for me. I've accomplished everything in life without regrets." He had fought alongside Li Xiandao to unify the Taizong dynasty, and Li Xiandao had granted him nobility. For decades, he enjoyed wealth and even marital bliss, and truly had no regrets. "It reassures me that you could come back to see your teacher," Guan said after serving the tea, turning around to speak. Even if he taught Yi Yan now, it would only extend his life by a few more years. Moreover, he wasn't keen on teaching just anyone. It risked revealing his cultivation level. Every year, dozens of disciples graduate from Third Medicine Valley and Mystic Valley. He couldn't possibly teach each one. "If not for the master's help, I couldn't have had such a splendid life. If I hadn't heard from His Majesty that you were well, I would have come back sooner to repay you," Yi Yan, taking the tea bowl, replied with a smile. He had shed his habitual martial fierceness, now as gentle as a small stream. Guan sat down and began inquiring about his experiences over the years. Yi Yan didn't hide anything and started from when he left the valley, with Guan listening intently. The night passed as they spoke. At dawn's approach, Yi Yan made a request. He wanted to be buried in the Third Medicine Valley. Guan remained silent for a while, then nodded in agreement. Thus, Yi Yan stayed. Guan sent an excion to find Zhen Qin, and by evening, Zhen Qin had returned, her mood somber at the sight of Yi Yan's graying hair. They stood by the wooden railing, watching the snow while reminiscing about the past. When Third Medicine Valley was first established, it was just Zhen Qin, Su Han, and Yi Yan. Back then, Zhen Qin had the least talent and was less powerful than the other two. 300 years had passed, Su Han had long perished, and now Zhen Qin was about to bid farewell to Yi Yan. How could she not be sad? Mentioning Su Han, Zhen Qin didn't hide the truth, and hearing that Su Han had died early, Yi Yan also fell silent. Su Han, known throughout the Taizong dynasty for wielding the hateful Heaven Divine Sword. Yi Yan knew of his exploits but was unaware of his fate. The journey of life is indeed unpredictable, Yi Yan reflected. He was close to death already, naturally not excessively sorrowful. He turned to Zhen Qin and smiled. "Don't be sad when I go down there, I'll greet him for you." His words left Zhen Qin's eyes red with emotion. Guan stood by the window, watching their silhouettes, lost in thought. Long Qing came downstairs, grabbing a handful of snow, intending to throw it at Guan, but seeing his solemn expression, Long Qing held it for a long while before ultimately lowering his hand and turned to throw it at Blood Prison Great Saint instead. Fast asleep, Blood Prison Great Saint was jolted awake, looking up to see Long Qing disappearing. "You little rabbit!" Blood Prison Great Saint, furious, immediately got up to chase Long Qing, his massive bovine body kicking up snow mist in pursuit. The winter snowfall grew heavier, as if to fill the Third Medicine Valley completely. Time moved to the end of the year. At the edge of Third Medicine Valley, on a mountain peak, Guan stood in front of Yi Yan's grave, the falling snow melting before it even touched him. Guan's eyes were not sad but tranquil. He wasn't too distressed, merely standing there pondering the past. Yi Yan wasn't the first disciple he had sent off. He was merely looking back on his earlier life, reliving past emotions anew. Guan thought about a question. In the great heavenly spirit land, what exactly happens after death? How does reincarnation actually operate according to what rules? Why do so many high-level great cultivators choose reincarnation? Is its purpose just to experience karma, destiny? Gradually, he entered a state of mystical understanding. Path enlightenment. During the blazing summer days, at the Supreme Sect subsect, Yi Mansion, Guan and Yi Lan sat inside drinking wine, Yi Lan listening calmly to Guan's recount. Everyone dies someday. It's just a matter of how long one lives. I too will face it eventually, and when that time comes, dear brother, don't be too saddened, Yi Lan said softly, looking at Guan. Guan put down his wineglass and asked, "If I gave you a chance for eternal youth, but it required many sacrifices and adherence to certain rules, would you take it?" Having witnessed Yi Yan's death, Guan felt uneasy, fearing that his teachings couldn't keep up with the passing of time. He had taught Yi Lan and Xiaochuan among others, truly improving their maximal lifespan, but each time was less than before, only adding 200 years for Yi Lan through teaching, and the last 2 sessions combined added just a single year. The mysterious designs of fate were terrifying, merciless. Yi Lan asked, Would those rules distance me from you? Guan replied. It's hard to say. He remembered Heaven's sect mentioning that becoming a part of it involved forsaking many, including a spouse and children. Then forget it. Such immortality might be more of a curse. I am not interested. Yilan shook her head. Guan remained silent. Yilan seemed to sense Guan's mood. She reached out to hold the back of Guan's hand and smiled. Brother, don't forget our last century pact. If I could spend the rest of my days with you, that would be enough. 100 years is actually quite long. Is 100 years really enough? Guan asked with a smile. Maybe it is. Over the years, I've chased power, gotten bored with it over time, and recently I've been focusing on cultivation. I've been thinking about doing something else, like your writing. Yilan started to share her experiences from these years. Now over 300 years old, she had her own views and insights on life. She was now at the divinity transformation realm and held a high position within the supreme sect. Her pursuits were evolving. Listening to her, a smile unconsciously spread across Guan's face, feeling happy for her. Life shouldn't be about just one thing. That Yilan was considering enriching her life was an enlightenment in itself. Brother, if you really have that kind of opportunity, save it for someone who truly craves immortal cultivation. Right now, I don't think the level of cultivation is that important. Yilan laughed. Guan smiled and said, what if you leave this world, and I pursue immortality alone? Wouldn't that be lonely? Yilan blinked and laughed. I haven't given up, I'm just talking. Some things can't be fought for. If you can't have them, let it be. Don't let them become a burden to you, including me, and even Zhen Qin and your disciples. If we die before you, don't be foolish or let it weigh on your heart. Guan, unable to resist, reached out to pinch her cheek, and she didn't dodge. What about our last century? What would you want to do? Where would you go? Guan asked. Can I dream big? Yilan raised an eyebrow. Of course, daytime is the best for dreaming. Then I want to see how large this world really is. I've heard that beyond the sea there are other continents. I also want to go to the heavens, to see how high it really is, and what lies beyond outer heaven. Yilan spoke enthusiastically, Guan listening intently, his thoughts drifting far with her words. 2 days later, Guan first went to the North Sea Mountains to gather medicinal herbs, then spent an ancient hour in Mystic Valley. Upon returning to the Third Medicine Valley, he was in good spirits and played 2 games of chess with Nine-Finger Divine Lord. Near evening, Shen Xinzi and Long Qing walked along the path between the medicine garden, Long Qing dejected, occasionally casting timid glances at his master walking ahead. Although Shen Xinzi appeared composed, he was quite perplexed inside. Having taught Long Qing for so long, yet Long Qing had still not manifested any spiritual power. Even the most mediocre talents shouldn't be like this. Could it be his teaching methods were flawed? Master, do I still have hope? Long Qing couldn't help but ask, having lost the fighting spirit he initially had, even developing a slight fear of cultivation, frightened by the disappointment he might see in his master. Without turning, Shen Xinzi said, maybe you have a special physique. From tomorrow, I'll teach you body refinement. Body refinement? Yes, the path of immortal cultivation isn't only about energy absorption. Maybe your physique needs long-term honing, to accumulate slowly and release suddenly. As Shen Xinzi spoke, his tone grew increasingly determined. Whether Long Qing believed it or not, he believed first. Exactly. That must be it. Yang Jian was also physically strong. Perhaps Guan chose Long Qing because they were similar. Hearing this, Long Qing immediately cheered up and began to jump for joy. When they reached the attic area, an Exian came up to them, smiling and asked, Senior, why have you been bringing this boy around every day? Shen Xinzi pressed his palms together and said, Amitba, this child and I have a connection, so I'm taking him around to play. After all, since Long Qing had no cultivation, no one could discover he was simplifying things secretly. Hey sister, why are you fussing so much? Long Qing grumbled. Humph, once I succeed in body refinement, you won't be able to boss me around. An Exian grinned at Long Qing, thinking to herself, you cheeky boy, your feathers have grown firm, I'd like to see what you can learn from him. She verbally said, all right, I'll leave you be. With that, she bowed to Shen Xinzi and then took her leave. Shen Xinzi watched her departing silhouette thoughtfully. Her cultivation hadn't improved, but she gave off a very subtle feeling, which he couldn't quite explain. Chapter 351. Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor. Old Monster End of Summer. Mortal World Peak. Ding Tian Peak. Guan was writing with his sleeves rolled up in the courtyard, and an Xian wearing a mask was cultivating beside him. A gentle breeze blew by, creating a picturesque scene. An Xian suddenly opened her eyes and curiously asked, "Master, what cultivation levels have my fellow disciples attained now?" Guan casually replied, "Your senior brother has reached the 5th floor of the Mystic Heart Realm, and your junior brother is at the 1st level of the Unification Realm." That high? An Xian couldn't help but widen her eyes. Look at Ding Tian Peak. Do their cultivation levels seem high here? Guan's words rendered an Xian silent. An Xian cautiously asked, "Master, do you really think I can become an immortal?" Her current actual cultivation level was only at the 8th floor of the Core Formation Realm, far behind in Hao and Yang Jian. Don't think about that, but rather think about how you can achieve it. If even you don't believe in yourself, then you're truly finished. Guan's words seemed reasonable to an Xian, and she endeavored to adjust her mindset. "By the way, Master, is Senior Shin Xinzi teaching Longqing cultivation?" "Yes." "Has Longqing also practiced energy-concealing sorcery? I can't even sense his spiritual power." "You're overthinking it. He hasn't yet cultivated any spiritual power." "What?" An Xian was astonished and pressed on. With the Tao level of Senior Shin Xinzi, how could Longqing possibly fail to cultivate spiritual power? "Some people are less talented than you," Guan offhandedly said. He did not reveal Longqing's Nirvana realm cultivation level, fearing it would demoralize Longqing. Moreover, Longqing had a special identity. Both the Immortal Dynasty and the Holy Court might pursue him, and until Guan was confident he could protect him, he was not prepared to unlock the path of returning primordial spirit within him. After all, Longqing now had a lifespan of over 10,000 years. It was good to let the young lad first cultivate his Taoist heart, to avoid treading the same path as Longqing's ancestral great-ancestor Longzhan. An Xian fell silent, suddenly feeling sorry for Longqing. Given that lad's character, once he realized his limited talent, he would definitely be deeply affected. Guan didn't say more and concentrated on practicing his calligraphy. An Xian watched him, wanting to speak but hesitating. On reflection, since the master had already shown great kindness in sheltering Longqing, how could she demand that the master change his fate? Moreover, the master surely had his plans. Realizing this, an Xian composed herself and continued cultivating. 6 years later. The weather was clear, with white clouds adorning the blue sky, each assuming its unique posture. In the mountain woods. 20-year-old Longqing had fully matured, dressed in tight green clothing, squatting in a horse stance, and continuously punching despite being drenched in sweat. His eyes remained determined, exhaling consistently. His skin was flushed red, emitting steam, and his legs were trembling, ready to collapse at any moment. Shen Xinzi stood beside him, holding a copy of Journey to the West, reading it and said, "Persist for another ancient hour to activate the medicinal effects." Longqing gritted his teeth and asked, "Master, my strength has increased quite a bit. How many levels of qi cultivation cultivators can I now defeat?" "You could defeat those at the 3rd level of qi cultivation." "What? Only the 3rd level?" Longqing showed a look of despair, but Shen Xinzi offered no comfort. After mumbling a few words, Longqing revitalized his spirits, his eyes regaining their firmness. Shen Xinzi, glancing out of the corner of his eye at the change in Longqing's demeanor, was privately satisfied. This lad has poor talent, but his temperament is decent. In his view, temperament was even more cultivable than cultivation, so he still held hope for Longqing. He was teaching Longqing on a whim and naturally was not in a hurry. Just then, Shen Xinzi suddenly sensed something and abruptly looked up. Elsewhere, Nine-Finger Divine Lord, who was playing chess with Guan, also looked up. Guan looked up urging, "What are you looking at? Hurry up and make your move." As he spoke, Guan's divine thought also locked onto outer heaven. In the starry sky of outer heaven, a vast space rift appeared out of nowhere, hanging right above the great heavenly spirit land, startling the mysterious beings in the sun into opening their eyes. In a moment, there's something going on in outer heaven. I need to watch for a while, the the Nine-Finger Divine Lord said impatiently. Guan looked up, feigning confusion. Under the scrutiny of his divine thought, a figure appeared within the mysterious rift. A man in a black robe, tall and broad-shouldered, with a stern face wearing a long silver jade crown. Two brightly shining magic artifacts floated behind his head, resembling the sun and the moon, casting light on him, making him seem to radiate a brilliant glow. The moment this person appeared, the surface of the great heavenly spirit land's light layer fluctuated. Upon seeing him, Guan felt apprehensive. Unfortunately, his divine thought could not perform a lifespan detection. The robed man suddenly disappeared. The next second, Guan's divine thought shifted to the Holy Land where the Holy Court was located. Its chief fortune was impacted, gathering there, and he felt strong fighting emanations coming from the direction of the Holy Court. The Nine-Finger Divine Lord followed his gaze towards the direction of the Holy Land, frowning. He stood up and said, "Today counts as a draw. We shall continue another day." With that, he disappeared in thin air. Guan couldn't help muttering, "Always in a rush but still doesn't forget to hedge his bets, really an animal." While collecting the chess pieces, he kept an eye towards the direction of the Holy Court. Soon, the chief fortune of the Holy Court reassembled, making it difficult for him to forcefully probe, which piqued his curiosity about what was happening inside the Holy Court. He waited until nightfall. The robed man did not appear, and the holy domain remained unusually calm, but Guan saw many great cultivators heading toward the Holy Court like a shower of arrows. Clearly, something had occurred within the Holy Court. In the following days, there was still no activity in the Holy Court, and the space rifts in outer heaven had disappeared, nor was the robed man seen. Guan visited Immortal Seeking Island and Mortal World Peak and couldn't gather any intelligence, but the great cultivators at Mortal World Peak also noticed the activities at the Holy Court. Their numerous speculations left Guan feeling they were absurd. Until a month later, Guan, who was alchemizing inside the building, suddenly sensed something and slightly raised his brow. Why has he come here? Guan did not stand up, cautious not to startle the quarry. A person entered the Third Medicine Valley, precisely the robed man who forcefully entered the Holy Court before. His appearance made Guan uneasy. Regardless of whether he was a friend or foe of the Holy Court, his arrival could potentially attract the Holy Court's attention. Guan did not wish to reveal himself. After carefully sensing, Guan's mood slightly eased. The guy's aura was very weak, suppressed to the core formation realm level, completely different from when he stormed the Holy Court, almost like two different people. After hesitating for a moment, Guan stood up and walked downstairs. As he walked down the stairs, he casually looked out, and when his gaze swept over the robed man, he quickly performed a lifespan detection without lingering. Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor, Divine Thought True Immortal Realm 8th Floor 158763008/400000/60000000. Divine Thought True Immortal Realm 8th Floor. Over 15 million years old. A maximum lifespan of 60 million years. Guan was astonished, looking at a true old monster. What is this guy doing in the Third Medicine Valley? Is he targeting him? As Guan continued downstairs, he puzzled over this. At that moment, Ji Xiaoyu walked out of her room. She did not look towards Guan but towards the approaching Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor. Chapter 352 Yin Yang Immortal Domain. The Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor proceeded, glancing around Medicine Valley without much curiosity. Having lived for over 15 million years, nothing much about his surroundings intrigued him. He was merely browsing. He felt Ji Xiaoyu's gaze and couldn't help but turn to look. As their eyes met, a smile appeared on his face. As for Guan behind Ji Xiaoyu, he was ignored. The Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor quickened his steps and came before Ji Xiaoyu, bowing with his fists. "Your Majesty, it has been a long time." "Your Majesty?" Guan was curious, yet he sighed in relief at the same time. He was here for Ji Xiaoyu. As long as it wasn't for him, it was all right. Ji Xiaoyu nodded slightly. "Let's talk inside the house." She turned to Guan and asked, "Do you want to listen?" Upon hearing this, Guan hurriedly shook his head and then went downstairs, bowing with his fists when he passed by the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor. The Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor just gave him a brief nod. Ji Xiaoyu pouted and then said, "Bring him in too." After speaking, she turned and entered the house. While Guan was walking, the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor grabbed his shoulder. "Come in with us," the Emperor said in an undeniable tone. Guan had no choice but to turn around. The two of them entered Ji Xiaoyu's house, one after the other. Following them, the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor waved his sleeve, casting a mysterious restriction. Guan sat down on a stool to one side. The Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor sat down at the table and looked towards Ji Xiaoyu, smiling. "Your Majesty, have you remembered?" Ji Xiaoyu replied, "I have recovered some memories, but not all. Why have you come to find me ahead of time?" Guan eyed Ji Xiaoyu, uncertain how much of her memory was restored and how far she was from her true self. He felt a twinge of melancholy thinking of the little girl who used to cling to him, who aspired to be the lofty Reincarnation Path Emperor. The identity of the Reincarnation Path Emperor involved numerous major destinies. Once she regained her true form, she would certainly not remain in the Third Medicine Valley. The arrival of the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor signified that Ji Xiaoyu's departure was imminent. Anyone with a little ability wouldn't stay in Medicine Valley. Guan had seen off many people. Each time, it was somewhat poignant. The Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor glanced at Guan, then responded, "A major change occurred in the Yin-Yang Immortal domain, so I came earlier to find you. I recently retrieved your soul jade from the Holy Court." After saying this, he flipped his right hand, revealing a purple crystal stone glowing with a dim light, floating above his palm. As soon as this purple crystal stone appeared, it burrowed into Ji Xiaoyu's forehead, and she closed her eyes. The Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor looked again at Guan and asked, "Do you know her identity?" Guan feigned hesitation. "I knew her in a former life, heard she was once the Reincarnation Path Emperor in one lifetime, but am not clear about what that entails." With so many years lived by the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor, Ji Xiaoyu's original age must be even greater. Could the Ji family have such a long history? Could it be that the initial Ji Xiaoyu didn't belong to the Ji family? Then why was she birthed into the Ji family for 2 consecutive lifetimes? What is hidden within the Ji family that fascinates her so? The status of the Reincarnation Path Emperor is even higher than you think. She has lived for over 20 million years, and the current reincarnation cycle is merely her way of gaining experience, said the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor calmly. Guan's face drastically changed, his mouth opened, but he couldn't speak. The Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor smiled. Thinking he had struck a blow to Guan, silence fell in the room. After a while, Ji Xiaoyu opened her eyes. The change in her gaze reminded Guan of the Ji Xiaoyu who once caused a stir in the 7 Stars spirit realm, exuding a cold demeanor. A few moments later, Ji Xiaoyu's gaze and demeanor returned to how they were before. She looked towards the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor and asked, "Snatching the soul jade from the Holy Court must not have been easy, right? It cost me some injuries, but 10,000 years of recovery should suffice," the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor replied. 10,000 years seemed like just a day to him. "I don't want to leave just yet," Ji Xiaoyu mused. "No worries, no rush. Staying a few hundred years is fine. I'll heal my wounds, and those fools in the Holy Court definitely won't guess that I'm still within the great heavenly spirit land." He sized up Guan's entire karma in a glance, aware of Guan's age, and felt that given Guan's Tao level, he wouldn't live past 1,000 years. Once Guan died, Ji Xiaoyu's current cycle of reincarnation should also end, and then he could welcome the real Reincarnation Path Emperor. Guan really wanted to say that they could leave now, but seeing Ji Xiaoyu's expression, he held back. "All right, I'll go out for a walk," the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor said, standing up and walking towards the door. He did not remove the restriction inside the house. He guessed that Ji Xiaoyu still had many things to reveal to Guan, things that the immortal path beings in Medicine Valley should not overhear. After the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor closed the door, Ji Xiaoyu sighed. Guan asked, "Why such tension? Isn't he one of your people?" Those capable of subordinating a divine thought true immortal. The Tao level of the Reincarnation Path Emperor must be incalculable. He respects my past life. I've dreamt of his battles. He is terrifying, maybe even stronger than Sword Venerable Fu Dao. Ji Xiaoyu took a deep breath and answered. "Stronger than me? How could that be? I'm a whole minor realm above him, and he can't see through my cultivation level. If I sneak attack, he surely won't be prepared." Such were Guan's thoughts, which of course were just thoughts. He had no grievances or quarrels with the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor, so naturally, he could not make a move. "Where is the Yin-Yang Immortal domain located?" Guan curiously asked. "Beyond the outer reaches, there is the Silent Destruction domain, which surrounds the great heavenly spirit land, And he always suspected that beyond the silent destruction domain lay more vast worlds. Dark great heaven and earth. Divine origin great heaven and earth. Primordial great heaven and earth. Now having heard of the yin-yang immortal domain, Guan grew increasingly curious about the outer reaches. How high is the pinnacle of the immortal path? The yin-yang immortal domain is very far from here, and one must traverse a region rife with demons. It's extremely dangerous. I've dreamt that it took me many years of battle to arrive here. I have not recalled much about the yin-yang immortal domain, only that it is very dark, devoid of the sun. Ji Xiaoyu immersed herself in reminiscences, her tone tinged with subtle melancholy. Unable to help himself, Guan asked, I've always been curious, what exactly is your relationship with the Ji family, and why were you born into it again this lifetime? Ji Xiaoyu frowned upon hearing this. Guan waited for her response. After a moment, Ji Xiaoyu finally spoke. The Ji family was founded by a sworn son of mine. I only remember that he died for me. On his deathbed, he asked me to look after his children. That happened over 20,000 years ago, and thus the Ji family came to be. Guan suddenly understood and pursued the topic. So the Ji family shares your surname? Yes, the Ji surname seems quite significant, though I haven't recalled all the details yet, Ji Xiaoyu said, looking at Guan, then asked, anything else you'd like to ask? Guan quickly shook his head. No, I have nothing more to ask. Asking too much only leads to more trouble. It's fine, who are we but to each other? Ask away and broaden your horizons. Know that even the high levels of the Supreme Sect don't have access to these things. Ji Xiaoyu looked at Guan, her expression a half-mocking smile. Guan always felt she was scheming something. He immediately stood up, bid his farewell, and left. Ji Xiaoyu watched Guan's departing back, and only after he had closed the door did the smile on her face fade. She furrowed her brows and sank into deep thought. The addition of the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor didn't change the environment of the Third Medicine Valley. Unlike Nine-Finger Divine Lord and Shen Xinzi, he disdained interacting with mortals. Once Guan arranged his residence, he began his reclusion. 10 years blinked by and the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor remained within his own room, sparking much speculation among the disciples in the valley. One day, Guan went to visit Xiaochuan. Just as Xiaochuan was receiving Guan, an incident occurred in the residence that required his attention, leaving Guan waiting in the courtyard. Name: Guan. Lifespan: 367/638, 909, 402. Physique: Primordial Ultimate Body. Cultivation level: Divine Thought True Immortal Realm 9 layers. Looking at his attribute panel, Guan started calculating how long it would take to reach 1 billion years of lifespan. Currently, his lifespan income per year ranged between 1.5 and 1.8 million years, which was quite considerable. He planned to aim for a comprehensive upgrade after reaching 1 billion years, then break through to the next realm. The next step would be the 9th level cultivation level of the 9th heavens of the immortal path. He wondered how many more years of lifespan would be required to surpass the 9th heavens of the immortal path. Guan poured himself some wine, his thoughts returning to the present. He heard Xiaochuan's descendants arguing. It was about a marriage alliance. The current family head wanted to ally with a certain noble family. The chosen girl was unwilling, and her parents could not bear to force her, but the family head intended to compel her, leading to the quarrel. Guan just listened, without any intention to intervene. After all, what place did he have to interfere in such matters? An hour later, Xiaochuan finally returned. As he sat down and poured himself some wine, he sighed. These good-for-nothing things. If the day comes when I'm gone, the family will surely be ruined by them. Guan chuckled. Children and grandchildren have their own fortunes. Don't worry about it. You cannot solve all of life's challenges for them. Xiaochuan looked at Guan and said, Brother, you advised me to establish a family and career, yet you haven't done so yourself. Did you foresee this situation and intentionally torment me? Guan glanced at him and said, If you find it painful, then just abandon them. The world is vast. If it comes to it, come back to the Third Medicine Valley. Xiaochuan shook his head with a wry smile. His words were in jest. Although life was full of annoyances, he didn't regret his choices and cherished what he had. The two continued drinking, their conversation shifting to the Supreme Sect. Xiaochuan had more than a dozen descendants in the Supreme Sect, some of whom had returned to the Xiaochuan household. They brought back various news about the sect, making Xiaochuan nostalgic for it. The supreme sect was where he had spent most of his life. How could he remain indifferent? As they talked, Xiaochuan suddenly said, "Brother, could I perhaps choose someone from the Xiaochuan household to be your disciple in the future?" He had always been hesitant to bother Guan, but Guan kept visiting him, even bonding well with the Xiaochuan descendants. He thought he was being overly cautious and decided to establish a closer relationship, giving his descendants a source of support. "Of course, but I'll make the choice," Guan said with a smile. He already had a target in mind. After all, he could see Xiaochuan's fate. Chapter 353, Earth-Shattering, Immortal Dynasty Banquet. Of course you can. Who do you want to choose? Do you want to go take a look now? Xiaochuan readily agreed, even rising to his feet. Guan hurriedly said, "Don't rush, not now." Xiaochuan replied, "Just to take a look, what if someone catches your eye right now?" "No rush, the disciple I want to take in hasn't been born yet." Guan waved his hand, and every time he expounded the Tao to Xiaochuan, Xiaochuan's fate kept changing, which also caused the fate of the Xiaochuan residents to change. "I see." Xiaochuan sat back down, thoughtfully. In recent years, he often entered a mysterious state, and in that state, his cultivation perplexities that he couldn't figure out would be easily resolved, giving him a feeling of enlightenment. Now that he thought about it, could it have something to do with his senior brother? He was so ordinary. His only blessing was his senior brother. If not for his senior brother's primordial reincarnation skill, he might already have been buried in the ground. Guan began to talk about significant events in the immortal cultivation world, quickly drawing Xiaochuan's interest. It wasn't until nightfall that Guan left. He headed to the 8 scenic caves, prepared to spend the night alone. He lay under the green vine tree, his divine thought piercing through the mountains, spying beyond the heavens. Ever since the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor had suddenly descended, the Holy Court had dispatched a bunch of great cultivators to patrol the outer realms. These individuals, with their cultivation levels at the very least in the Heaven and Earth Flying Immortal realm, also made the traversing Heaven and Earth Flying Immortals feel nervous. The news of the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor's attack on the Holy Court also spread, and no one knew what had exactly happened. Nonetheless, someone being able to burst into the Holy Court was enough to shock all sects in the world. Guan could feel a tense atmosphere pervading the great heaven and earth, but what it was specifically due to, he could not say for sure. Anyway, as his divine thought swept across, the world was still peaceful. It's worth mentioning, after the Heaven Sect's leader passed away, Yang Jian returned to the Holy Court. How he is faring now is unknown. Without the great Nether Saint King, Yang Jian should be able to regain his identity as the Holy King. Guan was curious. How does a reincarnated being like him recover his previous cultivation? Does it involve recultivating? Currently, it seems Ji Xiaoyu doesn't need to recultivate. The primordial Taoist talisman contains vast mana and can restore her to her peak state at any time. Thinking this, Guan considered experiencing lifespan samsara once more. But he held back. He couldn't keep wasting his lifespan. He needed to gather 1 billion years of lifespan as soon as possible and then make a breakthrough. 2 divine immortals of wondrous dharma had already appeared, making him feel uneasy just thinking about it. He must be the highest realm in his environment. Otherwise, he felt no sense of security. 1 billion years, he thought. I need to step it up. Having decided to sprint towards 1 billion years of lifespan, Guan began to keep busy. He used Immortal Seeking Island to collect more high-rank medical herbs and expanded the medicinal herb production at Ding Tian Peak. The holy salary from the Holy Court had also been delivered by a heaven and earth flying immortal, who handed it over to Guan, incarnated as Sword Venerable Fudao, at the edge of the continent. It's undeniable that the benefits of a third-grade heavenly position were terrifying. 1 million supreme-grade spirit stones, 100 vials of extremely high-grade spirit pills, as well as a large batch of medicinal herb seeds. This also advanced the process of accumulating lifespan for Guan. Every day of Guan's life became busy, either running around or teaching an Xian cultivation, expounding the Tao for Yilan, Xiaochuan, and Zhenqin. In the blink of an eye, 30 years had swiftly passed by. In the early autumn of this year, Outer World Cave welcomed a significant harvest, and Guan successfully reaped 50 million years of lifespan. Currently, he could only harvest up to 8th rank medicinal herbs. 9th rank medicinal herbs would need even more time to grow. Feeling elated, Guan walked into Medicine Valley, humming a tune under his breath. Gazing at the nearly 750 million years of lifespan, He couldn't help but smile. From a distance, he spotted the figures of Shen Xinzi and Long Qing. Their master-disciple relationship had long been made public. No matter how Shen Xinzi taught, Long Qing just couldn't muster a speck of spiritual power. Presently, Long Qing was on the path of physical cultivation. One had to admit, an innate immortal spirit truly was formidable. Even at 60, Long Qing's strength was terrifying, capable of contending with a core formation realm Blood Prison Great Saint. Guan had raised the cultivation level of Blood Prison Great Saint to the core formation realm, and Nzin's cultivation had similarly risen to the core formation realm, while his own was at the nascent soul realm. Nzin's actual cultivation level had already reached the 7th layer of the nascent soul realm. Previously, the restrictions of the primordial reincarnation skill were lifted, and coupled with Guan's regular Tao explications, her maximum lifespan had increased to 570 years. Guan saw Long Qing's face full of excitement. It seemed that today he had made progress on the physical cultivation path. Master! Upon seeing Guan, Long Qing immediately called out and waved at him. Shen Xinzi also nodded in greeting toward Guan walked towards them, prepared to chat and inquire about Long Qing's cultivation progress. Just at that moment, the earth trembled violently, causing panic among everyone in the valley. Shen Xinzi frowned and immediately stamped his foot. A golden light burst from his body, rapidly expanding and covering the entire Third Medicine Valley. With that, peace returned to the valley and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This was the first time Long Qing felt the mana of Shen Xinzi. He turned his head to look at Shen Xinzi, full of admiration. A golden glowing Shen Xinzi, like a sage Buddha present on earth, radiated a domineering divine might. Guan acted out his part while his divine thought peered into the distance. The entire Taitsong continent was trembling, and even the surrounding oceans were brewing towering waves. The source of all this was a distant continent, where lightning flashed and fierce winds raged. Guan's divine thought quickly locked onto a figure. The person hovered midair. Below him, thousands of miles of mountains lay in ruins, the sky permeated with billowing dust, churning like fog. This was a heaven and earth flying immortal. His qi blood was soaring wildly. He seemed to have cultivated a formidable physique, in Guan's judgment no less formidable than Yang Jian's mystic gang dominator body. Guan saw that many great cultivators were rushing towards this heaven and earth flying immortal. He didn't look any further and quickly withdrew his divine thought. Striding toward Shen Xinzi, he asked anxiously, "What happened?" Shen Xinzi looked into the distance, his expression grave. Long Qing spoke up, "Master, don't be afraid. With my second master here, even if the sky falls, there's nothing to fear." He now had a blind worship for Shen Xinzi, and was so excited that when he said this, he had a bragging tone, which made Guan want to laugh. Guan showed a smile, a look of relief on his face, then inquired about Long Qing's cultivation progress. Once the topic turned to this, Long Qing immediately became energized, claiming that he had just mastered a powerful fist technique that could punch and shatter a 30-foot-high hill. Shen Xinzi didn't pay attention to the master and disciple. He vanished into thin air. Elsewhere, Ji Xiaoyu stepped out of her house, looking towards the horizon. A defying blood treasure body. A rare sight indeed. The great heavenly spirit land sure still holds its roots deep. Perhaps when the day comes for the holy court to fall, this land may soar instead. The Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor appeared beside Ji Xiaoyu, chuckling teasingly. Ji Xiaoyu turned her head to look at him and asked, "The holy court is so strong, how could it possibly fall?" The Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor, arms crossed in front of his chest, replied with a closed-eye smile, "That's not a given. The most powerful forces also have their times of demise. The holy court has existed for too long and is approaching its calamity. This is also one of the reasons for Shengshen's reincarnations." Without waiting for a reply, Ji Xiaoyu glanced at the distant figure of Gu and then asked, "Can you predict when the holy court's calamity will come?" "That I cannot do. The secrets of heaven must not be revealed. Though my cultivation is high, I still stand no different than mortal spirits when facing the heavenly Tao," said the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor with a shake of his head. "Wait and see. A good show is about to begin soon." As soon as the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor finished speaking, he vanished from the spot. Ji Xiaoyu's brows furrowed. She did not believe in any good show. The good show the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor spoke of was surely some kind of catastrophe, involving the holy court. Definitely no trivial matter. An ancient hour later, the trembling of the Taitsong continent finally stopped. The shaking had caused many commoners to lose homes and lives, and even the creatures within the forests were affected. All the major sects were sending disciples down the mountain to save the distressed. This had nothing to do with Guan. If an enemy that common beings couldn't withstand attacked the continent, he might still lend a hand, but he wouldn't intervene in disasters akin to natural calamities. Intervening too much would only lead to expectations, and if Guan chose not to intervene in the future, it would be seen as wrongdoing. He couldn't let the common beings believe that he was obligated to protect everything. In the lives of mortals, calamities are unavoidable, and their magnitude varies. By evening, Guan saw the heaven and earth flying immortal do battle with the great cultivators of various sects, even startling the main city of the Broken Sea domain and forcing the carefree primordial immortal to take action. This individual's physique was indeed strong. Even besieged by a group of heaven and earth flying immortals, he held his ground until the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma intervened, at which point he was subdued. Captured by the holy court, his fate was uncertain. Guan didn't pay it much mind. Beings that shook heaven and earth popped up from time to time in this world. It's just that in the past, the Broken Sea domain was too far away to be affected. As years passed by, another 5 years went by. On Mortal World Peak, Ding Tian Peak. Within the courtyard, Guan listened to Zhu Xinglan's report while an Xin cultivated at his side. The Immortal Dynasty rarely invites all sects of the world to a gathering, and the main peak hopes you could join them, master, to avoid any deceit, said Zhu Xinglan, his brows furrowed as he mentioned the concern. Guan held a book in his hand and nonchalantly asked, "What gathering?" "It's a banquet. The Immortal Dynasty's Yangxian Emperor wishes to discuss the Tao with all the sects of the world and has even brought out immortal fruits, which, it said, can be harvested once every 1,000,000 years. Consuming one could enhance one's insight and refine sinews and bones. Whether it's true or not, I don't know." "Is that so? Well, I won't be going." "All right, I'll inform the main peak," Zhu Xinglan replied without further persuasion. He wasn't worried about Guan getting into trouble. The Ding Tian peak was finally rising, thanks in large part to Guan, and naturally, Zhu Xinglan didn't want him to stumble into misfortune. Hearing about the immortal fruits, Guan did want to go, but on second thought, with so many sects gathered, trouble was likely to occur. The Holy Court might intervene. By not going, he might miss out on the fruits, but going could invite trouble. Guan spoke up, instructing Zhu Xinglan to expand the medicinal herb cultivation on Ding Tian Peak, claiming it was for the disciples' cultivation resources, which touched Zhu Xinglan deeply. To have such a master was truly their fortune. After Zhu Xinglan left, Guan finally put down his book. He suddenly felt a presence. Lu Lingjun. She had come to Mortal World Peak again with the Holy Mother of Western Spirit, leading a group that included a carefree primordial immortal. The Bitter Sea Buddha sect had also sent many people, likely to discuss something significant. Guan paid no heed and stood up saying, "Anexin, it's time to go back." At his words, an Xian immediately stood up and walked towards Guan. Chapter 354. The True Immortal. The next morning, Guan rode the Blood Prison Great Saint to the Outer Gate City, having not visited for several months. Today, he sensed the presence of an old friend and decided to take a stroll. He didn't seek out that old friend, instead wandering around the city. Nowadays, more and more people greeted him as he walked, and he couldn't help but wonder if, in 1,000 years, the Supreme Sect would be filled with his disciples. TSKSK. And who knows how many more years he would need to become a Supreme Elder. The Blood Prison Great Saint, having reached the core formation realm, was even more imposing, standing 2 meters tall with its blood red fur fluttering as they walked, causing disciples along the way to frequently look back. "Master, why can't Long Qing cultivate spiritual power? Yet, his chi blood is increasing so quickly," the Blood Prison Great Saint suddenly asked. Guan was not worried about people on the street overhearing, and he casually replied, "Perhaps there's some hidden reason." Upon hearing this, the Blood Prison Great Saint felt more certain of his conjecture and asked cautiously, "Is he the same as me?" Guan answered, and the Blood Prison Great Saint thought to himself that it must be true. No wonder Shen Xinzi couldn't see through it. It was the master's doing all along. But why did the master seal Long Qing's powers? This kid is really outrageous. His physique growing rapidly even with his cultivation sealed. Could his talent be even more terrifying than Yang Jian's? The master always finds peerless talents. On second thought, perhaps it's through the master's intervention that these people become peerless talents, like an Xian, whose insight and talent grow stronger day by day. The blood prison great saint reflected silently, marveling at the unfathomable depth of his master's Tao level. After a while, he carried Guan to the heavenly repair platform. The heavenly repair platform was bustling as usual, crowded with people. Guan's eyes landed on someone concealing a 7th-layer cultivation level of the carefree immortal realm. It was Zhang Xianwang from the Immortal Dynasty. During a previous conference at the Heavenly Rankings, Zhang Xianwang had represented the Immortal Dynasty to win over Sword Venerable Fudao, meeting Guan then. Zhang Xianwang had also met with the Heaven Sect, and many years had passed, with the Heaven Sect having died. Guan wondered what Zhang Xianwang would think upon hearing this. Guan got off and walked up to the heavenly repair platform. "Hey kid, long time no see." A figure suddenly bumped into Guan's shoulder. It was Gu Yu. Back in the day, using the names Gu Yu and Gu Zong as father and son, Guan had written his first invigorating novel, Supreme Immortal Venerable, making Gu Yu famous across the world. Their friendship was excellent. After Li Ya and Wu Ju became prodigies, the best relationship Guan had was with Gu Yu and Zuolin. Guan rolled his eyes at him and said unenthusiastically, "Didn't we just see each other the year before last?" Gu Yu still looked young. He widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Have we drifted apart? Not seeing each other for 2 years. Don't you miss me?" "Definitely not. I'm afraid you'll pester me to write a book again." "Go away, am I that shallow? By the way, have you heard about Li Ya recently? He inherited the legacy of 3 Pure Ones Mountain. It's unbelievable. They say he is now a great cultivator of Mystic Heart Realm." Gu Yu mentioned Li Ya, then became extremely emotional. He had become the surprised bystander character in the Supreme Immortal Venerable. That's the difference between reality and fiction. He was the brilliant protagonist in the novel, but in reality, he could only marvel at the achievements of his peers. Guan also felt emotional, admiring and respecting Li Ya. While they were chatting, Zhang Xianwang suddenly approached. Zhang Xianwang, dressed in a white robe, exuded an aura of immortality, drawing attention even on the heavenly repair platform. "Guan, little brother, long time no see," Zhang Xianwang's voice came first, radiating cheerfulness. Guan turned to look surprised and said, "Taoist friend Zhang, what brings you here? When did you arrive?" He immediately bypassed Gu Yu and walked quickly toward Zhang Xianwang. Having not seen each other for many years, Zhang Xianwang was very pleased to see Guan. He had been thinking about the little friend with the Tao pattern on his forehead and wondering how he was doing. Gu Yu sized up Zhang Xianwang, sensing that this person's cultivation was definitely not simple. Now at the nascent soul realm himself, his insight was far beyond what it once was. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Guan introduced Gu Yu to Zhang Xianwang, but unfortunately, Zhang Xianwang showed little interest and merely nodded lightly. "Why don't we find a place to talk?" Zhang Xianwang suggested, looking at Guan. After hearing this, Guan could only say goodbye to Gu Yu and then followed Zhang Xianwang away. Gu Yu watched Guan's retreating back and couldn't help muttering, "What kind of physique does this kid have? Or is it special chi fortune? How does he always attract high-level individuals?" Inside the Third Medicine Valley, many great cultivators gathered, some to play chess, others drawn by the 9-Finger Divine Lord and Shen Xinzi, making the Hall of Elders very curious about Guan. However, with LV Beishan's support, no one dared to disturb Guan. After a while, Guan followed Zhang Xianwang to an inn, choosing a window-side seat on the 3rd floor, where they were the only diners at that moment. Zhang Xianwang inquired about how Guan had been these past years, and Guan started recounting his everyday life. Though it was simple, Zhang Xianwang listened intently. He had long told Guan that having Tao patterns, he would certainly be approached by others, but he hadn't expected Guan to still lead such an ordinary life. The mundane things spoken from Guan's mouth somehow became interesting to Zhang Xianwang. Hearing that the Bull Demon King could never catch up to the White Spirit Rat, Zhang Xianwang couldn't help but laugh. It was not until the server had brought all the food and drinks that Zhang Xianwang began to speak seriously. "Not to hide, I come from the Immortal Dynasty." Guan stared, asking, "Which Immortal Dynasty?" "In a far-off place, there is a continent that you call the ends of the earth. The beings there are born with cultivation of the Nirvana realm, starting with a lifespan of at least 10,000 years. Zhang Xianwang began to describe the Immortal Dynasty, leaving Guan dumbfounded. After outlining the basics of the Immortal Dynasty, Zhang Xianwang gazed at Guan and asked, Would you like to join the Immortal Dynasty? I can help you reach the Nirvana realm. Guan swallowed and asked, Can I definitely reach it? Can I bring others along? Zhang Xianwang glared at him and said, I only have my eyes on you, and you want to bring others? Forget it. The Immortal Dynasty doesn't just casually accept beings from the outside. Hearing this, Guan was immediately disappointed. Zhang Xianwang felt both amused and annoyed, looking at Guan with even greater admiration. Do you believe there are real immortals in the world? Zhang Xianwang asked. Guan answered, Of course, there are mountain gods on our continent, and I've heard there's a heavenly court overseas. Zhang Xianwang scoffed. The heavenly court is not the court of immortal gods. I'm talking about real immortals, like the heavenly court in Journey to the West. Our Immortal Dynasty is always seeking the true immortals, and I'll tell you the truth, we've found them. We will clear the obstacles for the immortals, winning their favor for this world. As he spoke, his face showed longing. Real immortals? Guan asked nervously. Where are they? Zhang Xianwang raised his hand and pointed upward, then said, Join us, or you will disappear along with the dirt of this mortal world. Outer heaven? Guan suddenly believed it. Even if it wasn't a true immortal, it must be an extremely powerful existence, powerful enough for the Immortal Dynasty to contend with the heavenly court. But he was already a third-grade heavenly position holy sword of the heavenly court. How could he join the Immortal Dynasty? Although he had always been assigned various identities, from what Zhang Xianwang implied, did the Immortal Dynasty intend to end the world? Chapter 355. The Power of Destiny. Seeing Guan remain silent, Zhang Xianwang continued to speak of the great strength of the Immortal Dynasty, whose history was even more ancient than the Holy Court, spanning countless epochs. The first immortal king of the mortal world was the founder of the Immortal Dynasty. He once contended against the heavens. Although he failed and caused the mortal world to be submerged by the sea, his power was undeniable. To this day, the Holy Court has not produced a being of his equal. Zhang Xianwang revealed a look of longing, surprising Guan. The Immortal King was actually the founder of the Immortal Dynasty. If that was the case, why didn't they pursue the Immortal King crown? Was it because the Immortal King crown would devour vitality? Guan pondered, suddenly feeling that the Immortal King crown might hold secrets. Thinking carefully, the Immortal King crown had weakened so much that even the souls of the Mahayana realm could not fully suppress it. Many changes must have occurred over the long years. After a while, when Zhang Xianwang paused, Guan took a deep breath and asked, Did you come to the Supreme Sect specifically for me? It should not be, right? To rally Sword Venerable Fudao? But Sword Venerable Fudao had already declined. Zhang Xianwang smiled, his gaze turning towards the window. Of course not, but I cannot tell you my purpose for the time being. Guan seemed to think of something, his divine thought probing out, quickly covering the broken sea domain. He discovered that in other continents and oceans, the immortal spirits of the Immortal Dynasty hid their chi fortune deeply, but they could not escape the eyes of a true immortal's divine thought. He elevated his divine thought further, covering a broader expanse of heaven and earth. Looking from a macroscopic perspective, the immortal spirits of the Immortal Dynasty were scattered all over the world, spying on chi fortunes, their fortunes as numerous as the stars in the universe. What was the Immortal Dynasty planning? While thinking, Guan responded, Thank you for your kindness, Taoist friend, but I cannot abandon the Supreme Sect, I apologize. Zhang Xianwang turned his gaze towards Guan, smiling. No rush, you still have time to consider. I will stay at the Supreme Sect for a few years. Guan nodded, and then Zhang Xianwang changed the subject, and the two began to drink together. The wind outside the window suddenly became stronger, blowing the grasses on the windowsill. Zhang Xianwang's arrival did not stir up any storm at the Supreme Sect, which remained calm, but of course that was only on the surface. Each disciple was still experiencing their own rivers and lakes and struggles. 7 days later, Guan took an Xian again to the mortal world peak, where they first roamed around, picking medicinal herbs along the way. Along the way, Guan ran into Su Shi. After paying respects, Su Shi hooked arms with an Xian, and the two whispered aside. Because Su Shi had once helped Guan receive Spirit Lord Lu, he would occasionally give some pointers for Su Zai's cultivation, and over time, Su Shi and an Xian had become familiar. After they chatted for a while, Guan suddenly said, Su Shi, take an Xian to find Spirit Lord Lu, she has come again. Just do as before. Spirit Lord Lu? And Xin's eyes widened beneath her mask, and right after, she heard Guan's transmitted message, her expression turning odd. She seemed to think of something, her eyes becoming excited. Then, the two women flew towards Debating Peak. Guan roamed alone, wandering aimlessly, occasionally chatting with disciples from Dingtian Peak. He noticed that the Immortal Dynasty also had immortal spirits at the Mortal World Peak, hidden in Debating Peak without revealing any trace of the Immortal Dynasty's chief fortune, their presence unnoticed by everyone on the Mortal World Peak. Guan did not intend to intervene. The Immortal Dynasty was plotting, certainly against the Holy Court. He could not afford to be the spearhead. The Immortal Dynasty invited various sects while arranging for immortal spirits to go to each sect. What exactly were they calculating? Guan felt that even if the Immortal Dynasty wished to destroy the world, it seemed unlikely. In his view, the Immortal Dynasty was no match for the Holy Court. Time swiftly passed. In the evening, an Xian returned, and Guan took her back to the Supreme Sect. As the teacher and disciple walked through the forest, an Xian removed her mask, speaking excitedly. Master, I suddenly understand the feeling of hiding one's identity. Senior Lu did not recognize me, even mistaking me for a senior. In the past, she was very respectful towards Spirit Lord Lu, never imagining that one day their positions would be reversed. She suddenly understood why her master hid his cultivation level and looked after acquaintances under a different identity. The feeling was quite wonderful. Master, if Senior Lu knew your true identity, she would definitely regret. After all the years wandering around outside, her distance from you has only increased. At the Third Medicine Valley, she could spar with you. At Mortal World Peak, even her master does not have the qualifications to meet with you. Saying this, an Xian couldn't help but feel moved, filled with gratitude. Seeing Spirit Lord Lu today, she realized once again how lucky she was. Compared to Spirit Lord Lu, she had not sacrificed much, yet she had achieved a status Spirit Lord Lu could not even dream of. Think no more of it, your teacher just wants to cultivate quietly, not getting involved in too many troubles. You too, no matter what achievements you attain, always maintain a humble heart, Guan casually replied. An Xian nodded. I understand, Master. You care so much for Senior Lu, her future achievements will surely be great. I'm just reflecting on how different choices lead to different paths. By the way, Master, is the Bitter Sea Buddha sect powerful? Compared to Mortal World Peak, which is stronger? Those high monks seem very strong. Their presence even more formidable than Shen Zinzis. I wonder what they are doing at Mortal World Peak, she began to ask endlessly. In reality, she wasn't looking for answers but merely wanted to express her feelings. Guan listened to her speak, not continuing the conversation. He also felt emotional. The emotion was about how different realms perceive different worlds. Spirit Lord Lu was pursuing her path of immortal cultivation, and Xian was carefree under his protection, each living their own life. But how could they know that a catastrophe was about to unfold across the world? If the Immortal Dynasty and Holy Court went to war, it would surely affect the entire world. In front of these two colossal entities, the lives of beings seemed so fragile. Focus on your cultivation. Regardless, Spirit Lord Lu is still the goal you strive for, Guan said, looking ahead. Yes, I will work hard, not to let down the favor you show me now, Master. An Xian stated resolutely, her eyes determined, her heart full of anticipation. Under the blue sky, imposing mountains stood tall, the breeze blowing, birds soared freely. And Hao, dressed in blue and white, stood halfway up the mountain, his head tilted upward, observing a figure at the summit. The figure was tall, his entire body emitting a red glow. Looking closely, flames surged within the red glow. This man, wrapped in flames, had an imposing bearing and an indifferent expression. His luxurious clothing gave off an otherworldly vibe. He looked down at Hao, saying, Innate immense chi fortune, your life grid emits an imperial aura. Join the Immortal Dynasty. You have a destiny with us. And Hao squinted, responding, The Immortal Dynasty? Claiming to be immortal, quite arrogant. He twisted his neck as flames rose on his body. The flame primordial treasure body. His aura soared, causing the mountain beneath him to shatter, dust rising like smoke, rocks flying chaotically. Seeing this, the man at the summit smiled, appreciation shining in his eyes. You seem yet to uncover your true physique, the man in the red glow spoke. What do you mean? And Hao asked, sensing no hostility from the other, he did not rush to attack. If you can cultivate the flame primordial treasure body, it means your innate physique is incredibly strong. You possess a physique surpassing the ancient treasure body. Unfortunately, no one has helped you uncover this point. Join the Immortal Dynasty. With such chi fortune, you are naturally the darling of heaven and earth. Only the Immortal Dynasty can help you grow better. The Red Glow Man paused, then continued. In the Immortal Dynasty, our citizens are born in the Nirvana realm. Our emperor has reached the 8th realm of the immortal path. Don't you want to know why your talent is so strong? Perhaps you were born an immortal spirit. Why not join us in pursuing the true immortal? And Hao listened, his expression changing. Born in the Nirvana realm? The 8th realm of the immortal path? And Hao, having adventured across the seas for many years, was encountering such a powerful force for the first time. He became interested in the Immortal Dynasty, yet he did not easily believe the other's words. If the Immortal Dynasty is indeed so powerful, I indeed could join, but before that, you must first defeat me. And Hao leaped up, flying to the sky, his flames intensifying, as if a bright sun had suddenly appeared in the sky, illuminating the land. The Red Glow Man looked up, a smile on his face. He spoke. Then are you ready to face the Divine Immortal of Wondrous Dharma? Divine Immortal of Wondrous Dharma? And Hao instinctively frowned, his expression suddenly changing. As the year drew to a close, Guan was discussing paintings with Shen Zhan in his house. As they chatted, he suddenly lost interest, feigning attention to Shen Zhan while using his divine thought to explore what his old acquaintances were doing. Liya was still at 3 Pure Ones Mountain, seeking path enlightenment, cultivating some divine skill. Jiang Qiong was negotiating tensely with senior members of other sections. Wu Ju was training in Demonland, accompanied by a woman. Guan caught them being intimate, startling him enough to quickly move his divine thought away. Broad daylight, with grass as their mat, unexpectedly bold. Guan remarked internally, then looked towards others. Yi Lan and Zhen Qin were investigating a mysterious case regarding a subsect, quite troubled. Hold on. Where was An Hao? Guan immediately pursued An Hao's chi, finding that the young man had already left the Broken Sea domain, flying towards the ends of the earth. An Hao was accompanied by the Divine Immortal of Wondrous Dharma. An immortal spirit from the Immortal Dynasty? Guan eavesdropped on their conversation, soon learning that An Hao intended to join the Immortal Dynasty. He suddenly felt the power of destiny. Yang Jian went to the Holy Court, An Hao to the Immortal Dynasty. The two had previously agreed to spar at the Heavenly List convention. Could it really be that when they meet, it would be on the battlefield? Guan merely contemplated, not stopping An Hao. Though he felt the Immortal Dynasty had slim chances, since the dynasty had existed for so many years, it certainly had some depth. If An Hao were unwilling, he would have called out for his teacher in his mind. After a while, Guan withdrew his divine thought. Recently when painting, I thought of a scene I want to capture. Yet I fear it might provoke heavenly wrath. Should I paint it? Shen Zhen suddenly asked. Guan shook his head. Don't paint it, just tell me. Shen Zhan inhaled deeply, his voice mysterious. I envisioned a scene with two figures confronting each other. One like the brilliant sun, the other sovereign of all under heaven. They stand above the 9 heavens, blades clashing. Chapter 356. Yuan Su, the Immortal Ancestor, initiates reincarnation. Hearing Shen Zhan's words, Gu Anil laughed and asked, What do you think it is? A prophecy? Shen Zhan rolled her eyes at him, saying, It just popped into my mind out of nowhere. That vision was so shocking that I still get goosebumps thinking about it. Whether it's a prophecy or not, I'm not sure. If you think of anything else in the future, keep me updated, Guan continued with a smile. I'm quite curious about what will happen to the two figures you spoke of. Guan thought of An Hao and Yang Jian. However, their cultivation levels weren't that high yet. To reach full maturity, who knows how many years it would take. Could it be the ruler of the Immortal Dynasty, Yangxian Emperor, and Shangtian? That's not right either. Where could Shen Zhan's Dao level reach to predict the confrontation of the 8th or 9th heavens of Immortal Path? Shen Zhan nodded, suddenly getting excited. Guan, do you think I could be the reincarnation of an immortal? I'm so unique. Nowhere in the world is there a second person who can achieve path enlightenment through writing and painting, and I can even foresee visions that seem to hint at the secrets of heaven. The more she spoke, the more excited she became, her eyes shining. By the end, she even stood up, hitting the table with her hand. She looked down at Guan, who was still seated, and asked eagerly, Guan, do you think I can be considered the protagonist in your novel? Guan's face twitched as he asked, Are you trying to be awkward? Shen Zhen often heard him use some baffling terms, but now she understood his meaning. Shooting Guan a glare, she sat back down and drifted into wild flights of fancy, a dazed smile on her face. Guan couldn't be bothered to respond again. He picked up his writing brush and started writing. Nowadays, he spent most of his time on medicinal herbs. Having some rare leisure, he was ready to write a book just for fun. Perhaps in the future, he could release the other 3 of the 4 great classics, rewritten as immortal cultivation versions. Zhang Fei's roar at Changban's slope, scaring to death 1,000,000 heavenly demons. Lu Zhishan uprooting the world tree. Wu Song fighting the demon emperor. Lin Dai's tears, a downpour of bitter rain across the heavens. The thought was exhilarating. Gu Anil laughed, a touch of melancholy inevitably rising in his heart. Where on earth could his previous life be? In this life, he had no parents, no family, leaving his heart forever empty, with a feeling of not knowing where he came from. Perhaps it was because of this loneliness that he cherished every person close to him so dearly. For a time, the room fell into silence, with both people lost in their own thoughts. The immortal spirit of the immortal dynasty spread throughout the mortal world without causing chaos, and the great sects did not perceive any clues. Just like that, another 10 years passed. In the summer of that year, at 412 years old, Guan had just returned from Tianya Valley. He sat down on a chair and stretched lazily. He was about to take out Green Hero Travelogue, when he felt something and had to pick up the array formation record to flip through. Before long, there were hurried footsteps outside the door. The door was pushed open and Yu Yingying rushed in. She came to the table, slammed a book down on it, and glared at Guan with unrestrained anger. How could you dare to write the Prime Minister's death? 9 years earlier, Guan published Romance of the 3 Kingdoms, set against an immortal cultivation backdrop. Heroes, scholars, and warriors were all cultivators. It swept through the immortal cultivation world in just a few months after its release. Pan and Long Silent rose to fame with his new writing, and the influence of Romance of the 3 Kingdoms continued to expand, having spread overseas. The Taoyuan Oath of Brotherhood became a beautiful tale in the world, and the immortal cultivation world even started a trend of sworn brotherhood. The tales of the demon god Lu Bu fighting 3 great immortals of Lu Guanzhong at Tiger Prison Pass also spread far and wide. To this day, the Supreme Sect released the latest volume of Romance of the 3 Kingdoms, with the Prime Minister of the Shu immortal country, Zhuge Liang, dying due to the failure of the 7-star lamp. Yu Yingying had been so saddened reading this volume at the book collection hall, as the deaths of Lu Guanzhong had already grieved her. Now Zhuge Liang's death made her lose interest in Romance of the 3 Kingdoms entirely, and she wanted to hammer Guan in frustration. Guan responded helplessly, There are always regrets, aren't there? Whether an early or late death, it's all death in the end. It's not the same. He's Zhuge Liang, capable of divination and fortune-telling, able to use the power of heaven and earth to set up the 8 trigrams array. With a wave of his feather fan, he could even summon an east wind that sweeps across the great thousand world. Yu Yingying grew more agitated as she spoke, unable to resist the urge to circle around the table and lay hands on Guan. Guan quickly stood up, trying to evade her claws. As they scuffled playfully, Guan was scared downstairs. Not far downstairs, Gu Yu and Zwilin also arrived in a rush. Seeing their angry faces, Guan muttered to himself that this was no good and hastened into Ji Xiaoyu's room. Ji Xiaoyu's reputation as a prodigy had spread, and with the Ji family support behind her, Yu Yingying, Gu Yu, and Zwilin dared not recklessly burst in. Inside the room, Ji Xiaoyu sat cross-legged on the bed in meditation, looking curiously at Guan. What, Zhuge Liang? You've written another book? She often cultivated in seclusion and had no time to read books. Guan didn't mind that she eavesdropped, saying with resignation, Yes, I wrote a book. How can people trouble the author over the content of the book? Ridiculous. Can I take a look? Ji Xiaoyu showed an interest, immediately getting off the bed. Guan nodded and approached the desk. With a wave of his right hand, stacks of books piled up on the table. Ji Xiaoyu sat down and began to flip through them. Guan paced around the room, which was filled with a faint fragrance. Following the scent, his gaze landed on Ji Xiaoyu's bed, where he saw a red kerchief. The fragrance emanated from this kerchief. This was actually an immortal path supreme treasure. Had Guan not explored it with his divine thought, he wouldn't have sensed it. Where did this immortal path supreme treasure come from? Guan felt that the restriction within the kerchief bore a resemblance to Ji Xiaoyu, and it didn't seem like it was a result of a latter recognition of a master. Could it be that this supreme treasure was refined by Ji Xiaoyu in her past life? In that case, Ji Xiaoyu's past life must have been at least at the level of the 9 heavens of immortal path. That made sense. Without such a cultivation level, how could she make the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor of the 8th floor of Divine Thought True Immortal Realm obey her every command? Now, the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor still resided within the 3rd Medicine Valley, seldom leaving. Once Yu Yingying and the others dispersed, Guan planned to leave. Ji Xiaoyu had already been captivated by Romance of the 3 Kingdoms, and did not hold Guan back. After leaving the room, Guan didn't go upstairs but rode the Blood Prison Great Saint to inspect Medicine Valley. An Xian was absorbing qi and cultivating below the mystic pure tree. Long Qing and Shen Xinzi were refining their bodies in the forest, and the other disciples were also busy with their tasks. Looking around, the entire Medicine Valley thrived, satisfying Guan. Not long after the Blood Prison Great Saint had walked away, a vast aura enveloped the entire Great Heavenly Spirit Land. Guan looked up and saw a figure appear above the Great Heavenly Spirit Land, located just beneath the light layer of outer heaven, yet within the confines of the sky of the Great Heavenly Spirit Land. A divine thought true immortal. I am Yuan-Shu celestial ancestor from the immortal dynasty, facing the end of my life. I wish to descend a grand vow for all beings with my 30 million years of Tao cultivation. My great Tao will transform into immortal rain to help beings achieve enlightenment. My physical body will open the path of reincarnation, where mortal souls can have a destination. A majestic voice echoed throughout the Great Heavenly Spirit Land. Everyone inside the 3rd Medicine Valley looked up in amazement. Following that, Guan saw Yuan-Shu celestial ancestor spread his arms wide, bursting with bright light, instantly overshadowing the luminance of the 7 suns outside heaven. Countless figures soared out toward the holy court in an attempt to reach Yuan-Shu celestial ancestor, but it was too late. Looking up, Guan saw the brilliant light in the sky overpower all else, drowning both him and the Blood Prison Great Saint beneath. 30 million years of Tao cultivation? Can that be true? The Blood Prison Great Saint asked in shock. He couldn't fathom living 30 million years, let alone attaining such a level of cultivation. And then there were the words, Immortal Dynasty, which sounded extraordinary in themselves. Could there be any force stronger than the holy court in the great heaven and earth? Before the bright light had faded, heavy rain started to fall. As everyone's vision was restored, they saw golden clouds above, shedding golden rain. As the golden rain washed over them, all creatures felt refreshed, and sensed their own cultivation levels slightly increasing. The world was astir, Supreme Sect buzzed with earth-shaking noise. Is this rain real? Immortal Dynasty. Yuan-Shu celestial ancestor. Am I dreaming? Quickly sit and cultivate energy, it really can increase your cultivation. Immortal Dynasty? Could it be the heavenly court from Journey to the West? Panan wasn't just making it up. There really is a force where immortals and gods gather. The disciples in the 3rd Medicine Valley also excitedly discussed. Some immediately sat down to cultivate their energy, while others hesitated, fearing it could be a plot. Gu An's gaze pierced through the golden clouds, looking towards Yuan-Shu celestial ancestor. In that dazzling light, Yuan-Shu celestial ancestor's body exploded and, following that, transformed into a stream of air, swirling into a vortex that gradually solidified. Indistinctly, Guan felt a certain rule of heaven and earth moving closer to that vortex. This rule was connected to the soul, prompting him to think of 2 words. Reincarnation. To think there was a divine thought true immortal who would sacrifice himself to open the path of reincarnation. Even in the reincarnation evolution, Guan had not seen such an event. After this event, the name of Immortal Dynasty became renowned throughout the world, informing all beings of their existence, and moreover, ensuring they would remember their favor. Should the Holy Court attack the Immortal Dynasty now, it might shake their image in the hearts of all beings. Guan raised his right hand to feel the golden rain. Suddenly, he saw Zhang Xianwang soaring into the sky, flying to the airspace of the Taizong continent. Hovering in the air, Zhang Xianwang began to expound the Tao. At the sound of his celestial voice, everywhere on the continent, regardless of what people were doing, all stopped in their tracks, immersed in a mystical state. It wasn't only the Taitsong continent. Guan saw immortals spread throughout the world beginning to expound the Tao, which also alarmed the main cities of the Holy Court in every domain. The great cultivators of Holy Court rapidly surrounded those expounding immortals, but no one dared to act rashly. As the thoughts of the masses were linked by the sound of the immortal's voice, the immortals need only a thought to implant voices and images into the minds of all beings. The blood prison great saint beneath Guan also entered a path enlightenment state, lying down unconsciously. There's even this kind of method, Guan mused inwardly. He stayed on the back of the beast, pretending to be in a state of enlightenment with a vacant look in his eyes. The Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor walked out from inside the house, looking towards Zhang Xianwang with a slight frown. The Immortal Dynasty. To think they would sacrifice a divine thought true immortal. The Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor was also stunned by the magnanimity of Yuan Shu celestial ancestor. Having lived more than 15 million years himself, he had never seen such an event. Regardless of whatever Yuan Shu celestial ancestor's ulterior motives might be, this act truly benefited the masses. Copious golden rain fell through, penetrating rooftops and mountains. No matter where one was, every being could receive the blessings of the golden rain and hear the expounding voice of the immortals. Chapter 357. Great Merit. Decree from an immortal Lord. Golden rain that enveloped the whole world persisted for an entire ancient hour before it ceased and all creatures awakened. Meng Lang's divine thoughts swept across the area and discovered that the Supreme Sect's disciples' cultivation levels had all increased. However, the extent of growth varied, possibly relating to their innate talents. The one with the most significant increase in cultivation had merely broken through a minor realm, not enough to trigger a breakthrough in a major realm. He patted the groggy blood prison great saint, then turned and walked towards the loft buildings. Along the way, he continually cast lifespan detection towards his disciples and found that after the baptism of the golden rain, their maximum lifespans had increased as well. Some by only a year or two, others by several decades, though he saw no one whose lifespan increased by more than a century. Even without anyone gaining a century of lifespan, it was still remarkable, considering the communal spirit of great heavenly spirit land were countless in number. What an immense act of merit! Meng Lang couldn't help but admire the Tao Void mysterious immortal while simultaneously puzzled about how he managed to achieve this. Meng Lang directed his divine thoughts towards the Immortal Dynasty and felt its chi fortune plummet dangerously. Could it be that the Tao Void mysterious immortal had managed to accomplish this by borrowing the Immortal Dynasty's chi fortune? Wouldn't such an act leave them vulnerable to the Holy Court taking advantage? Meng Lang was secretly astonished. Soon after, he felt the chi fortune of the Immortal Dynasty surge enormously, surpassing its previous levels in a very short time. Light from outer heaven followed, showering down golden radiance upon the Immortal Dynasty, forming a massive and magnificent rainbow in the sky. Meng Lang could sense a particular force within that golden radiance. It was like the heaven and earth rules, yet there was something unique about it. It felt more like chi fortune. Chi fortune is utterly mysterious. Those with strong chi fortune often enjoy good luck, while those with weak chi fortune may encounter disasters even in their daily walk, or easily run into inner demons during cultivation. Today, Meng Lang had truly broadened his horizons. Even as a divine thought true immortal, he could not see through the techniques displayed by Tao Void mysterious immortal, who had lived for 30 million years. What a pity that such a person had perished, for Meng Lang lost the chance to make his acquaintance. Master, what just happened? I only remember Tao Void mysterious immortal's words, and then it seemed I fell asleep. Blood Prison Great Saint caught up and anxiously asked. You just need to know that this was indeed a blessing. Meng Lang replied. Blood Prison Great Saint understood that his master did not wish to elaborate further. With his master's Tao level, he surely knew what was going on. He committed the names Immortal Dynasty and Tao Void Mysterious Immortal to memory. When Meng Lang arrived in front of the lofts, the disciples who were inside walked out one by one, gathering together to discuss the recent event. Shen Xinzi and a few great cultivators were surrounded by the others, but unfortunately, they were also unclear about what had actually taken place. Long Qing was shouting excitedly, causing Meng Lang to shake his head and smile wryly. This indeed was a massive opportunity. The heavenly Tao has noticed it and will surely boost the Immortal Dynasty's chi fortune. When that happens, the immortal spirits of the Immortal Dynasty will find it easier to comprehend the nature of heaven and earth during their cultivation. The Immortal Dynasty is quite extraordinary and is full of ambition. Ji Xiaoyu approached Meng Lang and murmured thoughtfully. Meng Lang, driven by curiosity, asked, "Then in your opinion, wouldn't the Immortal Dynasty become stronger than the Holy Court? Does the Holy Court have anyone who can achieve such a feat?" "It's hard to say, but as the saying goes, two tigers cannot share one mountain. It's likely that a conflict will break out between them. As for whether the Holy Court has someone capable of this, even if it does, it's doubtful anyone would be willing. The higher the cultivation, the more tenacious the individual. Who would want to give up their Tao level to benefit all creatures?" Ji Xiaoyu shook her head. The Immortal Dynasty had clearly stated this point, making it known to all creatures their sacrifice and hinting at how the Holy Court should act. It would be difficult for the Holy Court to do the same without seeming to fall short by comparison. Divine thought true immortals. Those were beings comparable to holy ministers. Such existences would not be coerced, nor would they willingly self-destruct. Meng Lang also internally marveled at the Immortal Dynasty's overt scheming. However, the battle between the two would ultimately depend on their own strength. The Immortal Dynasty's blessings to all beings, as generous as they were, could not be quickly converted into combat power for the Immortal Dynasty. Ji Xiaoyu looked up at the sky, her eyes sparkling, and she said in a special tone, "There's going to be great chaos in this world." Meng Lang could hear a hint of excitement in her voice. She seemed to be looking forward to the turmoil. Meng Lang followed her gaze into the sky. Tao Void Mysterious Immortal's physical body had turned into a huge chi-shaped vortex, toward which the lonely spirits and wild ghosts of the world were flying. The Reincarnation Vortex. Many Holy Court cultivators appeared beside the Reincarnation Vortex. They didn't destroy it but simply stood guard around it. Ji Xiaoyu didn't linger long to chat with Meng Lang, quickly returning to her abode. She couldn't wait to cultivate and grow stronger. Meng Lang joined the crowd of disciples, sharing in their awe and discussion. Shen Xinzi left the group and stood alone under a tree, looking up at the sky and calculating with his fingers, his expression complex as he muttered to himself, "The heavens has become murky. What on earth is going to happen next?" In the days that followed, the discussions around the Immortal Dynasty and Tao Void Mysterious Immortal did not subside. Meng Lang even saw the citizens throughout Taitsong continent starting to build monuments and viewing platforms in honor of Tao Void Mysterious Immortal. The Golden Rain had granted many mortal spirits the opportunity for immortal cultivation, and many chronically ill mortals were healed. It was a jubilation for the whole world. 5 days later, Meng Lang visited Immortal Seeking Island alone. Island Master Sun Hanfeng, Hu Shaojian, and the elders gathered to meet him. More than 20 people were assembled in the hall, eager to recount the blessings from 5 days prior. Meng Lang sat in his chair, watching their excited expressions, and felt even more profoundly the boundless merit of Tao Void Mysterious Immortal. It wasn't just mortal spirits who were grateful to Tao Void Mysterious Immortal. Even beings of the immortal path also appreciated him. The creatures didn't care what motives Tao Void Mysterious Immortal had. Having received kindness and benefits, they naturally felt thankful. After listening for a while and confirming that nothing had gone amiss on Immortal Seeking Island, Meng Lang was relieved. He briefly spoke a few words and then took Hu Shaojian and left. He would always roam around Immortal Seeking Island whenever he visited, and Hu Shaojian would accompany him. After leaving the island master's residence, Hu Shaojian brought up the romance of the Three Kingdoms. Meng Lang had allowed Immortal Seeking Island to also start selling his books, and the effect was surprisingly good. Once released, Romance of the Three Kingdoms was greatly loved by many cultivators. Before Tao Void Mysterious Immortal's blessing, Romance of the Three Kingdoms was the most talked about topic on the island. The Romance of the Three Kingdoms on Immortal Seeking Island had only reached the point in the story where LV Meng crossed the river in white clothing, and Guan Yu met his demise, which infuriated many cultivators. After Hu Shaojian finished discussing the profits from Romance of the Three Kingdoms, he couldn't help but inquire about the upcoming plot. But alas, Meng Lang refused to divulge it, so he could only give up. As they walked, Meng Lang suddenly spotted someone and immediately cast a lifespan detection spell towards the individual. Imperial Edict Immortal Lord, Tao Void Mysterious Immortal Realm 3rd Layer 3653007/4500000/11000000 Tao Void Mysterious Immortal. And he was even imbued with the Immortal Dynasty's Qi fortune. Meng Lang inwardly marveled. It used to be difficult to encounter spirits of the Immortal Dynasty, but now it seemed they could be met everywhere. Tao Void Mysterious Immortals were a rare sight. Meng Lang watched as the figure approached him directly. The Imperial Edict Immortal Lord, clad in a deep purple robe, held one hand behind his waist, his long hair secured beneath a green jade crown, his countenance full of authority, his gaze even more so oppressively piercing. He came to a halt in front of Meng Lang and spoke. "Might you be the island master Meng Lang?" Chapter 358, Desperate Straits. "I am the island master," Guan asked with a puzzled face, while Hu Xiaojian next to him became anxious. The Immortal Lord, at first glance, was no simple character. His aura clearly stronger than Guan's. The Immortal Lord looked at Guan and said, "Serve me, I require your island." After hearing this, Hu Xiaojian couldn't help but open his mouth in shock, finding the person quite arrogant. He subconsciously looked around, his face changing drastically as he discovered that everyone nearby had stopped moving, even the flowers and grass at the side of the street no longer swayed. It was as if everything had fallen into stillness. Guan's face turned ugly, warily watching the Immortal Lord. The Immortal Lord calmly said, "It's just a little trick to prevent others from knowing our agreement. Work for me, and I will become your support. Do you know what the highest realm is?" Guan took a deep breath and said, "Heaven and earth flying immortal." The Immortal Lord replied, "Above the heaven and earth flying immortal realm is the carefree immortal realm, and above that is the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma realm. My realm is even higher than the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma realm." As these words came out, both Guan and Hu Xiaojian's faces turned pale, with Hu Xiaojian trembling all over. The Immortal Lord stopped speaking, waiting for Guan's decision. Guan pretended to grit his teeth and asked, "Do I have any other choice?" The Immortal Lord frowned, a flash of displeasure in his eyes. "The Immortal Lord harbors enmity towards you and intends to kill you. Will you perform lifespan detection on him?" This quickly led to murderous intent? Guan pondered internally, feeling that this Dao Void mysterious immortal was too petty. He was already on the path to his own death. The Immortal Lord coldly said, "You can naturally refuse. But from this day on, when you encounter insurmountable calamities, you will regret today's choice." His words dropped, and he turned to leave. The stillness around them returned to normal. Cultivators and demons continued on their way, the streets, flowers and trees swaying in the wind, and birds flew in the sky. Watching the Immortal Lord's departing figure, Hu Xiaojian's eyes filled with fear. After the Immortal Lord disappeared into the crowd, Hu Xiaojian turned to Guan and asked, "Island Master, what should we do now?" Guan withdrew his gaze and said, "When soldiers come, block them. When the water comes, cover them with earth. At worst, we will take this matter to the main city of the Broken Sea domain. Don't worry." Seeing him still composed, Hu Xiaojian's nervousness and unease began to ease. Guan let Hu Xiaojian continue to lead the way. Compared to the Immortal Lord, he cared more about medicinal herb seeds. With the constant clashes between the Immortal Dynasty and the Holy Court, more supreme beings like the Immortal Lord would appear, which gave Guan a sense of urgency. He must reach a lifespan of 10 billion years and break through to a major realm as soon as possible. At dusk, the Immortal Lord flew out of Immortal Seeking Island. His flying speed was not fast, his divine sense covering the Broken Sea domain as he searched for islands similar to Immortal Seeking Island. In his mind, Immortal Seeking Island already belonged to him, but he needed more arrangements. The thought of Guan's rejection made him scoff. "Let's see how you deal with demon creatures above the heaven and earth flying immortal realm." The corner of the Immortal Lord's mouth curled in anticipation. He began to look forward to Guan kneeling on the ground, begging him to act. Snap! Suddenly a hand landed on his shoulder, forcibly making him stop, which tremored his Taoist heart fiercely, his face changing greatly. He instinctively tried to avoid it, only to discover that the mana inside his body was suppressed by an extremely domineering force. A divine immortal. The Immortal Lord guessed the other's cultivation level in an instant. His vision blurred and then he found himself in a forest. He quickly realized he had been taken far away from Broken Sea domain. He wanted to turn back, but he just couldn't. Boom! A domineering divine thought broke into his mind, causing his eyes to lose their luster, his entire being falling into a daze. After a while, Guan, using the supreme art of transformation into nothingness, executed the Immortal Lord, leaving not a trace of his soul, obliterating his body. You have successfully acquired 98,641 years of lifespan from the Immortal Lord. Dao Void Mysterious Immortal Realm 3rd Layer, That'll do. Holding the Immortal Lord's storage bracelet, Guan vanished into the woods. The demise of the Immortal Lord did not cause any ripples. Guan frequently used divine thought to observe the world in the days that followed. He saw battles erupting constantly across all sea domains, all between the immortal spirits of the Immortal Dynasty and the people of the Holy Court. Though the Holy Court had more people, the immortal spirits of the Immortal Dynasty had stronger fighting power in equal realms. As the number of battles increased, the tense atmosphere began to spread, overshadowing the joy people felt from the blessing of the primordial immortal ancestor. 5 years later, news of the clash between the Immortal Dynasty and the Holy Court had spread throughout the world, and even the lowest-ranking cultivators of the Taitsong continent knew that two colossal forces were warring, and should their battlefield fall upon Taitsong continent, it would be catastrophic. Perhaps because the Holy Court drew the attention of the Immortal Dynasty, the death of the Immortal Lord never triggered an investigation by the Immortal Dynasty. 7 years had passed since the fall of the Immortal Lord. That day, Guan returned from the Outer Gate City, having just submitted the last volume of Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Over the years, he had been suppressing his unease with Romance of the Three Kingdoms. In his opinion, the battle between the Immortal Dynasty and the Holy Court should not target him, and he could continue to survive quietly. But deep down, he was worried that an accident might be triggered by the Great War between the Immortal Dynasty and the Holy Court. If the primordial immortal ancestor could bestow blessings upon all beings, then might these two colossal entities, if they went to full-scale war, destroy the great heavenly spirit land? Each time he thought this, it made him uneasy. On his way back to the valley, Guan decided to continue to push forward. It was time to take a risk. Guan's divine thought swept across the world, searching for a sect rich in medicinal herbs. He found it difficult to kill beings with whom he had no enmity, deciding instead to help other sects harvest their herbs, taking without stealing, doing good deeds without leaving a trace. Alright, no matter the self-promotion, Guan still felt a bit ashamed. A divine immortal was engaging in such activities. But in order to survive, just this once, no one would know anyway. Soon, Guan's gaze focused on a sea-based sect. Purple Pill Palace, a sect that specialized in alchemy technique, where a great number of medicinal herbs were cultivated for the purpose of alchemy. Purple Pill Palace's strength was not very strong, but because of their alchemy technique, the nearby sects would all protect them. Let alone the nearby sects of Purple Pill Palace, looking across the world, Guan could go wherever he wanted without being detected, apart from Immortal Dynasty and Holy Court. After returning to the valley, Guan did not act immediately but waited for nightfall. As night fell, Guan first went to Mystic Valley and then quietly left. With a single step, he directly entered Purple Pill Palace. Purple Pill Palace, sitting deep in the ocean, was a sizable continent with many mountain peaks, the tallest of which exceeded 20,000 feet. Under the dark night, there were lights on the peaks of Purple Pill Palace. Guan landed in a forest. His divine thought swept over, and at that moment, at least 400,000 disciples of Purple Pill Palace were engaged in alchemy. He walked towards the nearest medicine garden. At the edge of the medicine garden, in front of a building, an old cultivator sat in front of a pill furnace, his eyes closed, holding a fan and gently waving it, controlling the flames beneath the furnace. Guan walked past him without him noticing Guan's presence. Even if he were to open his eyes, he would not see Guan. This was the skill of the carefree primordial immortal, employed by Guan with the power of a divine immortal. Not even divine immortals could see him unless their cultivation level reached Tao Void Mysterious Immortal. He entered the garden, not picking herbs at random, only harvesting the ones close to maturation. After a while, Guan moved on to the next medicine garden without taking a single herb, simply helping with the harvesting. Purple Pill Palace was vast, and to avoid causing disturbance, Guan moved gently, which slowed down his harvesting speed. He was not in a hurry. Taking his time, he would visit each night. 15 days later, Guan had harvested all the mature medicinal herbs within Purple Pill Palace, gaining 150 million years of lifespan. He had harvested so many herbs that Purple Pill Palace eventually noticed something was wrong, falling into panic and even inviting other sects to provide protection. All of this was irrelevant to Guan. He had now set his sights on other sects, this time choosing one far away from Broken Sea Domain. On the first night, after just an ancient hour, someone detected the disturbance. This person quickly alerted the entire sect, causing all the disciples to start patrolling. Guan had to withdraw. In reality, even if discovered, Guan could have forcefully harvested, but he feared making too big a scene. Great powers were capable of divining the past of a sect, and Guan certainly did not want to draw the attention of existences like the Black Profound Emperor or the Annihilation God Emperor. Although the great heavenly spirit land seemed to be dominated by the Holy Court, who could guarantee that there were no entities hiding that were above the 9 heavens of immortal path? It is always better to be cautious. Life is precious, and if faced with an insurmountable foe, no amount of lifespan would matter. That night, among the mountains, there was a large lake with sparkling waves. Closer inspection revealed many spirit flowers floating on its surface. Guan descended from the sky and began harvesting the spirit flowers. He transferred the harvested spirit flowers to the lakeshore. Just as he finished and began to fly away, he suddenly saw a figure rushing out of the woods. It was a yellow-clad young girl who ran to the lakeside. Seeing the pile of spirit flowers on the shore, she was struck as if by lightning. She stood stunned for a few breaths, then hurried over to inspect them, relieved when she saw that the spiritual energy within the flowers had not yet dissipated. She turned to look around, seeing no sign of the culprit, then crouched down and buried her head in her arms. Guan, witnessing this, was taken aback. Was this crying? Guan threw a lifespan detection towards the yellow-clad young girl. Zhu Shi, Foundation Establishment Realm 3rd Layer 17/350/9999. 9,999 years of lifespan. When visiting other sects before, Guan would cast lifespan detection on any cultivator he passed by. Below Nirvana Realm, the longest lifespan he had seen was 8,000 years. Guan took interest in Zhu Shi and didn't leave but decided to observe her further. Zhu Shi crouched for a long while before standing up. Guan expected her to seek her master or elders to deal with the situation. However, under Guan's gaze, Zhu Shi used a spell and began directly absorbing the spiritual energy from the spirit flowers. Little flowers, although I don't know who harvested you, I will avenge you, Zhu Shi murmured to herself. Chapter 359. 1 billion years lifespan. Hearing Zhu Zai's words, Guan felt quite uncomfortable. Could this fellow be planning to take this opportunity to monopolize the medicinal herbs and then slander him? Guan simply decided to continue waiting. He wanted to see what Zhu Shi would do. He watched Zhu Shi and noticed that no matter how much spiritual energy she absorbed, her cultivation level did not change at all. Her small body seemed to harbor a black hole that could devour everything. Interesting. This girl's physique is not simple. No wonder she has a lifespan of 9,999 years. After about half an hour, all the spirit flowers by the lake were drained and withered. Zhu Shi took a deep breath, then with a terrified expression, she turned and left. Guan hovered in the night sky, lost in thought. The spiritual energy and medicinal effects Zhu Shi had just devoured were enough for an ordinary cultivator at the Foundation Establishment Realm to reach the nascent soul realm. Of course, in reality, a cultivator at the Foundation Establishment Realm could not have absorbed so much spiritual energy from the spirit flowers at once. Not only had Zhu Shi succeeded, but her cultivation level had not increased at all. What exactly was this physique? Guan began to recall the memories of Long Zhan and Lu Han. They had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, fought countless battles, and perhaps had seen similar physiques. Soon, Guan's brow furrowed. Could it be? An unusual glint flashed in Guan's eyes as he grew more intrigued by Zhu Shi. After a while, a large group of cultivators flew in, and when they saw the large number of withered spirit flowers by the lake, they all looked alarmed. Has there been a thief? Who dares to steal the treasures of heaven and earth from Moonfall Divine Lake? That's simply courting death. If someone could sneak into Moonfall Divine Lake and absorb the energy and medicinal effects of the purple orchid flowers all at once, their cultivation must be high. Could it be a spirit beast from the lake? Could it be the act of an immortal spirit from the Immortal Dynasty? Recently, they've been making a lot of noise. Listening to the seniors' discussions, Zhu Shi stood by, looking fearfully apprehensive, and nobody imagined she was the one who had absorbed the spirit of the purple orchid flowers. After a long discussion, the cultivators of Moonfall Divine Lake couldn't come to a conclusion and prepared to report the matter to the higher-ups. Before leaving, they comforted Zhu Shi not to be afraid anymore. Zhu Shi returned to her quarters by herself. Along the way, she was deep in thought, her brow tightly furrowed, occasionally looking around with vigilance, making Guan admire her acting skills and strong conviction. After entering her house, Guan saw Zhu Shi reveal a smile. From worry to contentment, The speed of her change in demeanor impressed even Guan. Seeing that Zhu Shi was about to change clothes, Guan stopped observing her, turned, and left to continue his own herb-gathering journey. That evening, Guan picked many more medicinal herbs in Moonfall Divine Lake, which added to the already tense atmosphere within. After that night, Guan did not return to Moonfall Divine Lake to gather herbs. With so many sects in the world, gathering everywhere, he could quickly accumulate a lifespan. As summer passed and autumn arrived, the third Medicine Valley was covered in a panorama of withered scenery. Guan looked at his attribute panel, a smile forming on his face, only 1,000,000 years away from reaching a lifespan of 1,000,000,000 years. Indeed, not taking the righteous path increases lifespan more rapidly. But the sects from which Guan had gathered herbs all thought a great calamity was imminent, all on high alert. Guan purposefully chose sects far apart to prevent them from connecting and making a big fuss. Although he didn't steal those medicinal herbs, his behavior of gathering was still suspicious. Now some sects thought it was the work of demon beasts or spirit beasts, others thought it was an enemy warning them. It must be said, these sects were quite perceptive. After each of Guan's harvests, they quickly started guarding. Guan turned off the attribute panel and stood up. He flexed his muscles as his divine sense looked towards the distance. He was watching Zhu Shi from Moonfall Divine Lake. Guan was very interested in this girl whose actions were so different, feeling a sense of kinship with her. Zhu Xi's talent was extraordinary, but for now within Moonfall Divine Lake, she was just an ordinary disciple, which is why she was responsible for guarding a lake. Guan guessed that her reason for wanting to guard the lake was to facilitate her own theft. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous roar came from outside the window, but Guan was not startled because the source of the noise was extremely distant from the Taitsong continent. The disciples within the third Medicine Valley were startled but did not panic. Instead, they started to wonder what kind of great power was clashing. The friction between the Immortal Dynasty and the Holy Court was increasing, almost to the point of declaring war. In Guan's view, both sides were still testing each other. Last year, Guan had seen two Dao Void mysterious immortals battle in outer heaven, generating a great commotion that caught the attention of the great cultivators of the mortal world. Guan walked downstairs. As he descended the stairs, his gaze turned towards the valley entrance where someone was coming. It was Zhang Xianwang from the Immortal Dynasty. After entering the valley, Zhang Xianwang scrutinized everything along the path. The third Medicine Valley was quite famous within the Supreme Sect, and those cultivators visiting the Supreme Sect often came to stroll through the third Medicine Valley. Guan rarely greeted them personally, given the large number of disciples within the Medicine Valley. Zhang Xianwang's gaze swept over Shen Xinzi, then glanced at the nine-finger Divine Lord, who was playing chess, thinking to himself that their reputations were indeed well-deserved. The two wandering immortals were not enough to shock him, a carefree primordial immortal. He was just curious how Guan, currently at the nascent soul realm, had managed to attract so many beings of the immortal path to gather here. From a distance, Zhang Xianwang saw Guan and immediately walked towards him. Guan stood downstairs, pretending not to see him, walked towards the medicine garden in front, and then stopped in front of a wooden railing to check the medicinal herbs in the garden. As Zhang Xianwang approached, Guan turned his head, his face showing a surprised expression. "Taoist Zhang, what brings you here?" Faced with Guan's question, Zhang Xianwang smiled and said, "I've come to take you to the Immortal Dynasty." Upon hearing this, Guan hesitated and said, "After much deliberation, I don't really want to go to the Immortal Dynasty, Taoist Zhang. Thank you for your kindness." Zhang Xianwang frowned and said, "After experiencing the previous blessing of the Immortal Dynasty, do you still not believe the power of the Immortal Dynasty is real?" "I do believe, but I can't part with everything I have now," Guan said helplessly. Zhang Xianwang stared at him and said, "If you go to the Immortal Dynasty, you can establish everything you currently have. You should understand that the most important thing in cultivation is your own future prospects." Guan took a deep breath and said, "Everyone has their own aspirations. My pursuit is not just about future prospects." Zhang Xianwang's brows furrowed tighter. Just as he was about to say more, Ji Xiaoyu suddenly came over. "Going to the Immortal Dynasty might not necessarily lead to a better future," Ji Xiaoyu said to Zhang Xianwang, her tone indifferent, her words blunt, clearly showing no fondness for Zhang Xianwang. Zhang Xianwang saw the Dao patterns on Ji Xiaoyu's forehead and looked perplexed. His eyes shifted back and forth between Guan and Ji Xiaoyu's foreheads. Ji Xiaoyu came to stand beside Guan, turned to face Zhang Xianwang. "What do you mean by that?" Zhang Xianwang asked, curious about her identity, but her previous words had displeased him. Ji Xiaoyu replied, the opponent of the Immortal Dynasty is the Holy Court. By pulling him to the Immortal Dynasty, you're not leading him to a better future but to a path of swords and fires. You probably can't be sure that the Immortal Dynasty will definitely defeat the Holy Court. Zhang Xianwang's face turned ugly, and he said in a deep voice, I naturally believe that the Immortal Dynasty will have the last laugh. I'm not trying to harm him. Ji Xiaoyu continued, you may have good intentions, but at this critical juncture, joining the Immortal Dynasty is really not a good thing. At the very least, we should wait until this conflict is over, right? Guan felt the divine sense of the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor locking onto Zhang Xianwang. If Zhang Xianwang made any wrong moves, he might be annihilated in an instant. He quickly spoke up, Taoist Zhang, thank you for your kindness. She is also considering my well-being. I apologize on her behalf. Her words are indeed somewhat harsh. As he spoke, Guan raised his hand in respect towards Zhang Xianwang, causing Ji Xiaoyu to pout. Zhang Xianwang took a deep breath and smiled. No matter, she does make sense, and I wasn't thoughtful enough. Let's leave it at that. Guan, worried that Zhang Xianwang might feel uncomfortable, then invited him for a drink, which Ji Xiaoyu did not join, merely watching Zhang Xianwang's retreating figure. Zhang Xianwang stayed in the Third Medicine Valley for an ancient hour before departing. He planned to return to the Immortal Dynasty, and it was uncertain if he would come back in the future. Although Guan had turned him down, Zhang Xianwang still hoped he could live a peaceful life and before leaving, even gifted him a magic artifact. Guan tried to refuse, but Zhang Xianwang solemnly said, our meeting was a form of fate. The world is about to fall into great chaos. Having an extra magic artifact by your side is a good thing. I hope we can still have a drink together in the future. Upon hearing this, Guan no longer refused, merely expressing his gratitude and wishing him well in the future. After bidding farewell to Zhang Xianwang, Guan went to a hillside at the edge of the Medicine Valley and sat on the grass, beginning to enjoy the sunset. His eyes held the entire world, capturing the myriad states of all beings. Watching those battles, Guan's determination to make a breakthrough only grew stronger. After reaching a lifespan of 1 billion years, he must make a breakthrough immediately. Guan looked up, searching the heavens for an appropriate place to make his breakthrough. Late at night, Guan took action again, this time heading to the Bitter Sea Buddha sect. Despite being located in a barren land, the Bitter Sea Buddha sect cultivated numerous heavenly and earthly treasures, its legacy by no means inferior to that of Purple Pill Palace or Moonfall Divine Lake. The Bitter Sea Buddha sect had several divine immortals of wondrous dharma. Fortunately, there were no Tao Void mysterious immortals, so no one could detect Guan's movements. It is worth mentioning that Guan saw Lu Lingjun again. Lu Lingjun was meditating quietly under an old tree. Guan went to her medicine garden and helped her gather medicinal herbs without her noticing. Tonight, Guan was going to strive for a lifespan of 1 billion years. The Bitter Sea Buddha sect's mountain peak was vast, with countless medicine gardens on its slopes. Even though he only picked mature medicinal herbs, Guan had only walked 1/3 of the way and had already successfully gathered a lifespan of several 100 million years. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks because 2 notifications emerged before his eyes. Your lifespan has broken through 1 billion years for the first time, initiating the lifespan simulation function. Lifespan simulation. Consume lifespan to conduct simulations. You can simulate everything in reality as well as imagine and create. The lifespan consumed during the simulation will be determined based on the matter being simulated. A smile spread across Guan's face. Finally, a new function had appeared, and now he could conduct his breakthrough with peace of mind. Simulating everything sounded very powerful. Guan immediately had numerous ideas, such as simulating tribulation crossing, combat, and acting. However, whether the simulations would be identical to reality remained to be observed. If they were, that would be quite interesting. Guan continued walking forward. Since he was already here, he would finish gathering before. Chapter 360. Promoted to Mixed Yuan Refining Virtual Body. Eternal Infinity. In the early morning, Guan stepped out from the loft in Mystic Valley and, after descending the stairs, he joined the disciples in practice drills. Lu Jiujia, exceptionally joining the drill this time, chatted with his fellow disciples while they practiced. Senior brother, when do you think I can unlock the cultivation technique? Lu Jiujia suddenly asked, his tone filled with anticipation. He was currently cultivating the primordial reincarnation skill, and he felt that the primordial reincarnation skill was more profound than the Taoist expansion skill, which made him even more hopeful about his future. Guan glanced at his lifespan, saying, "Wait a few more decades, don't rush it." Lu Jiujia nodded. He trusted Guan completely, especially since Guan was already a nascent soul realm cultivator. In his eyes, although Guan possessed a very mediocre spirit root qualification, the fact that Guan had reached the nascent soul realm by the age of 400 showed that he had extraordinary comprehension. He guessed that behind the primordial reincarnation skill lay unimaginable great karmic connections, and listening to Guan was his only chance for enlightenment in this lifetime. They talked until the practice drills ended, and then Guan left. He returned to the Third Medicine Valley and, as usual, he spoke a few words with the disciples he met along the way. Today he was in an even better mood. Having reached a lifespan of 10 billion years, it was time for a breakthrough. He projected his divine sense into the cosmos. Although he had already chosen a location, he feared that living beings might intrude nearby, so he needed to observe it again. Suddenly, he came up with a bold idea. Should he attempt to break through in the silent destruction domain? The silent destruction domain was even more vast, and it also contained abundant spiritual energy. Judging by the commotion caused by his last breakthrough to the divine thought true immortal realm, this time it could possibly alarm the great heavenly spirit land. Guan did not want the Holy Court or the Immortal Dynasty to discover the birth of a new 9th level of Immortal Path. The 9th level of the Immortal Path, known as the Free Immortal. Thinking of how powerful Long Zhan and Lu Han were when they reached this level, Guan felt an intense surge of excitement. After making a round in the Third Medicine Valley, Guan returned to his loft. He then projected his divine sense into the silent destruction domain. The cosmic space within the silent destruction domain was even darker, stars unseen, permeated with a murky Taoist aura, giving one a sense of oppression. In the silent destruction domain, many enormous fierce beasts roamed, some even as large as the Taitsong continent. After a long while, Guan found the location for his breakthrough and decided to make his breakthrough tonight. Guan withdrew his divine sense and suddenly thought of the lifespan simulation. Should he simulate crossing the tribulation? Immediately, he activated the lifespan simulation, thinking of the tribulation crossing. Simulating the evolution of your current realm to cross the tribulation will consume 1 million years of lifespan continue. 1 million years? What a scam. How could Guan dare to continue when there was a high probability of failing the tribulation crossing? After all, he could only rely on his physique to survive the simulated tribulation. Guan turned his head, his gaze falling on the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor. The Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor was at the 8th level of divine thought true immortal cultivation. Should he try to battle him to see whose actual combat strength was superior? Guan immediately started simulating the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor. Locking onto the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor, beginning deduction simulation value. Simulating a battle with the current Tao Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor will consume 1,000 years of lifespan continue. Only 1,000 years? Guan was pleasantly surprised, then instantly realized the trap. If he won, all was well, but if he lost, he would definitely dwell on it, and 10 times that would be 10,000 years of lifespan. A total consumer trap. Oh well, let's try it just once. Guan chose to continue, then closed his eyes, his thoughts entering the simulation space. The environment was still the Supreme Sect, enormously vast. Other than him and the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor, no one else was visible. The Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor rose from behind a distant peak, looking down from high above at the standing area in the Third Medicine Valley. Watching the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor, Guan suddenly had a nostalgic feeling of playing one-on-one battle games from a past life, finding it quite amusing. Start the battle. Boom. In an instant, the entire Supreme Sect turned to flying ash. From high above, the vast Taitsong continent also shattered, with nearby oceans stirring up terrifying waves. After the duration of 30 minutes, Guan opened his eyes, his expression peculiar. Why is he so weak? Guan felt helpless. If it wasn't for the fact that Head spent 1,000 years of lifespan, he could have easily killed the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor. Thus, during the simulated battle, he let the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor attack most of the time, who had great difficulty breaking through the defenses of the Taoist Gang Primal Energy and the Primordial Ultimate Body. Guan built confidence in himself. Indeed, he was very strong within his own realm, not to be misled by his failure in crossing the tribulation. High-level cultivators all have significant backgrounds, and crossing the tribulation certainly isn't reliant on one's own power alone. Moreover, the heavenly tribulations Guan faced were stronger than those of his peers, evident just from the name of the tribulations. Guan calmed his feelings, closed his eyes, and dozed off in his chair, waiting for nightfall. In the evening, Guan left the third medicine valley, his departure done openly, and also through the teleportation array, leaving the valley's disciples without doubt since he often visited other medicine valleys. After arriving at Mystic Valley, Guan stayed for a while before leaving. He walked through the forest for an hour before vanishing into thin air. He performed the ultimate Taoist invisibility, turning himself into nothingness, and left the cosmos at full speed. Upon entering the silent destruction domain, he flew towards the location he had previously chosen. Soon, he landed on a meteor, with other various-sized meteorites in the distance. The meteor he was on was situated at the edge of the meteor cluster, quite inconspicuous. The moment he landed, Guan activated the lifespan barrier. Then he finally breathed a sigh of relief and comfortably sat in meditation. He did not start upgrading immediately, but instead looked into the distance, sensing the surrounding rule forces. He found that the rule forces here were very similar to those around the divine origin great heaven and earth and the primordial great heaven and earth. Could all great heavens and earths be encircled by the silent destruction domain? Or was the universe initially a silent destruction domain scene, with the great heavens and earth being born later? Guan delved into deep thought, and after a while, he finally pulled up his attribute panel. Name: Guan. Lifespan: 419/1, 030, 812, 376. Physique: Primordial Ultimate Body. Cultivation: 9th layer of Divine Thought True Immortal Realm. 10 billion years of lifespan. The more he looked, the more exciting it was. First, let's upgrade the physique. Previously, he had used 20 million years of lifespan to upgrade the primordial karmic body to the primordial chaos body, and then upgrade it to the primordial ultimate body. This time, upgrading the primordial ultimate body would require at least another 20 million years of lifespan, right? Forget it, let's go bold. Throw in 50 million years of lifespan. Physique not only affects qualification but also impacts actual combat abilities. The stronger the strength, the higher the success rate of crossing the tribulation. Guan immediately infused 50 million years of lifespan into the primordial ultimate body. His lifespan abruptly dropped by a digit, falling to over 980 million years. A whirl of prompts crazily popped before Guan's eyes. For the first 30 million years, the primordial ultimate body did not undergo transformation but continued to strengthen. Until 35 million years, the primordial ultimate body transformed into the chaos-refined illusory body. Then, the chaos-refined illusory body continued to sense the Tao rules, constantly enhancing its perception power of the Tao rules. Ultimately, the chaos-refined illusory body could not advance further, but Guan was already satisfied. Boom! The surrounding spiritual energy frenziedly surged towards Guan. The spiritual energy within the silent destruction domain was of a higher grade than the nature's spiritual energy, mixed with an essence of Tao rules, and was known as Tao spiritual energy. Absorbing Tao spiritual energy could not only enhance cultivation, but also amplify the perception power of Tao. Of course, if the cultivation realm was insufficient, absorbing Tao spiritual energy would only damage the physique and harm the soul. It seemed, thus, that the mysterious light covering the great heavenly spirit land might be a protective measure. Reaching the level of heaven and earth flying immortal would ensure safe absorption of Tao spiritual energy. Guan closed his eyes, fully immersing himself in enlightenment, feeling the creation of the chaos-refined illusory body. After transforming the primordial ultimate body into the chaos-refined illusory body, its great divine power, the ultimate Tao chaos pan, although not qualitatively changed, was fully unleashed, reaching a pinnacle state. The ultimate Tao chaos pan was a type of great divine power. Guan had used it before in simulated battles, able to effortlessly crush the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor. If deployed at full power, it could even engulf the entire great heavenly spirit land. If Guan's cultivation was more robust, he could unleash even more terrifying might. As Tao spiritual energy furiously entered Guan's body, the cosmic space around him stirred up Tao winds, whimsical and wanton, shaking the distant meteor cluster. Just as this commotion started, Guan sensed many powerful divine senses and divine thoughts sweeping over. The weakest was from the realm of divine immortal of wondrous Dharma. Sure enough, the silent destruction domain harbored numerous fearsome beings. As time passed, more and more divine thoughts appeared, signifying that he had alarmed the divine thought true immortals. Fortunately, those beings only used divine thoughts for observation and did not personally patrol. An hour later, Guan successfully cultivated the chaos-refined illusory body. He opened his eyes to see that the lifespan barrier had consumed 5 million years of lifespan. Such a huge consumption. Guan again pulled up his attribute panel, looking at his main cultivation technique, the Myriad Creation Limitless skill. Upgrading from the Primordial Chaos Supreme Holy skill to the Myriad Creation Limitless skill had earlier cost 20 million years of lifespan. Guan now planned to throw in another 50 million years of lifespan. Cultivation techniques and physiques were the most crucial. Other divine skills and ultimate skills were just embellishments. Currently, he had too many Taoist sorceries. It wasn't feasible to upgrade them all. 50 million years of lifespan throw. One digital prompt after another jumped before his eyes, and he carefully observed. Eventually, the Myriad Creation Limitless skill was upgraded to the Eternal Infinite skill. An overwhelming legacy memory surged into Guan's mind. The function of the Eternal Infinite skill allowed Guan's mana to exist indefinitely unless erased by a stronger force. Besides this characteristic, the strength of Guan's mana also increased severally. Deploying the same amount of mana, his destructive power was now several times stronger than before. The divine skill awakening from the Myriad Creation Limitless skill, the Unlimited Avatars, was also enhanced. His avatars could now exist indefinitely as well, but the avatars could not have separate spiritual wisdom. The existences of the unlimited avatars meant that Guan had additional eyes and bodies. The avatars were only made from mana, hence not as strong as the original. Who knew who could force Guan to deploy the unlimited avatars? He possessed many divine skills, but he rarely used any. Of course, he hoped not to encounter a situation where he had to use all his skills to survive a crisis. The Tao spiritual energy erupted again, and this time, it finally alarmed a powerful being to appear. Guan lifted his eyes to see a massive figure emerging from the darkness, just an outline, resembling some demon creature. This was also the largest being Guan had ever seen in his life, larger than the great heaven and earth. Merely looking at its form was enough to feel the oppressive. Chapter 361. Breakthrough to the Free Immortal Realm 9 Layers. Guan gazed upon that mysterious and colossal entity, feeling a deep sense of wariness in his heart. He could sense that this being was immensely powerful, far surpassing the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor, likely having reached the 9th level of the immortal path. Thanks to the protection of the lifespan barrier, the other side did not detect Guan's presence and quickly left the area. The Tao spiritual energy within the universe was in turmoil, expanding its influence increasingly vast. It did not spread out in the manner of a vortex but expanded irregularly, making it impossible for passing beings to trace its origin, which was quite bizarre. While Guan was wary of them, those hidden beings were also wary of this region. The universe space within the silent destruction domain was filled with a tense atmosphere. As inherited memories continued to delve deeper, Guan closed his eyes, immersed in them, perceiving the mysteries of the eternal infinite skill. Time moved swiftly. Another ancient hour passed, and Guan had completely mastered the intricacies of the eternal infinite skill. Guan couldn't help but marvel at the power of evolutionary cultivation. Even though he possessed the memories of Long Zhan and Lu Han, mastering their cultivation techniques and divine skills still required cultivation because simply remembering was not enough. One needed to transform both body and soul. Evolutionary cultivation could accomplish this, and even compress the time to about an ancient hour, which, for his level, was almost the same as direct mastery. Inheriting cultivation techniques cost another 4 million years of lifespan. Guan looked at his remaining lifespan of 9 billion and over 20 million years, feeling quite composed. An idea suddenly struck him. He needn't only enhance his own divine skills and ultimate techniques to a higher realm. He could also elevate Xiao Shengshan's, Long Zhan's, and Lu Han's proudest divine skills to the returning to the truth realm, potentially increasing all aspects of his strength and possibly consuming less lifespan. Having thought this, Guan began to act. He brought up his attribute panel and started investing lifespan. In the end, he elevated 7 divine bodies, fighting will, heavenly dragon reincarnation dharma aspect, and destruction Dao seal to the returning to the truth realm, consuming a total of 90 million years of lifespan. These 4 transformations each had their prowess, involving different forces of rules. While 7 divine bodies was slightly weaker, Xiao Shengshan's fighting will was surprisingly on par with Long Zhan's heavenly dragon reincarnation Dharma aspect and Lu Han's destruction Dao seal, which came as a surprise to Gu En. In the attribute panel, fighting will was not categorized as a divine skill, spell, or ultimate technique but created its separate entry known as Taoist intent. Xiao Shengtian lived only 143 years but could fathom such transformations. His talent was certainly terrifying. Unfortunately, he had encountered the Black Profound Emperor. Perhaps this was why the Black Profound Emperor sought him out. Of course, the fact that Xiao Shengtian had the ability to seize lifespan from a young age did not prove his talent was stronger than that of Long Zhan or Lu Han. Another 8 million years of lifespan was consumed by the lifespan barrier, so Guan turned his focus onto his cultivation level. Cultivation was the paramount concern. Let's try with 100 million years of lifespan to test the waters. Guan remembered that when he was assaulting the divine thought true immortal realm, it required 300,000 years for each tribulation crossing, but he wondered how much it would need this time. You performed chi absorption cultivation for 400,000 years, forcibly assaulting the free immortal realm with the great accomplishment of the eternal infinite skill, started the tribulation, but failed to withstand the heavenly Tao punishing immortal 9 severe array, tribulation failed. You performed chi absorption cultivation for 800,000 years, forcibly assaulting the free immortal realm with the great accomplishment of the eternal infinite skill, started the tribulation, but failed to withstand the heavenly Tao punishing immortal 9 severe array, tribulation failed. 400,000 years per tribulation crossing. Fortunately, the difficulty had only increased by 100,000 years. The enhancements to his physique and cultivation technique had worked. According to the memories of Long Zhan and Lu Han, the gap between the free immortal and divine thought true immortal was enormous. A first-level free immortal could easily crush a 9th-level divine thought true immortal. This was also why Shengtian dominated the great heavenly spirit land and intimidated the silent destruction domain. Guan guessed that, had he not been enhanced, he would need more than 800,000 years to wait for the next breakthrough after failing the tribulation. Just as Guan was pondering, multiple prompts started to flash rapidly. You performed chi absorption cultivation for 24,800,000 years, forcibly assaulting the free immortal realm with the great accomplishment of the eternal infinite skill, started the tribulation, endured the heavenly Tao punishing immortal 9 severe array, tribulation succeeded, your cultivation level advanced to the first layer of the free immortal realm. You performed chi absorption cultivation for 31 million years, your cultivation level advanced to the second layer of the free immortal realm. You performed chi absorption cultivation for 39 million years, your cultivation level advanced to the third layer of the free immortal realm. You performed chi absorption cultivation for 85 million years, your cultivation level advanced to the seventh layer of the free immortal realm. You performed chi absorption cultivation for 100 million years, your cultivation level advanced to the eighth layer of the free immortal realm. It actually succeeded. Gu An's face lit up with joy. He had been prepared to lose 100 million years without gain, but as long as the breakthrough consumed less than 300 million years of lifespan, he could accept it. Once reaching the free immortal realm, each level required millions of years of lifespan to advance. Guan didn't find this excessive as evolutionary cultivation naturally required more lifespan than real life. Moreover, once attaining the free immortal realm, increasing cultivation was as much about understanding the rules as it was about chi absorption cultivation. Long Zhan had encountered several free immortals who had struggled to break through for tens of millions of years. Could it be that the previous reincarnation evolution had played a part? Guan did not dwell on the thought, his mood cheerful as he continued to invest lifespan, spending another 20 million years to elevate his cultivation level to the 9th layer of the free immortal realm. Tao's spiritual energy began to surge around him, stirring upheaval throughout the universe once more. This disturbance was far greater than the previous one. In the great heavenly spirit land, within the immortal dynasty, beneath the dazzling starry sky stood a majestic peak with a vast and sprawling square at the summit, dotted with stone pillars emitting golden light. The lord of the immortal dynasty, Yongxian Emperor, was meditating on a white jade dais. He suddenly opened his eyes, looked up, and furrowed his brow. "It's a disturbance from the silent destruction domain," Yongxian Emperor murmured to himself, his eyes filled with concern. The immortal dynasty and holy court refrained from waging all-out war partly because the silent destruction domain served as a check, fearing mutual destruction would provide an opportunity for the heavenly demon. The disturbance from the silent destruction domain had already affected the cosmic spiritual energy beyond the outer heaven, And this influence continued to expand, possibly reaching the great heavenly spirit land. Even someone as powerful as Yongxian Emperor could not determine what this signal meant. He recalled a similar disturbance near the silent destruction domain in the universe area beyond the outer heaven years ago, but it was nowhere near the scale of the current disturbance. Could these two incidents be related? He knitted his brow, lost in thought. At the same time, on the other side of the great heavenly spirit land, in the Holy Land where the Holy Court resided, several figures flew out and swiftly reached the outer light layer, looking towards the distance. It's a disturbance from the silent destruction domain. Could someone be breaking through? This disturbance is too exaggerated, isn't it? It's hard to say. It could also be the heavenly demon plotting something. We should still be careful, and not forget the person from beyond the outer heaven who stole treasures from the Holy Court. Could it be related to the Immortal dynasty? They could very well be colluding with the heavenly demon. The great cultivators of the Holy Court discussed heatedly, most of them bearing serious expressions, occasionally glancing towards the direction of the Immortal dynasty. As time passed, the great sects within the great heavenly spirit land also became aware of the anomaly beyond the outer heaven, and more great cultivators flew out of the great heavenly spirit land, reaching the outer light layer. Boom! Within the lifespan barrier, Guan's aura rose sharply, his entire body glowing with the brilliance of the eternal infinite skill. He had officially stepped into the free immortal realm, becoming a free immortal. Upon reaching the free immortal realm, the golden core within his body began to transform. When he had reached the carefree immortal realm previously, his golden core could accumulate the force of heaven and earth rules, forming his own path. Divine Immortal of Wondrous Dharma molded the immortal soul of Wondrous Dharma. Tao Void Mysterious Immortal solidified the path within the golden core, and Divine Thought True Immortal allowed his soul to temper out divine thought. The golden core and soul continuously alternated in elevation, achieving a certain balance. This time, it was his golden core's turn. His golden core was transforming into another existence, within which the Tao bloated and annihilated, condensing anew his own path. Guan knew what his golden core was about to transform into. Tao Seed. Owning the memory of Long Zhan, Guan knew what realm lay beyond the 9 layers of the immortal path. The key to reaching that realm lay in the Tao Seed. The Tao Seed would condense Tao fruit, and once it bore fruit, one could reach a whole new level. The free immortal realm was the process of nurturing a Tao Seed. Once the golden core completely evolved into a Tao Seed, Guan's cultivation continued to rise, and his Tao Seed grew rapidly. When he reached the 9th layer of the free immortal realm, his Tao Seed would be in its most perfect state. The birth of the Tao Seed brought many benefits, enhancing his mana, physique and soul. If the Tao Seed was indestructible, the person would not die. Even if his flesh and soul were annihilated, the Tao Seed could regenerate flesh and soul. This was because the soul's origin had already merged into the Tao Seed. The Tao Seed was more flexible than the flesh and soul and could merge with the laws of the great Tao without being repelled. In other words, the Tao Seed was like a nascent Tao, making it easier to exist within the universe. This is the true meaning of being free. Upon reaching this realm, Guan could better sense the subtle intentions of the universe. An entirely different force from the rules of the great Tao was restraining everything. Enveloped in the transformations of the free immortal realm, Guan was utterly captivated. As he closed his eyes, another pair of eyes appeared in the distant darkness, spying on the void, and soon vanished. Shadowy figures swept past meteor clusters, like illusions, fleeting in an instant. The moon set, and the sun rose. Sunlight swept across the Taitsong continent, dispersing the darkness. A new day dawned, and the disciples of the Third Medicine Valley began their usual training, a magnificent sight. Wu Ju came early in the morning to visit Guan but did not see him. He did not leave but stood at a distance watching the Medicine Valley disciples train. After the disciples had finished their training, an Xian approached Wu Ju, asking if he had come looking for Guan. Wu Ju nodded, and an Xian informed him that their master had gone out the day before and would likely return today. Wu Ju then decided to wait. He walked over to the Go area and watched others play. He preferred watching Chinese chess over Go. Hearing some discuss the romance of the 3 kingdoms, he couldn't help but join the conversation. The argument was whether Liu Bei was truly virtuous, engaging in an endless debate with a great cultivator from the sect, red-faced with anger. Just then, the transmission array platform lit up, and Guan walked out. Chapter 362. the 419-year-old free immortal of the 9 Layers realm returning to Third Medicine Valley, Guan's face blossomed into a smile. In just one night, he had transformed from the 9th layer of the divine thought true immortal realm to the 9th layer of the free immortal realm, a groundbreaking change of strength. Had it not already been daylight, he would have wanted to continue breaking through. The breakthrough in cultivation level consumed nearly 50 million years of his lifespan barrier, leaving Guan with over 67 million years of life remaining. He felt there was still hope for a successful breakthrough. After reaching the free immortal realm, his perception of the great heavenly spirit land became clearer. He could confirm that both the Immortal Dynasty and Holy Court were harboring free immortals. Once the free immortals go to war, it could very well involve the entire world. If he could transcend the free immortal realm, Guan would feel even more at ease. Guan stepped down from the transmission array platform and looked up. In the vast cosmos above, he saw a gray river. Not being within the cosmos, he couldn't reach it by flying upwards. He had to traverse it through the Tao rules. The River of Destiny. The place where Lu Han perished. Guan just watched from a distance, with no immediate intention to step into the River of Destiny. His gaze then shifted to Wu Ju, who rarely took the trouble to visit him, so he naturally went to greet him. Yu Yingying was holding a rabbit as she saw the figure of Guan. She subconsciously looked over and was taken aback for a moment, rubbing her eyes with one hand. Guan was dressed the same as the day before, with no change in his makeup or hairstyle, yet Yu Yingying felt a significant change in him. This change was indescribable for her. Looking at Guan made her want to approach him, but after a longer gaze, she felt an urge to submit. It was a complex emotion, difficult for her to describe. Not only her, but other disciples also couldn't help but take a second look at Guan after seeing him. Guan arrived behind Wu Ju just in time to hear him listing the benevolent deeds of Liu Bei. Wu Ju seemed to sense something and turned his head. Seeing Guan, the anger on his face instantly vanished. "You're finally back. Come on, let's go have a drink." Wu Ju immediately pulled Guan's arm and walked to the side. Guan naturally wouldn't refuse. He called out for an Xian to prepare wine and dishes. The two settled in Guan's loft, sitting opposite each other. "Guan, I've reached the unification realm," Wu Ju excitedly declared, his face brimming with pride. Guan was amused. "You're in the unification realm? I couldn't even sense it until I approached you from behind." He had suppressed his aura to nascent soul realm levels without completely hiding it. This showed that Wu Ju really got carried away easily. Guan wondered if this would cause him trouble in the future. "Really? That's two." Guan feigned surprise, his eyes widening. Wu Ju became even more smug at his expression, boastfully asking, "A unification realm at 421 years old, do you understand what kind of strength that represents?" Guan opened his mouth, then found himself at a loss for words. He knew very well what strength a unification realm cultivator at 421 years old represented. Isn't it just the unification realm? What he wanted to ask Wu Ju was whether he knew what the 9th layer of the free immortal realm at 419 years old constituted in terms of power. An Xian, who had come upstairs to deliver the wine and dishes, found Wu Ju's statement amusing. "Showing off in front of my master?" She placed the wine and dishes on the table, then left. Wu Ju had been speaking loudly on purpose and wondered why an Xian didn't react. Guan noticed this and chided an Xian mentally for not maintaining the composure of an actor, too quick to relax. "Never thought you'd make it this far, although I've always felt you were extraordinary. It turns out I still underestimated you," Guan said with feeling, immediately drawing Wu Ju's attention back. Wu Ju laughed and said, "If it weren't for your constant encouragement in the past, I couldn't have reached this point today. You too can comprehend the path. It's not impossible for you to reach the unification realm in the future." Guan shook his head. "That's impossible. How could it be? You have to believe in yourself." "Yeah, it's because of belief there's no chance." Guan then asked, "You should be able to compare with an Hao and my brother Li now, right?" Upon hearing this, Wu Ju's eyes shone. "I'm not sure, but I've always aimed to match them. Sadly, I don't know how strong they really are. I'll challenge them once I surpass their realms." "Goodness! You like to fight across realms as well?" Guan was happy, but he was quite satisfied with Wu Ju's mentality. One can't be arrogant, and one mustn't act rashly. Even the strongest can be vanquished. The two began to talk about the future, mainly about Wu Ju's future. Guan was extremely supportive, hitting all the right notes for Wu Ju. Third Medicine Valley was harmonious and lively, and the Supreme Sect was just the same. Everyone was unaware of the changes outside the heavens. At the moment, the layer of light outside the heavens gathered many great cultivators, with the least of their realms being heaven and earth flying immortal, all gazing at the silent destruction domain. Fu Xinxiu and Bai Zia from Mortal World Peak had also arrived, accompanied by more than a dozen heaven and earth flying immortals. The relationship between the Immortal Dynasty and the Holy Court is really tense, Bai Zia couldn't help but mutter. Immortal spirits from the Immortal Dynasty and cultivators from the Holy Court stood on opposite sides, the farthest apart, and the tension between them was palpable to all factions. Fu Xinxiu looked into the distance and said, I hope this phenomenon allows both sides to temporarily set aside their disputes. Bai Zia looked up and commented with a sigh, the great heavenly spirit land might be strong, but compared to the silent destruction domain, it's still too insignificant. If not for Shangtian, heavenly demons would have trampled the great heavenly spirit land long ago. Fu Xinxiu turned to him and asked, You've been to the silent destruction domain, is it really all heavenly demons there? How could it be? The so-called heavenly demons are just our name for them. The silent destruction domain does have a race of heavenly demons, but we consider all the beings born there as heavenly demons. The domain is boundless, and I don't know just how vast it is. Perhaps there are other great heavens and earths hidden there? Bai Zia spoke wistfully, as if recalling something, his eyes growing dim. While the two discussed the silent destruction domain, other factions were doing the same, sharing their experiences within the domain. Meanwhile, Guan, the instigator behind the phenomena, was in the valley enjoying wine and good times with a friend. This continued until late at night when Guan began to act again. The gap between the free immortal realm and higher realms was immense, a significant leap in stages. Fearing that 600 million years of life might not suffice, he wanted to surreptitiously gather 10 billion years' worth. Yes, the last time. This time, once he gathered 10 billion years, he absolutely wouldn't steal again. The act itself made him feel ashamed. To avoid drawing connections to himself, he first went to Mortal World Peak to steal medicinal herbs, making it appear as if they too were victims. To his surprise, he sensed a divine immortal of wondrous dharma cultivating in the main peak, encircled by the chief fortune of Mortal World Peak, likely an elder returned from outer heaven. Guan only stole from the main peak's herbs and then quickly departed, ultimately alerting Mortal World Peak. By dawn, the divine immortal of wondrous dharma stood in front of a pile of harvested mature medicinal herbs, silent for a long time. Only when the sunlight bathed him did he take a deep breath. This world remains unfathomably deep, he sincerely remarked. 10 days later, Guan successfully accumulated a lifespan of 10 billion years. Next was the breakthrough. Guan looked towards outer heaven. The proximity of the silent destruction domain had many powerful beings roaming it, which meant he couldn't rashly choose a place for his breakthrough. He certainly couldn't delve deep into the silent destruction domain. What if an existence like the Black Profound Emperor was waiting? Autumn winds whistled through the forest where Guan sat on a rock, gazing at the sky through the gaps in the leaves. The Blood Prison Great Saint lay beside him, while an Exian practiced the stepping path of age's step. Her movements were smoother than before, each step full of grace, catching even the Blood Prison Great Saint's eyes. The Blood Prison Great Saint also wanted to learn, but simply watching an Exian couldn't unravel the technique for him. He guessed that to learn such divine skills, personal guidance from the master was necessary. He didn't ask, understanding his current form was unsuited for divine skill cultivation. If he behaved well, he would eventually learn once 1,000 years passed. Guan's eyes turned to the sea. His covert action had still caused disturbances, with the factions from which he had stolen unable to find the true culprit, resorting to seeking help from the Holy Court. The Holy Court gathered the information and dispatched many of its cultivators for investigation. Guan heard some saying the affair might be related to the phenomena outside the heavens, even discussing the heavenly demons' conspiracies. It made him laugh and cry. The initial guesses were accurate, but later they veered off course. Nevertheless, he wasn't worried about being exposed. After all, he would no longer steal after this breakthrough, resuming his usual state to watch the world's changes with a smile. The only downside to a peaceful world is that with stable order, it's hard for those at the bottom to climb, and breaking the rules would easily invite trouble. The resources of the great heavenly spirit land had been divided among various factions. Any land nurturing heaven and earth treasures was always near a sect, with very few ownerless treasures left. Either they were guarded by a sect, or a great demon was watching them. Of course, compared to the turmoil of unrest, Guan preferred peace. Peace may have less opportunity, but it's not as dangerous. If not for the Holy Court establishing order, the Seven Stars spirit realm would have trampled the supreme sect before Guan could rise. It was the world's rules that kept the Seven Stars spirit realm from acting recklessly, their vile acts only able to be performed in the shadows. Guan's divine thought suddenly fell on Zhu Shi of Moonfall Divine Lake. In the vast world, only a handful of people he had physically seen could reach the peak longevity of 9,999 years before the Nirvana realm. And how the evil emperor, Yang Jian, the blood prison great saint, Ji Xiaoyu and Zhu Shi. Among them, the evil emperor, the sect hierarch of the ephemera sect, was trapped under the immortal king crown and crushed by Guan. There surely were other individuals with a maximum longevity of 9,999 years in this world. They just hadn't appeared before Guan yet. Perception could not be used for lifespan detection. Guan saw Zhu Shi cultivating. Her cultivation level the same as the last time he saw her, with no hint of change. What heights will the Tai Chu swallowing Yuan body reach here? Guan was filled with curiosity. Within the great heavenly spirit land, ancient treasure bodies were rare. Above them were Taoist bodies, and higher still were holy bodies. The Tai Chu swallowing Yuan body was comparable to the primordial karmic body, exceeding even the holy bodies. In terms of physique alone, Zhu Shi was much stronger than in Hao and Yang Jian. Of course, physique was just one aspect of talent. Like in Hao, his intellect was equally remarkable. 9,999 years is the limit of longevity for the human race beneath the Nirvana realm, but it doesn't necessarily mean the limit of their gifts. Chapter 363, Peeking into the Future. Master, I can't train anymore. An Xian approached Guan, speaking feebly. Guan came back to his senses, nodded slightly, then stood up and took an Xian and blood prison great saint away. Master, do you think the Immortal Dynasty will fight with the Holy Court? Everyone outside is saying that great changes are coming, an Xian asked curiously as she walked beside Guan. The ancestor of void illusions blessed all beings, causing the status of the Immortal Dynasty in the hearts of all beings to soar. Now, in the eyes of most beings, the Immortal Dynasty was even stronger than the Holy Court. Once the Immortal Dynasty defeated the Holy Court, a new era would begin. Perhaps, Guan answered, but it has nothing to do with us. The Taitsong continent can't participate in such a struggle yet. Looking at the lights in outer heaven, Guan suddenly felt that he delayed the conflict between the Immortal Dynasty and the Holy Court. Now the entire great heavenly spirit land feared the silent destruction domain and dared not rashly go to war. Guan suddenly felt very great, thinking that his breakthrough could help maintain peace in the world. Perhaps such peace could only last a few decades, 100 or 200 years, but mortal spirits could only live that long. An Xian continued to inquire. She was very curious about who was stronger between the Immortal Dynasty and the Holy Court. Guan didn't make a judgment, his answers were equivocal, but this didn't hinder her imagination. Seeing that her master didn't want to speak more, she started chatting with the blood prison great saint. In the following days, Guan's divine thought explored the silent destruction domain daily, looking for the right time to break through. The commotion he had previously caused was too great, making powerful beings linger near the silent destruction domain. Not only was the great heavenly spirit land tense, but the forces within the silent destruction domain were also nervous, thinking that the great heavenly spirit land was going to invade them. As autumn passed and winter came, the year's flying snow arrived on schedule. In the early winter, Guan took an Xian to Mortal World Peak, and an Xian walked to one side to cultivate on her own. It wasn't long before Zhu Xinglan came to visit Guan. Master, there have been thieves on Mortal World Peak lately, Zhu Xinglan said with a solemn expression. Guan raised an eyebrow, asking in surprise, what kind of thieves? Were there any casualties? No, but many garden areas had medicinal herbs harvested, including our Mortal World Peak's medicine garden. Fortunately, only harvesting was done, and there was no damage. Even the Supreme Elder of the main peak couldn't find the real culprit. Also, I heard that there were strange phenomena beyond outer heaven recently. Do you think it could be the work of the heavenly demon? Zhu Xinglan said anxiously. The higher you stand, the more dangers you see. With external threats from the heavenly demons and internal tensions between the Immortal Dynasty and the Holy Court at knife point, How could he not think more? Moreover, a heavenly demon was hidden beneath mortal world peak. Guan frowned and pretended to calculate with his fingers. Zhu Xinglan seemed to think of something, adding, "Moreover, other sects have encountered similar situations to mortal world peak, with medicinal herbs mysteriously harvested without anyone knowing who the perpetrator is." Guan asked, "How many times has this happened on mortal world peak?" "Just once." "Then let's wait and see, it might just be a false alarm." "Perhaps." Zhu Xinglan felt it made sense and then began to speak about the situation of Dingtian Peak. Not long after, Zhu Xinglan left, and Guan began to enjoy some leisure time, not in a rush to harvest herbs since the recent situation was tense. A lifespan of 10 billion years should be enough for him to break through. After reading for a while, Guan's gaze turned towards outer heaven. He saw a great battle unfolding within the silent destruction domain. The combatants were divine thought true immortals, and they were not beings from the great heavenly spirit land. Beings born in the silent destruction domain differ distinctly from those of the great heavenly spirit land in terms of aura, so the heavenly demon was easy to identify. Guan watched the battle, curious to see how the divine thought true immortals of the silent destruction domain compared to the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor in strength. The true immortals fighting resembled the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor in the simulation, each strike deadly, showing no mercy, clearly bearing deep hatred. After watching for a while, Guan felt they were not as strong as the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor. It was unlikely that even both together could defeat the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor. No wonder the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor could travel from the Yin-Yang domain, and even penetrate the Holy Court and leave triumphantly. Guan speculated that the Reincarnation Path Emperor and the Holy Court had some causal connection. Otherwise, the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor wouldn't have been able to steal the Reincarnation Path Emperor's soul jade from within the Holy Court. He waited until he took an X-sign back to the Supreme Sect, and those two divine thought true immortals were still undecided in their battle. As night fell, Guan read in the attic, a stove nearby with a pot of wine brewing on it. This atmosphere in the cold winter felt very warm. The door was pushed open, and Ji Xiaoyu walked straight in. "Why didn't you knock?" Guan didn't look up as he responded, already having an idea in his mind. That was to capture Xian Tianyi, lock him in a small black room, and make him write books every day. What great potential for writing. Cultivating immortality was wasting him. Ji Xiaoyu closed the door and then sat down at the table, starting by saying, "Your temperament has changed somewhat recently. Are you cultivating some miracle skill?" Guan glanced at her and said, "Because I love to read, books nourish the spirit." Ji Xiaoyu smiled and looked at Green Hero Travelogue, then said, "Such books can nourish the spirit? It's a good thing your cultivation level isn't high, otherwise, you'd surely become a disaster for the world." Guan put away Green Hero Travelogue, coughed, and asked, "Is there something you need?" Since Ji Xiaoyu absorbed the soul jade brought by the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor, her cultivation level had been rising faster and faster, and now she was at the 9th layer of the void-crossing realm. Be aware she was only 263 years old. "I'm planning to leave for a few years and will leave tomorrow morning," Ji Xiaoyu said as she looked around the room. "What are you going to do?" "Breakthrough." "Another breakthrough? What realm are you at now?" Seeing Gu An's shocked expression, the corners of Ji Xiaoyu's mouth lifted, and with a soft voice, she said, "Void crossing realm, 9th layer, ready to break through to the unification realm." Gu An's eyes widened, muttering, "To catch up to Wu Ju. Who told you not to cultivate diligently? Our gap will only widen further," Ji Xiaoyu said with a faint grievance. She had thought Gu An's change in temperament was due to cultivation, only to be disappointed. Hearing this, Guan argued, "I am still nascent soul realm, a nascent soul realm at 400 years old. How can I not be considered a genius? I was just born in the wrong era. If I had lived a few hundred years earlier, the Supreme Sect would have made much of me." Ji Xiaoyu shook her head, laughing, and said, "Have you ever thought that the reason you have the achievements you do today is because the Supreme Sect has grown stronger? When comparing talent, you should compare with those around you, not just yourself." Guan grinned awkwardly, unable to reply. Seeing his expression, Ji Xiaoyu's heart softened, and she didn't pursue the topic further but instead asked, "Is there anything you need? I can bring it back for you." "That won't be necessary. I don't need anything." The two began to chat leisurely, discussing whatever came to mind, neither feeling awkward. This feeling was like that of an old married couple. Ahem. What am I thinking about? Guan cursed in his mind, then started to probe Ji Xiaoyu's karma. After reaching the 9th layer of the free immortal realm, his karmic and life path cultivation became even stronger. He could see the development of Ji Xiaoyu's life path for the next 1,000 years. Although Ji Xiaoyu's fate had many variables, there were also overlaps with others. That was, she would be involved in the Great War between the Immortal Dynasty and the Holy Court. In the future, the whole world, including the Supreme Sect, would get swept up in this conflict. The Supreme Sect supported the Holy Court because Sword Venerable Fudao had joined the Holy Court, and the Holy Court continuously tried to tie the Supreme Sect to their chariot. Guan could see the future through the beings of the Supreme Sect, and he had no thoughts of preventing or changing it. Rather, he felt a sense of detachment. At first glance, all beings lived according to a heavenly scripted drama, but he could foresee everything and had the power to change it, a feeling wonderfully sublime. After chatting for an hour, Ji Xiaoyu finally left. Guan then stood up and went to the stove, lifting the wine jug to pour himself some wine. Ji Xiaoyu was preparing for a breakthrough, and he was also ready for his own. It was truly a double celebration. Tonight deserved celebration. The next morning, Ji Xiaoyu left Third Medicine Valley. After joining his disciples for training, Guan also left on his own. He stayed at Mystic Valley for a while before departing. Using his ultimate art to turn his body into illusion, he concealed his form, and combining the Cosmic Path divine skill to hide his own aura and karma, he directly crossed through the light layer of outer heaven, unnoticed by any great cultivator, and flew towards the silent destruction domain. This time, Guan headed in another direction. Soon, he entered the silent destruction domain and landed in a nebula. He could sense beings roving in all directions, those two divine thought true immortals still locked in battle. He couldn't manage that much anymore. He had to break through as soon as possible. Settling into a meditative pose, he activated his lifespan barrier, then accessed his attribute panel. Name, Guan. Lifespan, 419/1, 004, 613, 224. Physique, mixed origin refining void body. Cultivation level, free immortal realm, 9th layer. A lifespan of 10 billion years should be enough for a successful breakthrough, right? Guan suddenly felt worried. He had decided this time to not enhance his divine skills or cultivation techniques any further but to directly attempt the breakthrough. After all, there's no limit to enhancement in various aspects, and he was more concerned with ascending realms. There was no need to wait any longer. Never mind. A direct breakthrough. If 10 billion years of lifespan isn't enough, then he'll just have to wait more. Guan's expression hardened, his gaze lingering on his cultivation level section. Invest 1 billion years of lifespan. You undergo energy absorption cultivation for 2 million years, using the eternal infinite skill's great accomplishment to forcefully attack the Tao fruit realm, begin tribulation crossing. You couldn't endure the heavenly Tao Tai divine element grand tribulation, the tribulation crossing failed. You undergo energy absorption cultivation for 4 million years, using the eternal infinite skill's great accomplishment to forcefully attack the Tao fruit realm, begin tribulation crossing. You couldn't endure the heavenly Tao Tai divine element grand tribulation, the tribulation crossing failed. Well, 2 million years for one tribulation crossing? That's a huge gap. Guan's eyelids twitched, but thinking of Long Zhan's tremendous strength after his successful breakthrough, he felt slightly relieved. What are 2 million years? He had a 10 billion year lifespan and could afford the gamble. One prompt after another jumped out. Guan deliberately only looked at the length of the prompts. No changes at all. Until 1 billion years were exhausted, he still hadn't broken through. Guan took a deep breath and invested another billion years of lifespan. Chapter 364. Breakthrough to the perfect completion of the Taoist repository free immortal realm. The second 100 million years. Guan made his decision and stared intently at the prompts. One after another, the prompts emerged, all of them failures. Facing tribulation every 2 million years, he could only attempt it 50 times in 100 million years. The experience of failing 200 or 300 times before had made Guan increasingly tense. In the end, they were all failures. 200 million years of lifespan, 100 failures. Guan remembered the heavenly Tao Tai divine origin tribulation. Although he hadn't enhanced his cultivation technique or divine skills, he felt all aspects of himself were already sufficiently powerful. This heavenly Tao Tai divine origin tribulation really has some substance. Guan reflected emotionally. then once again committed 100 million years of lifespan. Failure. 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 Guan saw that the lifespan barrier had barely consumed any lifespan and felt as if the barrier was silently mocking him. Another 100 million years. It should be a success now, right? Guan gritted his teeth, no longer able to maintain his composure. The prompt came out again, faster than before. Another failure. Guan had now squandered 400 million years of his lifespan, failing 200 times. He couldn't help but think of Long Zhan. He didn't know how many years of lifespan it had taken Long Zhan to succeed in his breakthrough. He had inherited Long Zhan's memories, but he couldn't see Long Zhan's life-stealing prompts, nor could he hear Long Zhan's inner monologue at that time. He could only experience Long Zhan's life through his own eyes, which was how he was certain he himself was the true incarnation. He wouldn't get lost because of it. Long Zhan had never revealed his life-stealing ability to anyone, nor did he ever talk about his lifespan, so Guan didn't know how many years of lifespan Long Zhan had. However, recalling Long Zhan's memories, he realized that Long Zhan did indeed feel frustrated in the early stages of charging into the Tao fruit realm. Presumably Long Zhan had also failed many times. Guan took another deep breath, cast aside all distractions, and continued with the breakthrough. He still had 600 million years of lifespan left. It would be fine as long as he succeeded. After all, the lifespan is just a number, which can be slowly accumulated. Besides, he was more fortunate than Long Zhan, who only unlocked the life-stealing ability in the late stages of his life, while he was just 419 years old. There were endless possibilities in life. As long as he didn't act as arrogantly as Long Zhan had. Another 100 million years. Guan decided in his heart, and as soon as all prompts had settled, he immediately invested another 100 million years of lifespan. He didn't overlook his attribute panel, which still showed 400 million years of lifespan. Another failure. Guan had to stop. He needed to calm down. 2 more tries. If he still wasn't successful after 200 million years, he would have to stop this time. After all, attempting to break through would consume lifespan in the lifespan barrier. The last breakthrough consumed 50 million years of lifespan, and this time it would definitely double. Here we go again. 100 million years. Guan's eyes turned icy cold, but they soon shifted. You have practiced qi absorption cultivation for 48 million years, forcefully charged into the Tao fruit realm with the great accomplishment of eternal infinite skill, and began tribulation crossing. You have endured the heavenly Tao Tai divine origin tribulation and succeeded, stepping into the Tao fruit realm. Your cultivation level has broken through to the early stage of the Taoist storage-free immortal realm. You have practiced qi absorption cultivation for 85 million years, and your cultivation level has improved to the mid-stage of the Taoist storage-free immortal realm. You have practiced qi absorption cultivation for 100 million years, and your cultivation level has improved. Breakthrough success. The division of minor cultivation levels was no longer 9 layers but was now early and middle stages. It seems that the Tao fruit realm is a major realm, comparable to major stages like the mortal realm and the 9 heavens of the immortal path. Taoist storage-free immortal. This was the realm that Long Zhan had reached. Just when he reached this realm, he was executed by the Annihilation God Emperor. Tao spiritual energy began to surge towards Guan, and he saw the lifespan numbers on the lifespan barrier start to jump quickly. Guan still had 300 million years of lifespan, and he continued to spend. One prompt after another kept jumping out, and this time, he invested slowly, no longer splurging 100 million years at a time. The late stage of the Taoist storage-free immortal realm. The completion of the Taoist storage-free immortal realm. Stop. Just 2 minor realms cost Guan 120 million years of lifespan. He had 180 million years of lifespan left. The lifespan barrier shouldn't dry him out completely, would it? Guan's mood was a bit apprehensive. If really pushed to the limit, he could only cancel the lifespan barrier. He certainly couldn't just wait for death. As vast amounts of Tao spiritual energy entered his body, there was another upheaval in the silent destruction domain. Not only Tao spiritual energy but even the Tao rules of the universe were in upheaval. Almost instantly, those beings who were fighting or exploring in the area were scared into immediate retreat. This upheaval far exceeded the disturbance Guan had made during his last breakthrough. Even true immortals with divine thoughts were frightened into running away. Guan soon closed his eyes, immersing himself in the metamorphosis of his being. His Tao seed began to absorb Tao spiritual energy. Even Tao rules integrated into his body, with cause and effect, destiny rules in the majority, followed by soul and reincarnation rules. Although reincarnation rules have always existed, they were not as perfected as his previous lives' mythology portrayed. The reincarnation rules absorb souls, then let them reincarnate anew. This process is elusive and unstoppable. Guan focused on his Tao seed, which continued to store Tao unique to himself. The path of a cultivator is similar to that of Tao rules, yet different. It's more like a special form of mana. Its execution is also similar to divine skills. Once the Tao seed blossoms into Tao fruit, Guan would be able to fight using his own Tao, entering a higher level of combat with even richer methods. The Taoist storage realm would nurture the first life-bound great divine power. Life-bound great divine powers cannot be passed on to others, only to be exercised by oneself. As Guan contemplated his first life-bound great divine power, he also thought about his immortal path supreme treasure, wondering if he could combine them. That would be even better. He enjoyed writing books, so decided to create a pen. The life-bound great divine power would have to be related to the pen. He quickly had an idea, and as his thoughts flowed, the rate at which Tao spiritual energy and Tao rules powers entered his body accelerated. The influence caused by this also expanded rapidly, soon alarming the great heavenly spirit land. The great cultivators guarding the outer heaven light layer were all startled, standing up one after another. Here it comes again, this time even stronger than before. What exactly is this commotion? Why are even the spiritual energy and rules of the universe in uproar? Unable to capture the source of the anomaly. Everyone be careful. This surely has to do with the heavenly demon. Trouble has piled up one after the other. Could it be the fabled epical tribulation? While the great cultivators were discussing, two figures appeared above them, unnoticed by anyone. These were two free immortals, one from the immortal dynasty, the other from the holy court. The free immortal from the immortal dynasty was known as the ancient immortal emperor. The holy court's free immortal was addressed as Saint Ancestor. The ancient immortal emperor had youthful features with white hair, wearing a white robe. His whole being gleamed with white Tao light, looking out of place amidst the cosmic stars. Is this a breakthrough, or a formation being set up? The ancient immortal emperor asked with a slight furrow in his brows. The Saint Ancestor, dressed in dark Tao robes with black and white hair fluttering slightly, emitted a very strong sense of oppression. His eyes also peered into the depths of the cosmos. It doesn't seem to be either. It's more like some Tao rules are affecting the universe, Saint Ancestor said with a complex tone. Both free immortals lapsed into silence. After a long time, Saint Ancestor looked towards the ancient immortal emperor. You wouldn't interfere in the disputes of the younger generations, would you? The ancient immortal emperor turned to look at him. As long as you don't break our agreement, I naturally won't either. At those words, the Saint Ancestor showed a smile and nodded. Let the younger ones fight. Comprehending Tao is what we should be doing. If the heavenly demon really attacks and the great heavenly spirit land faces the threat of destruction, that's when we'll step in. The ancient immortal emperor had no objections. He turned to glance at the great heavenly spirit land with a meaningful look in his eyes. How many lifetimes does Shangtian still have? The ancient immortal emperor asked. Saint Ancestor shook his head. I have no idea. In the early years, he ceased to trust me and began contemplating the heavenly Tao, setting himself on a solitary and strong path. The ancient immortal emperor fell silent, no more questions asked. His gaze returned to the silent destruction domain. Boom! Guan's Tao seed completely solidified into a Tao fruit, officially achieving the Taoist storage realm. At the same time, his Tao fruit manifested Tao patterns, the form of his life-bound great divine power. Guan named his self-created life-bound great divine power as the longevity true words, a divine power primarily based on cause and effect, fate, deciding the life, death, and destiny of beings with words. There was a profound mystery of laws following speech. Guan continued the charge into the mid-stage of the Taoist storage free immortal realm. He opened his eyes and looked toward the attribute panel, seeing he had 130 million years of lifespan left, his heart somewhat relieved. From this perspective, the lifespan barrier would not exhaust all his lifespan. Time moved swiftly. An ancient hour later, his cultivation level had reached the late stage of the Taoist storage free immortal realm. Just one more minor realm to go. The mana of the late stage of Taoist storage free immortal far exceeded the early stage, in both quantity and quality, incomparable to the early stage. An unprecedented sense of power made Guan extremely gratified. He even felt as if the universe couldn't confine him, that he could easily leap out of it. He restrained himself. He felt that terrifying existences were wandering outside the cosmos. Perhaps the Annihilation God Emperor, Black Profound Emperor, were waiting for him. He looked into the distance. His divine thought turned invisible, probing far away. Traversing within the silent destruction domain, his divine thought spied many powerful beings. The silent destruction domain still hosted quite a few true immortals and free immortals, though they were very scattered, equivalent to a realm as large as the great heavenly spirit land hardly housing a single free immortal. Crossing vast distances, he saw another great heaven and earth. He didn't linger, continuing onward. Over the following period, he encountered 3 other great heaven and earths, all enveloped by the silent destruction domain. As his divine thought neared its limit, he quickly retracted it and concentrated on breaking through. The nearest great heaven and earth to the great heavenly spirit land was extremely distant. It would take true immortals years just to travel there, passing through many areas of spatial distortion along the way, which cannot be crossed by mere flight. Guan's focus returned to his body, observing his own Tao fruit. He had an intuition that once the Tao fruit bloomed, a new realm would open up. He looked forward to that day. At that moment, Guan seemed to sense something and looked up. In the deep darkness, a pair of gigantic eyes appeared, the same eyes he had seen during his previous breakthrough. Unexpectedly they had appeared again. They were larger than the great heavenly spirit land eyeballs, showing how immense those eyes truly were. Guan fixed his gaze on these giant eyes, wishing to see through them. Chapter 365. Mysterious Reincarnation. Fate-determining Pen Guan compared his memory with the eyes before him and determined they were not the eyes of the Black Profound Emperor. As for whether they were the eyes of the Annihilation God Emperor, he couldn't decide. Long Zhan had never actually seen the true body of the Annihilation God Emperor, and was pinched to death by a hand that the Annihilation God Emperor had reached out. For the time being, he could not see through the cultivation level of this pair of huge eyes, but they indeed gave people an uneasy and oppressive feeling. Relying on the lifespan barrier, Guan wasn't afraid of being detected by the other party. He had originally thought that the eyes would disappear after watching for a while, but that was not the case. He suddenly saw 2 figures flying out from the midst of those giant eyes, and they swept past above Guan at an extremely fast speed, heading towards the great heavenly spirit land. Although they passed above Guan, they were actually very distant from him. Guan turned his head to look, his eyebrows furrowing and a worried expression in his eyes. He could sense that these 2 figures were just from the free immortal realm, but free immortals could easily obliterate the lives in the great heavenly spirit land. He still needed to make a breakthrough and didn't want to act rashly. Moreover, those giant eyes were still there. If he made a move, would he expose himself? Guan saw that free immortals from both the Immortal Dynasty and the Holy Court had appeared, and could only hope that they would be able to stop this mysterious enemy. However, the moment those 2 figures that emerged from the giant eyes reached the edge of the silent destruction domain, they suddenly disappeared. Guan keenly caught that they had entered into the reincarnation rules, and then they entered the light layer of outer heaven in a manner incomprehensible to cultivators before their presence completely vanished. During the entire process, even those 2 free immortals were unable to detect them. Is this reincarnation? Guan turned his head back and saw the pair of giant eyes slowly disappearing into the darkness as if they had never appeared. Forget it. First, make a breakthrough. Guan raised his right hand, using his powerful mana to condense the Immortal Path Supreme Treasure he desired. Free immortals could create Immortal Path Supreme Treasures. Naturally, it was even easier for free immortals in a higher realm. While his cultivation level rose continuously, Guan quickly shaped the form of the Immortal Path Supreme Treasure, then infused his own Tao into it, forming a restriction structure that stabilized the Dharma treasure. Time continued to move on. After a little half an ancient hour had passed, Guan finally reached the perfect realm of the free immortals. At this moment, he felt a great sense of power, as if he could reach to the heavens and pierce through the earth. His right hand was still shaping the Immortal Path Supreme Treasure, divine light shining upon his face, and the golden patterns on his forehead gleamed, making his face appear even more majestic. He seemed to be beholding a piece of heaven and earth. His gaze profound. He glanced at the attribute panel and saw he still had 70 million years of lifespan. He did not rush to lift the lifespan barrier but continued to fashion the Immortal Path Supreme Treasure. With the breakthrough completed, the rate at which the lifespan barrier consumed his lifespan abruptly decreased. The turmoil in the silent destruction domain also began to slow, bringing relief to the creatures hiding all around. It wasn't just the creatures of the great heavenly spirit land who were afraid. The heavenly demons in the silent destruction domain also trembled, as there were tales of calamity everywhere, which is the creatures' worry about the unknown. Faced with unknown dangers, it was easy for them to associate these fears with the heavenly will and calamity. Waiting for the Tao spiritual energy's turbulence to subside and Tao rule surges to cease, the silent destruction domain sank into deathly silence, extremely oppressive. Another 2 ancient hours passed. The immortal path supreme treasure in Guan's hand finally took shape, but to become a true immortal path supreme treasure, one last step was required: to infuse it with his soul's essence. The immortal path supreme treasure was not just a powerful Dharma treasure but also unique. The reason it could endure eternally was that the essence of the free immortal's power maintained this characteristic. Guan suddenly felt a very special force manifesting in the cosmos, a force similar to that in the layer of light outside of heaven. His immortal path supreme treasure seemed to want to be recognized by this force, yearning for it to be branded upon itself. Could this be the heavenly Tao rules? Guan was secretly alarmed. The heavenly Tao rules always seemed more threatening to him than the Tao rules, mainly because the heavenly Tao rules were too perfect, almost as if they had a will of their own. No. He couldn't let the immortal path supreme treasure make contact with the heavenly Tao rules. Guan forcibly suppressed the immortal path supreme treasure in his hand. After a good while, the immortal path supreme treasure no longer had the desire to approach the heavenly Tao rules. The divine light dissipated. A white brush with black bristles appeared in his hand, looking quite ordinary. Golden characters gradually emerged on the shaft of the brush. The fate-determining pen. Guan's mouth curved upward, very pleased with himself. He still had over 60 million years of lifespan. This breakthrough had been perilous, but fortunately, he had succeeded. He stood up and disappeared on the spot in an instant. With a single step, he arrived at the edges of Mystic Valley. Following that, he stepped out of the woods into a world where snow fluttered all around. The snow melted rapidly wherever he went. He stopped moving, concealing the aura of his Tao fruit before continuing on his way. Snowflakes fell on him, and his figure gradually was obscured, as if returning to the mundane. 30 minutes later, Guan returned to the third Medicine Valley. He stepped down from the transmission array platform and then headed towards the chess-playing area. This day, Nine-Finger Divine Lord was once again trouncing the less skilled. His opponent was still Shen Xinzi. Shen Xinzi held the romance of the 3 kingdoms in one hand and a chess piece in the other. His eyebrows tightly furrowed, indecisive about his move. There were more than a dozen people surrounding them, including Medicine Valley disciples and great cultivators from the Supreme Sect, all of whom were discussing in low voices. Guan approached them, playing with the fate-determining pen in his hand. Yu Yingying nudged closer, asking curiously, "Did you just buy that brush?" This brush was larger than ordinary, the size of a flute, which piqued Yu Yingying's curiosity even more. "Yeah, bought it this morning, from an old senior. He said it's an immortal path supreme treasure," Guan replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yu Yingying rolled her eyes with disbelief, asking, "Since it's an immortal path supreme treasure, how many spirit stones did it cost you?" 10 top-grade spirit stones. Pretty expensive, right? Heh. Yu Yingying's gaze was like one looking at a fool, the scorn clear in her laughter. Guan extended the fate-determining pen towards her, saying, 100 top-grade spirit stones, I'll sell it to you, taking a little loss. Yu Yingying slapped his hand away with a huff, retorting, "I'm not as foolish as you, I won't buy it. But if you gift it to me, I could consider it." Quite the character, wanting something for nothing? Guan rolled his eyes at Yu Yingying, then continued his walk towards Nine-Finger Divine Lord and the others. Yu Yingying followed, eyeing Guan closely. She had sensed changes in Guan's temperament multiple times. She always felt that Guan was hiding a secret. Could this guy really have taken Sword Venerable Fudao as his teacher? Guan made his way through the crowd to stand behind Shen Xinzi, with Yu Yingying following close behind. Nine-Finger Divine Lord, sitting opposite, lifted his gaze towards Guan, also noticing the pen in his hand, and smiled. "That's a decent-looking pen you have there, may I take a look?" Guan twirled the fate-determining pen in his hand and said, 100 top-grade spirit stones, I'll sell it to you. This might actually be an Immortal Path Supreme Treasure. An Immortal Path Supreme Treasure. Nine-Finger Divine Lord found this amusing, having just overheard Guan's conversation with Yu Yingying, and initially thought Guan was simply teasing her. He did not expect the kid actually believed it. Pretending to be serious, he looked at the fate-determining pen and said, "Oh, it really seems like it." Gu An's expression immediately became awkward. Did he recognize it? No, he would have to pat him on the shoulder tonight and use the great imprisoned soul immortal technique to erase this memory.